Hey, what's going on? Thank you, thank you. So, what you up to, JD? You at work? Man, what?
Good
Gee,
morning. Well, good afternoon.
you went busy, I see.
Trying to share it out.
Yeah, I sent you a couple of. Everybody waiting on me to go live with it. I tried to do it for the computer a minute ago, but the computer was taking so long, so I said, I'll just switch it up and come back to my phone to do it. Oh, okay, JD. What you at work? Thank you. Yeah, thank you, JD. Let me share this out. Let's send this to the Discord. I sent it to the Discord. Thank you, man. Lighten up my gift gather. I'm talking about. Thank you, thank you.
Am I still in the box? Because I don't see myself.
Yeah, you in the box. Look at that.
Like glitching because I'm in the top, but I don't see nothing. It's completely back. It doesn't even say request on it.
Oh, what's going on? What's going on, trucker? Lovely boss trucker. Yeah, everybody they've been fussing at me about going live. I got fussed at yesterday. Oh man, go live so we can talk about this. So, I'm live.
Jada's live with this prompt up.
Oh yeah, we just said run. Even in in Face Live. We did it in the Face Live for a minute. Did somebody tried to troll? We know exactly who was trying to troll. They're trying to give me an example of what could happen. So it's one of those little moments. Thank you, JD. Lighting up the gift gallery. So I just want to get the test run going and see how things gonna go with the test run, and we make everything happen. So yeah, there's just a little test run trying to see how everything goes. Completed. Just try and do at least once a week. That boy can't hear. Clean your ears out while you in there. I was telling him to clean the ears out while he in there. Clean his ears out while he's in there, cause he can't hear nothing. This shower nothing in it. Oh, what you mean? I ain't got no business today.
We find out everybody packed out because of last night, because I think Valentine's Day.
Wow, he should be here. Dave knows what's doing something. Uh, well, we got our Dave live by 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. They time. Thank you for the follow. Take my pick. See if she gonna come through. Thank you. Debo was just in my live before I ended on the other one. I wonder what she went through that quick.
Um,
That who need to come here. T Nixon. That was my boy there. I need him to come up here. But I
um,
know where he at right now. He at work.
her usual crew is not on live, so well, now that I can see.
What triplet is?
Triplet had an uh tragedy in her family, so I don't think she's gonna be on TikTok today.
They go my sister. You wanna come up, man?
I mean, I shared it to everybody, but yeah, Triplet, I don't think she's gonna be on live today.
Okay. All right, man. And your nephew in the streets right now. You know, day 17th birthday, so he in the street. He ain't even answer the phone for me, but he texted me. Talking about, can I send some more money? Yeah, my son turned
As he
17
should.
today. My son turned 17 today. Sweet Tea. You wanna come on up and talk, Sweet Tea? Might not be a good day to do it. You know, it's 6:30, so he said I said he said, all right, Sweet Tea. But yeah, man, your nephew out there in the streets today. Had to have fun. He went to the arcade and I seen him going to get something to eat. I'm watching it from my other phone. Every move he makes. JD, you at work? You ain't never say. And I tell you, Loso too. He ain't respond or come in here. Face.
Face, you think it's bad now when he turns 17. Wait till he 18, 19, 20, 21.
Hey, bro.
It gets worse as they get older. I got one that just turned 20. Oh my God, help me, Jesus.
You can get my daughter 19 already.
Face, how you doing, love? Good morning. Well, good afternoon. Hello, Mel. How you doing, hon?
Yeah, good afternoon.
What's going
I
on,
just
D?
text Carlos. He probably be heading on in a minute. Did you send it to him?
Yeah, I sent it to him. What's going
Thank
on,
you,
D? How you
text
doing?
Los.
Yeah, I texted to him. Some military ball. Ooh.
I got him.
Hey, I gotta prepare mine for prom this year and next year, so I already got one at the house and prepared them. I got three other
I'm
ones prepared.
I'm praying for you because when I tell you prom is stressful, I'm glad that my daughters are 20 something, not 20 something, but 13 years apart because I couldn't imagine doing prom back to back to back. Because the one with my 19-year-old, when she graduated high school, that shit was so stressful. I was like, I didn't have this when I was little. Like when I did prom, like I wasn't in my mom's house, so like my mom didn't really help me. But like to be the mom that's like there to get her dressed, to put her jewelry on, that shit is emotional and stressful as hell.
My kids are like-minded, so it ain't as hard as you expect. My kids, they ain't as difficult. They got that mindset like me when it comes to that.
That's a good for you. Because me and my daughter are total opposite. That's my twin visually, but me and her totally not the same. And as a protective mom, it was like, that's not it. Not that dress. Not that dress. Like I went dress shopping with her, and it was like, why do you have these dresses mini? Like your booty's out, your cooch. I was like, yeah, no, we're gonna find a long one. It covers up because you're not going to go strip at the club.
Well, then you got to realize too, I got four younger sisters that I had to get them ready. So I done been through that heartache. At a young age, I was like, what, 23, 24, getting them ready for prom, buying their prom dresses and stuff like that. So I've been through it. Now I got the boys and stuff like that. So yeah, my boys are like mine. Plus, I already got designers on deck. So whenever they think they want, I just take them to the design and they go on ahead and make it.
I don't have boys, but I think it would be way more easier for a boy for you to get a boy ready for prom than it is for a girl. Because especially nowadays, the way that they have these girls' clothing, it's like barely any material. Boys is 1,001 suits, different type of styles and all that stuff. Depending on your child, if they're picky. But for girls, it's so hard.
Not really. Boys are,
Phew. It's
you take them
not.
to the right stuff.
It can be easy for boys if you don't have a whole bunch of different boys. Remember, my boys, I'm standing at 5'11". Their daddy is almost 6'3". So they're tall. That that's the difficult part, is they're very tall. And with them, their feet are big. So you always got to find new shoes to go with the suit, because by the time they need another suit, they can't wear that size shoe no more.
All right, I'll take it back.
Sis, I listen. My 10-year-old wears a size 10 in men.
Well, you know what? My 7-year-old, she wears size 12, 14 in girls. So for whatever reason, this new generation growing 20 times faster than all of us.
That part. My 10-year-old is in a size 10. My 14-year-old, he wears 11 and a half, and my 15-year-old, he's about to move to, well, actually, he's in a 12 and a half now.
Yeah.
I want my kids to be little like me. Like I got little feet. Like I don't want to pay 100 and something for no sneakers. Can I still pay 60 to 40 to $50 in sneakers, please? Cause I'm tired of
Hey,
the
I ain't got
constant
no
feet.
little feet. I wear a size 12 in women, and my husband wears a size 13 and a half in men.
Jesus
See,
Christ.
buying the boys regular clothes is harder than buying the girls some, but buying the suits and stuff is easy if you take them to the right store. So they get
Mhm.
into the right store, they'll find their suit. Now you got to go find their shoes, and you know,
How is buying boys regular clothes harder than buying girls regular clothes when we
No, no,
gotta
no.
figure
That's
out
the
how to?
easy part.
Oh,
Buying
oh,
the
okay.
boys regular clothes because like my boys, they don't like trying on clothes. They will prefer shopping on Shein and Temu.
Opposite. I'd rather try on my clothes because I don't want to have to send the shit back because it don't fit me.
Well, my boys always they'll go a size too big. If
I'm not scaling. I bought one thing from Shein. I ain't never bought nothing
Oh
from no
look, he came
Shein.
to say, "Don't be lying on me, mama."
I bought one thing from Shein.
sir, you had
it's the
bought some
tennis
stuff from
shoes.
Temu.
No, I
It's the
didn't.
tennis
Yes, you
shoes for my
did.
boys
That's because
though.
I
You
He
bought
know,
heard
one thing.
Timon was like, "Here she go again, lying on me."
Girl, you know I can't stand about kids. This is what I can't stand about kids.
Being
Kids
grown folk business.
all the damn time. That's number one.
You
But number two, they can't remember to do their chores. They can't remember to do their
what?
homework. They can't remember to do what they're supposed to do. They can't remember nothing that you say. But let you say something, they gonna swear you up and down that they did not say it. They don't even remember what they ate for dinner yesterday, but they swear they know it's right. Baby, let me explain one thing to you like a mother. It is our job to know everything about you. It is our job to know everything that you do. It is our job to know how many breaths you breathe per second.
What you doing?
And I do.
What you know what you doing right now?
Aiden,
that's my son name.
you better Capricorn your hind part out my room.
I wasn't even eavesdropping. This door was closed.
You
And I was
was
in the store. I was
eavesdropping.
on my phone
You were
and I screamed.
totally eavesdropping.
No, I was not. You were being loud.
I,
Let me see. The door was closed. If the door
Oh
was closed, you
man.
was eavesdropping,
My door
son.
was closed and I was in my room.
son, I'm about to
You
start
definitely was.
shaking.
You had a cup to the door, a glass cup to the door. Cause how you heard her and you was in your room, sir.
You were screaming.
I
Hey,
was
She was
Faith,
not
screaming.
screaming. She said she was
Faith,
screaming.
You did not. You
that,
didn't know if I heard you.
Capricorn, go in the room.
He said you was screaming.
hey, Faith,
Huh?
my son's birthday today. That's his name, Aiden.
Listen,
That's
I
crazy,
have
man.
never regretted naming my child a name as much as I regret the name Aiden. And I knew what it meant when I
I
named
can
it.
still hear you through the door.
Because when I named him, right, and I searched that name, and the name means fiery one. I have never met an Aiden that isn't mouthy and just ready to pop off 24/7.
Well, guess what? He got a Puerto
You,
Rican twin that live in the Bronx. Because when I tell you my bestie's son, his name is Aiden, and that little boy be making everybody want to fight him. He don't give a damn about nothing or nobody. He will talk back. He will fight back. Right, Deb? Where's Sheila at? Send this to Sheila.
And that's the crazy part, Mama G. He's black, but he's half Puerto Rican.
He got that spicy in him. Look, Deb Fireball. That little boy is spicy as hell. Don't give a damn about a damn thing.
It's
my son
called,
ain't
well,
like
their
that
name
though.
means fiery one.
You need to meet my
Definitely
son, cause my
fits my
son,
bestie son because he's fiery as fuck. One time
my
I was
Aiden is
over
not
there.
like that though.
One time I was over there, right? We was play fighting. I was swinging my fist, and he took a step forward as I swung forward. I bopped him in the face, right? He tell everybody from now on, you don't want to fight Mama G. Mama G hit hard.
Try to knock some sense into him. That
And
was
when I
it.
tell you, he will tell everybody. He don't care. He will remind them, don't mess with Mama G. She hit hard. She don't play.
Listen, this is the same child that told the teacher that his IQ is higher than her credit score.
Wow.
Wow. Oh wow.
Right,
Oh yeah.
What on, David? But
right.
my Aiden isn't
Listen,
Good
like that
afternoon,
tell
though.
your son
everybody.
I said I inspired to be like him when I grow up.
No, see, this is your first experience. Legendary has had many experiences with this one. And the crazy part is, I have four boys, but you only hear me holler one of their names, and it's normally Aiden's.
Hilarious. He said, what he said again? What about his? He said, what?
He told his teacher that his IQ is higher than her credit score.
You know what? I would have quit that day. I would have
Well,
quit. I would have quit the day. Now I don't want to be a teacher no more. I'm gonna go flip burgers or some shit.
I
Cause
can
what the
relate to
fuck?
him though. I can relate to him because I did a teacher like that because she kept messing with me. So I told him she was just mad because my hair was long her.
Pretty much. And you know what? I went and I had a teachers conference, and she tells me, "Well, he's a very smart boy, but he's a little mouthy." And my comment to her was, "I get it. I know he is mouthy. I understand that 1,000%. His mama mouthy, so I get it. However, if you play the dozens with my kid, he is going to respond. He does not care about your authority. So if you are there to teach him, teach him. Don't go into the dozens game where you might think it's funny and then all of a sudden you want to send my baby to IS." This lady had a list of things that he has said to her. So my response to her was, "What did you say to him to initiate this response?" No, well, that's not how it works. That is totally how it works. Just because you're a teacher does not mean you get to say whatever, whenever, however, and not expect a
Facts.
response. Well, my paycheck, for instance, I remember that day. Yes, I do remember that day. And he was quiet and he had his mouth shut and he had his head down and you slapped his desk and you said, "Aiden, what's up?" And his response was, "Not your paycheck."
Damn. See, your son will be one of the kids that make me quit being a teacher because I'll be wanting to fight your kid and I don't want to catch
I guarantee you don't want to fight him.
a domestic on a child. You know, that's not a good look. So I would just quit my job fucking with your kid.
See, but I give full discrepancy in the beginning, and the crazy thing is they can't do anything with him because he's in all gifted classes. So it's not like they can kick him out and put him in a new class. Mm-mm. You stuck.
See, your Aiden is the opposite of my Aiden. My Aiden is the more laid back, mellow one. So, that's him. But he ain't got that me in him, that full fledged fire that I got in me. 'Cause I used to get teacher problems like in school. If you joke with me, I'm joking you under the table. And I wasn't trying to be funny.
But
Question for you: have you ever got him diagnosed for ODD? Because he might have authority disorder. My daughter does. My 7-year old. She don't listen to any type of authority figure. Like she look at you like, who the fuck is you?
no, he don't. If he had it, I probably knocked the shit. I knocked that shit out of him already. So I doubt it. I doubt it. Listen, and he said something to me one day, and he was walking down the hall, and I told him to go do something. And he sucked his teeth, and I promise you, he swallowed all his dentures. Mm-mm, mm-mm. I am. I, I think I'm a different parent, right? Because this is, and anybody that has multiple children, tell me if y'all experience the same thing. I think the most difficult part about parenting is if you have multiple, every single one of your kids have pieces of you, but none of them have the same thing.
That's a true
Facts.
statement. I got six. So you're right. They all have different parts of my personality.
Facts. Very
I
true.
think I think you
That's
just work
why
on
we
your
be over
age.
here wanting to pull our edges out because it's like I can deal with a full body me. What I can't deal with is sprinkles of me in you. Like I feel like at that point you're so exaggerate. Like you exaggerate who I really am. And now I get to the point where I want to put my hands on you, but I can't because now I see myself and now I'm like, damn,
I
I
like
do
yours
that.
better. Sorry, y'all.
I
See,
do
my
that.
kids though,
I
my
be
kids are
calling my
more like
mama to
me
see
though.
if I did some of the shit my kids did, and I be thinking she gonna say no, and she be like, hell yeah, and then she tell me a story, I be like, mom, bye, forget it, I don't want to talk to you no more.
Cause what was our mama's favorite thing to say, legendary? You gonna have kids one day, and they gonna pay you back.
Yep,
Yeah, yeah. They that line. But
they
my kids
was
are more
alone.
like me though. So, they got that creative mindset. They got that laid back until you push the button too hard type, you know. So they
My boys are pretty laid back for the most part. Like my oldest two, you never really hear them. One of them, he's already in college, but he's very quiet and he stays to himself. Now my 15-year-old, he stays in his room most of the time. He's in virtual world on that damn Oculus, so you really only see him if he going to the bathroom or he going to the kitchen. Other than that, you don't really see him. My baby boy, he sits in the living room all day and he on the PlayStation for the most part, but you don't hear him. And then that
my,
damn Capricorn.
my middle son is like that. He you can hear him. He's in his room playing the game, but you can hear him all day. The
That's my
youngest
middle
one,
son.
my youngest one, you don't hear him. He's quiet as a mouse, always on the computer. building the video game and stuff like that. The oldest son, that's the one who birthday is today. He at work, he out and about and stuff like that. When he's here around me, he up under me. He neither one of them stay away from me. Stuff that middle one. My
DB
daughter
said
though, she
Capricorns are
doing
very smart. In the mouth, they are.
Facts.
I'm not gonna take it and say they're not smart. They smart as hell, but they also got smart ass mouths.
Yeah, because
I
my
mean,
daughter.
they come with a side of sarcasm, but let's be honest, it takes an intelligent person to be sarcastic. Most assholes are intelligent people.
Yeah, but I don't want to, and this might just be me. I don't want to battle with my 14-year-old because you may think you talking to your little friends and you about to get fucked up.
I'm
Don't
not
do it.
standing in that aspect. I'm just saying, battling with my kids, nah, that ain't what we do. Um, I inserted a certain fear in my kids at a certain age, so they knew what not to do and what not to come in. It's a look. I honestly can't say I got that look. You know how your mom used to look at you and you back down? That's the look I have for my kids. My son was just telling me that this morning, my 17-year-old. Um, I don't know. I had a really, really, really tight hold on my kids from a very young age, and that's only because I raised six by myself
And I,
solely.
I can understand that from that point. Me personally, because I was raised in that same type of fear, in that fearful household, stay in a child's place,
Oh
mouth
no, it
shut,
wasn't.
head
No,
down,
no, no,
tail
no,
tucked.
no,
I
no, no.
just,
See, that's what I corrected in my fear. You know how we were told, don't tell whatever goes on in my household, stay in my house. No, my kids. Okay, so I wasn't the I kept my foot on the neck. That I did. But I wasn't the conventional parent. I was more my kids were free to have opinions. They were free to express themselves, but they had to do it in a respectful manner. Because I was like, I mean, I went through a pretty rough childhood myself. So me going through the things that I went through and my voice was taken away from and my voice was taken away from me. So a lot of things that were done was never said because out of fear of you know what you can't tell and how you could tell it. I gave them freedoms to express themselves, and if they had a problem with another adult, they were free to tell me what the problem was, and then I would be the person to go handle it. They were never to go, toe to toe or back and forth with nobody's adult, period. If it's a problem, let me see what it is and let me handle it. And that's just how it was in my household.
I think, well, I could understand it based on how you have it. I can't judge you, sis. I can't judge you. Those are your babies at the end of the day. I understand. I just move differently. And I think every parent moves differently, especially if they came from that type of upbringing. Me personally, I don't, I try my best to stay away from corporal punishment. I do. I don't
Well,
want
see,
to
that's
be,
the funny part. I gentle parent. I didn't corporal punish. That's what I was trying to get you to understand. When I say I had my foot on my kid's neck, it wasn't about physically putting my foot on her neck. What I meant by that is simply we talked. We had a very open line of communication. And I would repeat to them and tell them consistently what they were not versus how we were told, what are you, this? You act like you did? You fill in the blanks. You know how it was said. I
I
would,
do.
would constantly remind them that they were not. And so, with that being said, what is this behavior for? Use your words. I was constantly on them about using their words. And when I say I inserted a certain fear in them, that was the fear of God. I didn't want my kids to fear me to the point where they couldn't talk to me.
I
That was
agree.
big for me.
It's the same. Again, it's not me questioning it. I could say, guess what? Because I'm not a gentle parent. I'm not. I try to be for the most part, but I'm not a damn gentle person. I'm not.
I'm not with my
Listen,
kids. I am though.
nope. I'm going to say what I said. I'm going to ask you to do what I asked you to do. I'm going to tell you to do what you need to do and all these other things. And I will give you chance after chance after chance after chance. Now, however, if we are 3 hours in and you still have not completed the task that I asked you to complete, oh, I'm hollering at that point. I am hollering at you at that point. 5,000%. And it may be different for a lot of people, but with the house of all boys, this is why I made that statement last
Oh
time that
yeah,
was
you
very,
gotta be rough.
yeah, when I
I
made
have
it,
4 girls and 2 boys.
I have all boys. There's nothing in my house but twigs and berries. That is it. I have no girls in here at all, just me. So when I get this statement a lot where people like to say, oh, well, Face, you're not feminine. Okay. I can't tell you that you're wrong because if that's how you feel, because my delivery is rough or my tone is rough, I don't know what to really tell you. But again, I am around testosterone all damn day, 24/7, 7 days a week. And I'm a stay
Let
at home mom. I got 4 boys, 2 boy dogs, and 1 man child.
me ask you a question. Does you have to live in survival mode in your life though?
I stay living in survival mode.
Okay, so it's not a roughness, and that's where people get things misconstrued. We're not rough people. We come off as that because we've always had to live in survival mode. It
And the
softens
crazy
up.
part is once you no longer have to live in survival mode, only thing you identify with is the survival mode. So it's very hard for you to get out of that mindset mentally. That's the hardest part. It's not getting out of it physically. I think getting out of it mentally is harder than anything.
Yeah,
It's all
I'm
girls here,
trying.
including
Listen
my
to
cat.
me. I am definitely trying to live my soft girl era. I don't want to live the survival. I don't want to be in survival mode anymore. Don't get it twisted. I want the mentality of knowing how to get it done when it needs to get done, but I don't want to have that rough exterior anymore. And I don't like. I don't
When
even want
you
to live
figure out
nowhere
how
where
to
I feel
change it,
like
Al, please teach me because I don't
it's
want to be in
easy.
my hard girl era no more either. I want to be soft, but I feel like when you're soft as a woman in today's time, people play in your face.
No, they don't though. See, here's the thing.
Yes,
And
they do.
no, 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 no. Listen, Linda. Listen to me. Are you listening well? People
Prepare for the
go through
rebuttal.
life. People go through life feeling like they don't have to demand. When I use the words "I demand respect," people think, "Oh, she's just out here making." No, demand means I simply give out what I'm willing to take. And if you can't treat me in the manner that you need to treat me, then I don't have you fuck around me. But anybody that tell you that's around me all the time, this mouth stays the same face. I've just toned it down because I'm getting a little older. And I'm watching my daughters with this mouth and this shit nowadays. And I'm trying to keep it classy so they can get out of the shit. But I know they got their own road cross. You know, it is what it is. But all in all, truthfully, you just have to ignore a lot of shit, become more passive. Not about life and the things that could possibly alter our life. That's not what I'm saying. Just the things, the battles that we pick and choose, we have to pick and choose the battles. Every battle is not ours to fight. Some of that shit you just have to sit back and laugh sometimes and look at people like you goofy bitch or you goofy ninja. I don't have time for a lot of shit no more. Me being from St. Louis, living in the motherfucking hood, watching a lot of shit, being in the midst of a lot of shit that I didn't feel that I had to be in. I'm just a little older now, and I don't want that for my life no more.
I can agree that I don't want it in my life, right? But I cannot take away the fact of what I said. When you are softer, and it could be largely on your surroundings and where you're located, but when you are softer, people play in your face. They,
Nobody
they
play. I don't know if it's because I'm a big bitch and I stand like three. I'm 300 pounds, 5'10", but nobody be playing with me. Like
soft person, Jada. You're only soft with your children, so stop
Nobody be
it.
playing. But I also don't when but here's the thing, Mama G, and you have to see me in public to understand. When you come across my way, if the only time I will honestly say something, the reason why I say shit to strangers is because one, they're probably staring at me, and I'm like, why the fuck you staring at me? And instead of me, before I come off like that, because I used to come off like that, like, bitch, what you looking at? I don't do that anymore. I turn around and don't get it wrong. It be with sarcasm, but they don't pick it up. I just be like, hey,
See, but we got to stop doing that. Just because that is your,
hey.
but just because that is your experience, you can't invalidate my experiences with me being in my softer era. What came from it? I understand if you say, "Hey, I must be a big girl," maybe that's why. But we cannot take away from the fact. And again, I said it could depend on your environment. That when you are softer and you give off that soft era and you have that soft demeanor and everything like that, baby, I'm straight from South Florida. They will play on your top. Point blank,
Okay.
period.
I agree with her, to be honest. A lot of that's how come a lot of people have gotten finesse. So many people have gotten scammed because they're so nice and they're so
Where do
understanding of
y'all
the
run into
haters and
these
shit.
people at?
Not me. I'm just
Well,
saying there are all these stories. What about that dude that finessed all the women out of the money? They were all really nice and stupid, but really nice, and they got finessed.
I'm not
well,
saying that I don't want to be soft, but there are some spaces and some
Get
people
your
where I can be soft and I know they're not going to play on my top. Now, prime example, Earl. When I go in Earl room, I don't go right in his panel. I got to listen for a minute because he might be on bullshit or he might be on actually, he got a legitimate point. So
I'm
I
not
got to
gonna lie,
play.
because one of his questions one day kind of offended me. It didn't even offend me. It just made me go like, "What the fuck? Is he serious?" And it was about single moms being professional fucking victims. I was like, "What? Where? When do we have time to be victim?"
But Earl is an individual that your ass can't be soft with.
Mm,
for real. That's
I disagree. I disagree. I
I'm glad
disagree.
you disagree, but
Earl,
that's we
that's
about the only
bullshit.
one.
Who
But
said they
listen.
disagree?
No, I did, ma'am.
Earl did,
Okay.
Um,
of
This is
course, he disagreed.
so hold
me.
on, hold on. For
Okay.
one, I'm already tiptoeing because I'm on the. I feel like I'm in women's space and I shouldn't be. But
Whoa.
Legendary's a man, and this is his
Legendary a
side.
hoe.
I
The
know,
fuck?
I know the brother's a man, but I'm talking about. I was listening to the women's opinions, you know, and as a man, sometimes we just need to shut the f up and listen. So that's
Oh,
what I
you're so
attempted to do.
right. I
But
agree.
however, honest opinion, though, right? And what's how do I address you, Al?
You can call me
Is it
Jada. My name is Jada.
okay? All right. So Miss Jada, if at first glance, right? You're an attractive woman, right? But listening to you, your verbiage and the way you come off, I wouldn't think there was anything soft about you. However, that I would not think that if you were in the dating pool, right, that you would be someone that I would want to approach. Just listening, just now, you might be cool as one of the homegirls, right? I think you probably can play spades, a mean hand of spades, can't you?
Dominoes.
Can't
I
you?
shoot craps. I
See,
do it all.
that part. Okay, that part right there, right? So that's how men
Hmm.
perceive women. That's how the way you
But
carry
see, that's
yourself.
good for me. I don't date men, so it doesn't
Okay,
matter.
okay, right. Okay, and that's fine, right? But that persona that you all admit, that you all omit, right? That being hard and strong and outspoken and this, that, and the third, right? Some men and even some women, we don't find that attractive, right? But that softer side that you all talk about, and you all say, "Oh, well, if you're soft, that's how you
Okay,
get."
wait. So let me ask you a question, sir. Let me
Go ahead.
ask you a question. So when you're referring to this soft thing, or you saying that you would want to rather have a more submissive woman, because I tend to be a little dominant, and I do understand it, and that's because I myself I am an alpha female. I don't follow. I definitely do the fucking lead. So therefore, you're not going to get that side of me because I don't submit well. I submit to those, and I'm softer to those who I can let my guards down with, who I feel comfortable and safe enough with to let my guards down. And that was the whole conversation. That's part of my what? Survival mode. And that's because I myself I am an alpha female. I don't follow. I definitely do the fucking lead. So therefore, you're not going to get that side of me because I don't submit well. I submit to those, and I'm softer to those who I can let my guards down with, who I feel comfortable and safe enough with to let my guards down. And that was the whole conversation. That's part of my what? Survival mode. That was what we were talking. We were living in. We say submissive, and so submit to somebody is totally different than living in your soft girl era. Honestly, me personally, I'm soft when I need to be soft. I am a very kind, nurturing person, and yes, I do have a rough exterior, but it does tone down.
Okay, so
Submissive is something that I can be when I want to be. Soft, I can be, but we're just having a basic conversation here,
yeah,
general
yeah, yeah,
conversation. So therefore, yeah.
yeah. No, no, I get it. I get it. So now I need to know: do you think it's the responsibility of the individual that you meet to earn the right for you to be softer, or do you feel that the onus is on you to present a softer side of yourself?
It's
My
depending on
thing
what you
is, wait,
identify.
my thing is this. It's based upon how that person treats me, how they allow me to be in a relationship. Because if I have to leave the relationship, then no, sir, I'm not going to submit. But if they're in a position where they can lead, I will submit and they will get this off for me and I will take the back seat.
Okay, so listen to what you just said, sister, right? And I'm not refuting anything. I'm rocking with you. But listen to your word choice, right? You led with, I'm a leader. I'm dominant, and then in the next breath, you said, if this person shows me that they can lead, I'll submit to them and X, Y, and Z. You can't play on both sides of the
But I
fence.
can.
But okay, so isn't that called being, isn't that a state of delusion?
No,
Right?
it's not a delusion. I'm perfectly in my right mind. And I'm in
Okay,
my right
so
mind to
and that's
accept
fair.
is to
That's fair.
accept that I can do both.
But Earl, we don't as women, right? So let me explain. As women, when we meet men, you guys don't show us all of you until we've earned that. We don't get all access to you. You don't
I,
give us everything, especially not if you deal with a whole bunch of ain't shit women prior to
You
us.
just so
That's
tired.
we don't get 100% of you right off the bat. Do I agree that a person should earn your submissiveness? I don't think it's necessarily earning. When we get together, right, and now that we are to the point that we are living under the same roof and all of that, you can't earn what you automatically command, in my
Mm,
opinion. Because if
okay,
mm,
you
now I
as a
agree. I
man,
agree with you.
mm.
I
you as a
agree.
man, if you were doing everything that you were supposed to be doing as a man, and that's not always financial. I'm
Mm-hmm.
choking, sorry.
Get you
That's
some
not
water.
always financial. But if you are doing everything you're supposed to do as a man, a real woman, a whole-minded woman, we gonna give you the world. We want to take care of you. We want to make sure you good, baby. I'm talking about you ain't got to go get a pedicure. I got you. I got you. Long nail, get your boyfriend. I got you.
I got
Okay.
you. Here we go. Wait, 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 wait. Here we go. Here we go, sis. Check this out. I agree with what you just said, right? Now, here's the question. You ready for this? You ready?
I'm never ready for your questions,
Okay,
but go
okay. Here
ahead.
we go. Here we go. Walk with me. Who sets the standard? When you say, if men show you all, if we do what we're supposed to do you think it's you as the woman that gets to set that standard, or is it the man that sets that standard?
I think it's both.
So if is it both that's providing? Is it both that's protecting? Or
Absolutely.
oh, to an extent, I can agree with that statement, but to the majority, right? Is it one that's looking to be provided for or and protected by,
See,
right?
I think.
Wait, 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 wait. Oh, wait. You know, let me finish.
Mm,
And is it also one that's looking to be nourished by, right? And to have lineage, continued by. So both of us have an expectation, right? Or a value that we're looking for, right? The delusion comes in is when the other party believes that because they're an individual, they get to make the rules for the other side. And
I,
that's where the delusion sets in.
I want you to know that you asked me a question and then answered the question that
Oh
you
well, no,
answered.
I know that
But
I didn't answer. I was part of the thing. But go ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, go ahead. Go ahead.
listen, I personally think, in my opinion, and then some may think I'm wrong, But I think the man and the woman are both providers and protectors in the relationship. I do, 5,000%. Yes, you might provide and protect me on your spectrum of what you that may consist of, but I also do providing and protecting. I provide you a safe space for you to put your shit down. I provide you that sanctuary that you're looking for. But not only that, I protect you in any means necessary. I do. Yes, as a man, you're going to protect me physically, but there are women that also protect their man physically against other women. But there's also women that take care of their man and protect their man spiritually. So y'all be so
Mm.
focused on the protection physically that you forget the protection spiritually.
Yes. Mm.
So I hear you, sister. And last question, because I'm not trying to dominate the conversation, right?
What?
What is it that you can offer me as a woman that I can't do for myself other than bear children?
Right. But this is a question to you. What can you offer me as a man that I can't do for
Okay,
myself
but
or I can't go
I
buy
will
from the
listen. I
store?
will I will answer that
Mm.
question, but I need you to answer mine first, and I will
I,
gladly answer your question.
okay, hold on. Press pause. Before I answer that question, let me just say this.
Come on, sis. You
Press
already know.
pause. Press
Come
pause.
over here and take over Legendary's panel.
I cannot stand when we always get to a gender-based relationship conversation where that is always a common damn question. What can I do for you that you can't do for yourself? Let's be honest. God gave us all a choice. Okay. We all have the great gift of choice. Anything that a man can do, a woman can do. Anything that a woman can do, a man can do. The only difference is our body parts. That's it, and that's all. And
Mm.
we have to get away from these type of conversations because, in my opinion, that is what's causing such a separation and a divide in the genders and also in the homes because we are so fixated on what you need to do with me and what you need to do with me, and it's all based on social standards. I do not live my life based on social standards. What I do for my man is what he needs me to do currently at the time, and what he does for me is what I need him to do currently at the time. Now, what we do for each other overall is we take care of each other mentally, physically, emotionally, socially, spiritually, and financially. Because when you don't
Mm.
have it, my brother, and you fall down on your knees to the point that you ain't got shit in your pocket but lint, if you are my man and you've done everything that you're supposed to be and be my ride or die no matter what, I got you. I'm not gonna call you a broke ass man because you fell on hard times. Hell no. I'm gonna adjust your crown and help you up and make sure I handle it until you can get it back.
That part.
Okay. So I agree with all the pleasantries, but do you mind answering the question now?
I did answer your question.
No, we don't want to.
But I think you kind of danced around it. You said a lot of positive things that I agree with, right? But you didn't answer the question directly. What can you offer me as a woman that I cannot do for myself other than bear children?
Same thing that you can offer me as a man.
Give me examples, please. That's what I'm looking for.
You know why I'm not giving you an example?
Ma'am, come on,
Uh-uh.
sis. You already
Hell
know.
no. I know you, Earl. I know you, Earl. You are getting ready to go into this bait conversation. I'm not
no,
doing it. I know when
no,
I'm getting baited. Hell
you're not
no.
getting baited, sis. You know I got love for you. I just want you to answer the question. But okay.
Mr. Straight out of Chirac, and it sounds nice. I hate that. I don't like this. Just because y'all dealt with a whole bunch of ain't shit women and
Wait,
women dealt with a whole bunch of ain't shit men, it doesn't mean every man and
wait,
every
wait,
woman on
wait,
the
wait,
earth ain't shit. It just means you
wait,
got bad pickers and
wait,
you
wait.
keep picking these badass people and then want to apply their nonsense to every other woman because that woman wasn't shit. No, you're
So
not
look,
doing that. And I'm
but
not
sis,
playing into it.
why we gotta go negative though? No one said anything negative. I didn't
No,
say
I
no
was talking
nothing
to the
negative.
comment. I wasn't talking to you.
Oh,
I was
oh,
talking to the
okay,
comment.
okay. And look, I don't personally believe that people choose wrong. I don't think nothing's wrong with people's pickers. I think that people choose, they get comfortable, and they stop putting in the work. That's what happens.
Now he just told
There's
me to
nothing
calm
wrong with
down. I
people's
ain't calm up
pickers.
yet. How I'm calming down? I ain't calm up.
But anywho, nevertheless, uh, yeah, go ahead. Y'all got it.
So if he said, okay, Earl, answer me this. Answer me this, Earl. If he just said what he said, right? It sounds nice. That sounds like it's coming from a man that has been through his own situations, right? And of course you go downplay a woman. But then when you say these type of things and we respond, that's when you want to throw the the lineage of the marriage out there. I just feel like happy marriages and happy people from happy marriages won't even partake and give those nonsense type of responses.
But hold on, wait. If I just validated everything you said, I didn't come off mute and say,
I ain't talking
sister,
to
you wrong.
you.
Okay, my bad. I digress. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You ain't been married 20 years.
Shoe said he was putting it on.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-mm. I sound up. See, that's the problem. Y'all, oh, shut up, Jess. Nope, I'm gonna be quiet.
I said,
Having me up host. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shake the room a little bit
Yes,
though.
you did.
The hell you
yes, you
did.
did. Don't lie. Yes, you did. Yes,
It's a part of a test run, man. You straight. Chicago already put me on the game on how things gonna be. They could be. So
Said you jump into conclusions from a few words that weren't needed in the conversation if you are a happily married man, and I'm speaking from a woman that is also married, so therefore you should understand where I'm coming from and not making a statement saying that sounds nice. When you're making that statement, it sounds like you are questioning it. Am I wrong, or am I
No,
hearing this wrong?
I said that sounds nice, which means I just validated your point, right?
Earl, read the
I'm
comments,
sorry.
Earl.
I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. I'm not. Yeah, I don't read comments. I'm sorry. I'll stay out of that. Go
Why
ahead.
not?
it's another
if you
comment
can't
down there
read.
that for to ask you a question, Earl.
Go ahead. What was the question?
Why is it so important to know what your partner can or cannot give you?
Why is it important?
Yeah, there's one down in the chat for you.
Oh, okay. So I'll answer that, right? It's important to know what your partner can offer you and what you have to offer, right? So you all aren't walking in insanity or delusion, right? Your partner is supposed to fulfill the spots in your life where you're deficient, right? But if you don't know what they have to offer, then how do you know that that's a partner that you should have? How do you know that they're not there just for resources or to be a pretty face or just to have a roof over their head or a couch to lay on, right? If you're not willing to challenge someone mentally, right, have that uncomfortable conversation, you don't know if they're out of love or they're there out of necessity, right? So why is it wrong to ask a woman, hey, love, hey, I'm digging you, whatever. Hey, what are you prepared to add to my life that I don't already have now? Why? What's wrong with asking a woman that?
Because the minute a woman asks you that, you think she's a gold digger.
No, listen, men don't even care. I'm gonna tell you this, right? Men don't even care about the money. We don't. We don't.
Say that y'all don't care.
Listen, we don't care about the money, right? We're just insulted when people demand or have an expectation of the money when they have little to nothing to offer. That's why men get upset.
I disagree with
It's
that,
not.
Earl.
Why are you
It's not.
searching for somebody to add to your life?
Ooh.
Okay, so here's the thing. You're not searching for someone to add, right? You're supposed to complement each other, right? But if the only thing this woman is offering me is the same thing that I have, where do I find value in that?
So what if it's not? What if she's not there for you? What if you're there for her?
Then that's a one-sided thing. So why would that make sense? She needs to be a
It's not
homegirl, not a
necessarily
wife.
one side. If you're not gaining, but you're also not losing. At the same time, in life, she might need to level up to where you are. So you're complimenting
Okay,
her, but
yes,
you don't need complimented. You're already
but
there, and you guys just
but
walk
no.
together.
Okay, but we do, right? Laws of physics. We do, right? You can't. No matter can be neither destroyed or created, right? So even if that person is deficient in something and you're helping them, right? That energy that you're displacing and taking off of their plate, right? That depletes you. Right. So they also need to be in a position where they can pour into your cup. Maybe it's not financially, maybe it's spiritually, like my sister Faith said, right? Maybe it's socially, right? Maybe it's nurturing. Maybe she's that calmer side of you, right? Even though this woman may not have all the resources that you have, but she needs to have something that complements you or fulfills you in the area that you're deficient in. Other
Well,
than
what
that,
if
you just a sugar daddy.
But what if
so
it's the
you're
same if
willing
you're
you're
single? You're doing it by yourself. You're already completing
Mm-hmm.
your own self. You just have someone
Mm-hmm.
walking with you, not necessarily depleting you, but you're already building for yourself in a mindset of being single. you're already bringing both left side and the right side together to complete you as a whole. So even if you have someone else there that you're helping out as well, doesn't mean they're depleting you. But you've already figured
But
out
here,
how to gain the left and the right for yourself moving forward in life.
okay, so that would be a conversation of whether I want to just get the job done or get it done efficiently. As a man, we can be as successful as we want to be, as educated as we want to be, as renowned as we want to be. This still does not fill the void that a woman is supposed to bring to our lives,
So what if you
right?
don't
No,
have a
but you
void?
should
Okay,
have
so are
that
you?
void already filled before we got there.
Yes.
Yes.
Wait a minute. What void are you trying to fill with a person?
And ask,
Oh my God. Okay, here we go. Let's put this on. Right? Listen, that men don't walk in that hyper independent spirit of mindset, right? We can be self-sufficient, right? But we always know that there's a value that a woman can add to our life, even if it's not financially, if it's not monetarily or socially, spiritually, etc. Right? This woman can add to our life. There's always a better place you can do it. There's always an easier way to do it. As men, we just do it because the job needs to be done. We don't do it to get a pat on the back and walk around in this hyper independent like we don't need a woman because I can do it for myself. So I just require women to say, hey, ma'am, what are you prepared to add to? It's just like you go into a job interview and that person that's interviewing say, how can you increase our bottom line? If we hire you, how can you decrease? What value can you add to this company by us hiring you? You
What
all
if a
wouldn't want
person
to
I
just
am
has
not your
dinner set?
employee. I am your helpmate. I am your
Oh my
friend.
God.
Right. What if
I'm
we're
not
just
your
Do you
offering
understand what
balance?
an
employee.
analogy is? Do you understand what an analogy is?
Earl, don't
Right?
play with
It's
me.
Earl, you also said she has to fill where you are lacking. Why are you lacking in anything? You should be.
because I'm human. Because I am human. I am imperfect. I am imperfect. We were created to need one another. There's no point in life that I can get to where I would never need a woman.
Said you
But
didn't
see, the only
need
Technically,
her.
the only
difference is
thing that you would
wait,
need a woman
hold on,
for is
brother.
to
Wait,
recreate,
wait, wait,
though. Everything else you should be able to find within
wait,
yourself.
wait. Hold on for a second, brother. Right? I would argue the difference between
Dumb
women
question.
and
I don't
most
care.
men, the difference between women and most men, right, is that we have no problem admitting that we need our female counterparts. This new feminist and modern way of woman believes that they don't need men and that
I need to
they can
respond.
stand self-sufficient.
Can I respond to that?
Easy that if a woman asks that question, it's a stupid. But if a man asks the
Oh,
question, it's fucking brilliant. Y'all piss me the fuck off with that bullshit ass double standard ass
Whoa, whoa,
bullshit.
whoa. Don't
Y'all
say
in the
y'all. Don't
comments
say
talking
y'all.
all this bullshit like y'all don't ask the same question, but it's okay for y'all to ask it. Like, be for real.
I think we need to get away from that, Earl, because that's not right.
Man, I was walking with you. I'm walking down your block. Go ahead.
Listen, we Jesus. Earl, you be making people think that you hurt because of the things that you say. And I know that you're trolling because this is just you playing devil's advocate. And
Trolling. Now I'm 100% keeping it a buck. I
well,
believe
your
that
box is
men.
not even showing. You got your hand up, but you're not in the box.
Who, me?
You hear me?
Oh,
Whoa.
He is in a box.
I
It's
am in a
One
box.
box.
Right next to
it's
me.
black.
okay. Hold on. Let me say this, and I'll give this space to someone else. Right? You know the people that are intimidated or offended by what I say. You know who those people are? The people who self-reflect in what I say, right? I am unable to offend anybody unless they place value on my opinion. But if they lack the self-esteem or accountability to say, hey, something that brother just said resonated with me, and maybe I should shift. I don't need to tell the world that I disagree with Earl, right? Maybe I can just digest that. But those people that are hit with that, they're hurt. They feel the need to lash out,
But that's
right? But
not
if you
true, Earl.
didn't,
You are a
hold on,
walking
hold on. I'm landing.
contradiction.
It's spirit. It's spirit. I'm landing.
Okay, we could get on
If you
That,
purpose.
did
that
not,
flight is
okay,
crashing straight
listen.
into the
If you
water.
did not find, once again, in 4K, if you did not find value in my opinion, I am unable to offend you. I only offend those who find value in my opinion.
No, that's not it. I think
My
you
brother,
are.
at no point was I offended by your opinion, but I will argue it to say that not everything you just said was correct. Not coming from a hurt place, coming from a logical, reasonable
And that's
mindset.
fine, brother. But why did you find the need? Why did you think it was important to state that you weren't offended, if indeed I didn't say you were offended? Psychology 101.
I didn't want you to assume I was offended by coming at you that way.
I think we got to get away
I
from that.
think you need to stop playing games and
That
just have a
yeah,
regular
that
conversation.
doesn't
Like, what?
stop.
Psychology 101. You literally said anybody who disagreed with you was triggered. We're not triggered, or whatever the fuck word you use.
Right, and he was
And now you
responding
say,
to
oh,
that.
that's psychology
Now,
101. That ain't
relax,
address your comment.
relax,
Make it make
relax.
sense,
I
Earl.
said
Stop the
those people
games,
that
bro.
feel
Grow
the
up.
need to verbalize it, right? I can't help the people's level of maturity.
You need to
But if he
verbalize the
has
fact
no
that you thought that
rebuttal,
everybody that
you
So,
said
disagreed
if
lady,
they
with
have
you
listen,
a
once
rebuttal,
again,
was triggered.
ladies,
Like, come on
ladies,
now.
ladies,
Stop with
love or
these
never
mind
disrespect. I
games.
didn't come up here to make little of
Oh,
nobody.
Earl, we know what
Come
that
on
means.
now.
Finish with that stupid ass statement. You know disrespect coming right after.
Go
anywho.
ahead, Whoa.
Go ahead, John.
I only heard a small chunk of what you said, Mr. Earl, but I'm not gonna lie. You can I can relate to a lot of things that you're saying in the aspect of I know a bunch of brilliant people on here, right? This doesn't take away from them being brilliant. They will put a topic or a question or just have a conversation. They can't separate the emotional triggers or reactions from what I'm saying versus how I feel. Now, I'll never argue how you feel because that's how you feel. I can't do nothing about that. Hold on. But I will state something that even if it's a fact and it takes 2 seconds to look it up or go open a book to see it's a fact, they will find every emotional weapon against you to tell you it's wrong based off the emotional reaction. But in reality, it's right. Then it'll be like, well, it's your delivery. Then it'll be like, well, how you said it. Then it'll be it's like an emotional roller coaster. It's never enough. So sometimes I'm coming to the conclusion where you let those type of individuals have the battle. At the end of the day, you have that war inside of you. You know you're talking sanity. You know what you're saying is factual. Why go back and forth? Because once you made your mind up, I can't change it, right? You got it.
That part.
Factual to who? You? It's not facts. Just because you may think that something is a fact in your own mind, it's not
And no,
facts.
your opinions aren't facts. Opinions are just that,
Oh,
yours.
face, it's been a couple of times where you stated your opinion on something directly. I tell you, I can prove it. You
But we
talking,
ain't talking
you
about that
earlier
right now.
said
We was talking
that I
about the
was wrong.
Why
conversation
do
at
you?
hand.
This is the
I'm just
third.
saying.
But we was talking about the conversation at hand,
Wait,
so I'm
wait,
not
wait, wait,
understanding
Al.
what that has to do with anything.
Wait, Al. What the hell, whoa? Why do you gotta keep? I must have hurt your feelings and didn't know I hurt your feelings
You
because
see
this
what I
is the
mean?
fourth panel that you have came up and done this. I was not the topic of conversation, and you just made me the topic of conversation.
I was
Right.
using you as an example based off what Earl was talking about.
Why?
Cause I don't know nobody up here but you.
So
But you could have used a different analogy, is what she's saying. But okay. Anywho,
Okay, I could have used a better analogy, but my point still stands that when it comes to like I always had a quote that I use since I met Face and even when I first started being on this app. Some people are meant to be in the crowd and consume the knowledge, and some people are meant to be at the table to use the knowledge. Not everybody can be in both seats.
okay, so let me respond to you real quick. I'm gonna stand firm on my statement that I said to you earlier. I'm gonna stand firm on my statement I said to you yesterday. I'm gonna stand firm on my statement that I said to you a month ago. You have a one-track mind, and most of the time it is based on a male's mindset. You do not see both sides, you do not understand both sides, and you function in chaos. So sometimes when you come in and you add into the conversation, we hear chaos more than we hear facts. We hear chaos more than we hear opinions. And when I call you on your shit, you cannot get upset when I've given you several chances to bypass the shit that you say out of your face. So when you say it, I'm going to correct it, especially if you're on my panel. It's not to say that your feelings are invalid, but you cannot take your feelings of your personal interactions and apply it as facts and want everybody to eat it up like spaghetti. That's not how facts work. You are a one base person, just you by yourself.
So I got a question for everybody on the panel based on
Wait a
what
minute.
SJ said.
Wait. Before you even ask your question, the host had a question up there. Can we respond to that one first?
Please, because I didn't come for Earl to come take
Because
over.
this then went all the way
Oh
left.
God,
Let's go back to the
refrigerator.
host question. How about that one? Damn, you ain't got nothing to say now? That's fucked up. Anyway,
No, you was talking. I was waiting till you finish, or
okay, well, answer the
to
host
stop being
question. That's what
polite.
we gonna do.
Um, you
Hold
feel
on,
like
Al. I
that?
know I chewed him out, but that's still my little brother. He don't mean no harm. Hold on.
Yeah, none of y'all, y'all other people, no disrespect. Face can do that because that's my people. That's my little sister. We do this all the time. So don't get it construed or nothing like that. This is what we've been doing.
And I'm gonna
You
cuss
heard
your
me?
ass out every time. But go ahead,
And we're
answer
gonna
the
be back
question.
cool later. It don't matter.
He called you
So
little
boom.
sister today.
Do you feel that you attract people with bad habits, or do you have a wall up that repel those positive intentions? What could help you achieve a vision of success? Um, I feel like that type of question is more. It depends on the individual, and why I say that is, I have people on here based on the internet that I've been on this app so far. I don't really like people because people tend to like once they show their true colors. I'm good. I don't need no explanation. I just cut you off. So, but the people that I be around, I've met some people that naturally gravitate good energy. Like I'm a chaotic person at times. Face, even though I argue with Face all the time, we debate, we may go back and forth, whatever. One thing I can say about Face, she is a pure positive individual. Even on her bad days, it's like rainbows and unicorns to me. You feel me? She attract individuals like that. I've been around her for years, some change. I've witnessed individuals with the most defected, angry, sour hearts, anger, you name it, and she just attract these individuals. That's an example of an individual that takes the time to really learn themselves to a certain point where they know what they're capable of inside and out. She's not perfect, but the her she is today, 90%, I say a good 80% of individuals on here couldn't even handle a pinky of her. She attracts that type of energy. Now, the other side of the quarter is people like myself. Now, I can be overwhelming when it comes to attracting energy. When I say that, I mean I can draw out your energy if it happens, right? And sometimes I do it unconsciously. You feel me? It's just I'm an overwhelming energy when I want to be. You feel me? I don't know where I'm at in real life. In life, I'm still in the journey of figuring myself out, how I work inside and out. So I tend to do that sometimes, and I'm okay admitting that about a flaw about myself. I can drain people at times. So I say that it all depends on the individual. Then when it comes to dating or your significant other, you got to find a balance where one may be the individual that pours in, and the other individual that takes it, but what makes the key ingredient to that recipe is both individuals taking time to learn themselves, not just a partner, but continue learning themselves and a partner. I believe there's no such thing as a period in no relationship. It should only be commas. Just because I learn you today, 6 months from now, I shouldn't be stopped learning you. We wake up every day being different creatures on this earth. But a lot of us tend to get periods, stop, and then wonder why the relationship stopped with it. I land my plane.
I'll go next. Do you? I'm gonna answer it in parts. For the first part, I think it's a little bit of both. I know that I have a wall up, so like I tend to push people away. And I do tend to attract people with bad habits because at times I still have those bad habits. So I'm attracting what I am at the end of the day. And what's the rest? And I think the only person that can truly like help me reach my success is me. Not to say that there isn't somebody along the way that can like assist in my vision, but as far as like getting to success, I think that's probably only on me. Not to say that there won't be there someone there to support me, to push me, to make sure that I don't, forget my mission. But I think the version of success that an individual has for themselves, only they themselves can actually help themselves achieve that goal.
I approve her message.
I ain't gonna lie. Some people kind of shoot themselves in the foot when it comes to growth, and they think that's when they get in a relationship. That relationship also automatically cure them of the lack of growth. If you don't want it on the inside, you're not gonna get it on the outside. And no man or woman can help you do that.
Hey Earl, I ain't got a response to this question. I just want you to know, you gonna talk about me on my birthday, okay?
Your birthday, love?
No, my birthday is in April, but I'm gonna be naked, so I know I'm gonna be on your.
Huh? Huh?
Be what?
He
Wait,
gonna be
what?
like,
Wait a minute.
Be what?
Wait, huh?
What the
Huh?
hell you talking about, Faith?
what you mean? Because listen, my
Your son aired it,
no, it's
eavesdropping
all of
again.
them in here. My boy, listen, my birthday, I plan on wearing a dress, and let's just say the dress is see through a little bit.
Faith, oh come on now, Faith.
Hey, Faith, listen, my correction stops
What does
at
my
the.
marriage have to do with
No,
anything?
no, 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 no.
You a
Faith,
Even your
mama.
son's back there like, hold up, did daddy say this was okay?
look.
You heard him right.
Their daddy
Right,
might be
you
the one
see,
that picked it
My
out.
kids are you're married. What
exactly.
you mean?
You know the good book said the babies will cry out, right? But look, check this out.
Thank you, thank you.
Listen. My correction stops at your husband's boundaries, right? I reinforce the rules that your husband set as a man, for real. So I ain't got no smoke. If your husband ain't got no smoke for you, I ain't got no smoke for you,
I
sis.
don't,
Enjoy your
because
birthday.
listen, Earl, I dressed as a mother and a wife for the most part. I am always fully covered. But on my birthday, he said live your best life and whatever that looks like. And that's what I plan on doing.
Yep, and in that order, I just say as men, we enforce, especially when dealing with married women, we enforce the rules that their husbands set, not our rules. Just saying.
Call a crock of bullshit because you do that shit on your live all the motherfucking time, lying ass heifer.
I love you too, Mama G.
And I think I answered this question yesterday, Lloyd. Legendary.
No, we did because we had a troll to come in your live.
Oh, the one that say black women ain't shit. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, the one
Um,
that was trying to talk about the hood.
Charles the passport, bro?
oh no,
Hey,
he
I
Well,
blocked
love
in my
Charles.
life.
He a
I
I
cuss
can't
blocked
man.
him
stand
a long
him.
time ago. This was
Oh,
some other guy
he be
named
trying to get an Earl panel. I ask him out all the time. We be going back and forth for like a good 20 minutes. Then he'll be like, Earl, your mods are so sensitive. They keep denying my request. And we'll do it every time.
He came to my panel when Charles got blocked in my panel. He came over there and then he told me I am less than a wife because I do not I pretty much require my husband to help out inside of the home. And if you are a wife, you should never require the man to also help with the chores of the home. I'm confused.
that's a part of being
Why?
married. That's a
Yeah,
part
his
of being
hands ain't
married.
broke.
So being married, you supposed to spill into your significant other. You know, both of y'all give 100%, and when the other one can't, you be able to give 105. You know,
Legendary. May I ask, are you currently married?
Or Charles my ass.
no, I used to be.
So here's a question, y'all. As a and he made this statement to me because I'm a stay at home mom. So as a stay at home mom, is that woman responsible for 100% of the duties in the home because the man works?
No.
Yes, both of y'all are
Depends
responsible
on
for
her role in the relationship.
As a fellow stay at home mom, absolutely not.
Thank
both
you,
of y'all are
Chris.
responsible for 100% of the inside and outside. Both, not just one. Both. Y'all both got your name on the house. Y'all both always pay the bills. Both of y'all are responsible 100% of it.
Okay.
Y'all both
Uncomfortable
live there,
opinion.
you're responsible.
Oh
Wait.
Lord.
Uncomfortable opinion.
Hey,
Here we
Faith.
go. Uncomfortable opinion.
We
Okay.
want to hear it. We don't
No,
want to
no,
hear
let
it.
it
Mute
happen
up.
in 4K. In
Please mute
4K.
up. We
Listen,
hear it every day on
Faith,
your panel.
Faith,
We don't
ask
want to
that
hear it on
question again,
Legendary.
please,
Don't
sister.
ask
Ask that
him.
question
Don't ask
Okay,
him,
again.
Faith.
no, Mama
No.
G, no,
Oh my
Mama G.
God.
Let's
Why are
eat
you
because
doing
he's
this to
sitting up.
us on this beautiful Saturday, Faith?
Because
Ignore
Mama G,
him. He
you
will
know
go
what?
away.
He's sitting up here with a whole bunch of mamas, but two mamas in particular that are stay at home. So I want to hear it. I want to hear it because Nip been
I'm
waiting.
fucking with
So
Charles.
Go ahead. Ask the question, please.
so the question
Say it.
was, because I am a stay at home mom and he works. Am I solely responsible for taking care of the home?
In this part, if that is the role you agreed to before having said children, then yes, you should uphold it. You should be the primary, not mean sole, primary responsibility. Just like it's his primary responsibility to provide. That doesn't mean that you can't help out, right? But if you're the stay-at-home mom, it is your primary responsibility.
Mm-mm.
So hold up. So all right. Hey y'all.
Hey, man.
Hey, Nivy,
So
how you doing,
oh, I'm
sis?
beautiful, baby. So
I'm gonna need you to take over what you couldn't do yesterday, okay? Because it was tough, but I did it. But I need you to tag team,
I
tag me.
appreciate you being out in them battlefields, ma'am. I appreciate you. So dig it. So as so many times, I'll tell you what turned me into a stay-at-home mom is the fact that it made no absolute zero sense for me to spend 40 hours away from my baby just to only make barely enough to pay for the place that my baby is going to go and the lack of care that's involved while they're there. So I cannot say that if that conversation doesn't happen when you're a stay-at-home mom, that makes you the CEO or the general manager of the household. That still means that you delegate. You are not 100% in charge, because at the end of the day, if you've got two adults or even children that can pull their own weight, you're not solely responsible. Everybody plays a part because everybody live here.
What you said, right? You delegate. So isn't it true that as wives, right, you all create what we like to call honey-do lists, right, of things that need to be done around the house, done involving the children, right? Because you're more in tune, and that was your primary responsibility, right? However, right, these are the things you're delegating. These are the things you need me, your helpmate, right, to assist with. You all make those lists for us, correct?
My husband don't do that. My husband know what need to get done. He
Right?
got
Why
eyes.
did
He
he
can look
never
around.
tell you? You live
I don't make a
there,
list for my husband
The only
either.
list I make is a shopping list, because
right?
he's
Okay,
only
but
going
call
to
it
that
that.
store and getting what's on the shopping list.
Because here's the thing. Why do I have to make you a list when you can see it with your own face? I'm not making you a list. Yes, I get it. You are out and about and you are working every day. Now, my situation is a little bit different because, yes, I am a stay-at-home mom, but my husband works over the road. That is why I'm a stay-at-home mom. He's not available as much as he can be. And again, we have a house full of boys. They cannot be left alone for a long period of time. So, yes, I had to leave corporate America to be a full-time mom. Does that mean I signed up to be a full-time slave in a house? No, I did not. I'm sorry. I am going to have the type of children and the type of men that know how to wash clothes. They know how to wash their ass. They know how to cook dinner. They know how to make for themselves. They know how to take care of themselves. They know how to pick up behind themselves. I am not raising young men to find a woman and depend on that woman to do everything for them, because if they mama ain't gonna do it, you better damn show
Okay.
fat that that woman ain't gonna do it. You're not gonna treat that woman as if she's your servant just because you decide to give her a
Okay.
little bit of Peter every now and again and pay a couple bills.
Okay.
It is
But
not
at the
equivalent,
same,
sir.
Wait,
But the
wait,
but
argument
wait.
with the
I'm
list,
not.
if you go
Wait,
shopping
wait.
with a
Hold on.
list,
Wait.
correct? You
Face,
go, even
face.
though you're at the house and you know what you don't have at the house, you still need to make a list to
I
know
don't.
what needs picked up.
I
So in
don't.
the
I
I'm
same
take
gonna
a
regard, if
picture of the
someone's not there
fridge.
all the time, if you make them a list of what needs to be done, they at least know what needs to be done, checked off
I
their
can
list.
I can
But
agree,
you
Poppy,
can
but
see
here's the
that the
thing, because you know
garbage
what
is
needs to be
full. Why
done.
do I have to write a list? You can see that, God forbid, the kids broke a hole in the
Mama G,
wall.
be real. We
Like,
not talking
come
about
on
taking
now.
out no
Like, you
garbage.
can
So
Come
see
on,
that
so
be
the
real.
grass is growing hard as
and that
hell.
and that's where I was exactly going, Mama G. Like, if you come up and let's say when my husband go out on the road, well, you know this,
That's
he's
disingenuous.
gone for weeks at a time.
You're
So the
disingenuous and
things
not
that he
trying to take
normally will
responsibility and
fix,
actually looking to see what needs to be done in the household that you also live in. Why is it our responsibility to make sure that the kids get their checklist off when they have to get shit done? And also a grown ass man who lives in the household, who walks through the house, who can visually
But
fucking
if you
see
don't
unless
look at
he
a
blind and
list
avoid
such
getting.
as
I'm not
an
done. I'm not
assignment, you
done.
look at it as a reminder. Hey, these three things
Thank
need to
you.
get done. Can you do these three things?
Why would he have to remind you? I don't have to be reminded to give you a guap guap 3000 when you want, you know?
But as
Like,
as a
come on.
person that works 70 hours a week, I might not be totally visual when I get in the house, ready to see what needs to be done. You're there all day. You go, all right, these things need to get done.
Okay, so Mama G, let's take this into consideration. I think, if I think about it that way, yes, I make a list. I don't it's not paper. There's a whiteboard that we have with a whole bunch of things that needs to be done as well as when bills are due, and he looks at that when he comes home. It's not a way of me making a list and telling him what to do. It's just a list of things that need to be done around the house. Now, from that, he looks at it and he pretty much picks what he can do off of that list, but I'm not creating it for him. I'm writing it down for myself. I don't want to have to write something down for you to tell you what needs to be done if this is your home as well. That means when things are put out of place and things are out of place, you should recognize it just as much as me because this is our home, not just
So,
mine.
You go
oh,
to the bathroom and sitting there, and in front of you is that full ass laundry basket. You could at least put it in the washing machine. Not you don't have to do the whole thing like, babe, I threw that in the
so
washing
wait, wait,
machine.
wait, 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 wait.
Like it's not
Hey,
gonna unalive you to wash
Wait,
your
wait, wait,
own
wait.
work
Hold on,
hey,
Mama
clothes.
look,
G.
say
Hey,
something.
Whoa got something to say though before you say something, bro. Whoa been he put his hand in the
Okay,
chat.
go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Say, just to play devil's advocate, it sounds like the the account the contribution, the part that the woman plays at home, it seems like is getting scaled more than the part that the man plays outside of the house. If Because I've heard other women speak about traditional relationships and the things that y'all saying that may be problematic or an issue to y'all. I've heard other black women say on panels like this, they're okay being to stay up on that, or a wife that handles all the chores, the responsibilities and stuff like that. You feel me? Plenty of times. You feel me? Because they feel
You
like
Have any of them said that they did it?
you
the role
telling
as
us
the
that
man is
because they
to,
want a biscuit?
yes,
Well, that's
bye.
not well,
Yeah, like
No,
women
I'm
are not
saying,
all
can
the
y'all hear me?
same.
well, it's not factual. Here's
Hey, does Mama G got an issue or something or
no.
something? Because she started saying something
Listen,
to me.
whoa,
I'm
she's
just
fine.
responding to
She
what you saying. Why you
I
getting
don't even
offended?
respond when
You
I say
whoa,
it like
responded to
that.
my comment by saying my
I'm about to
question was
get tweaking in
stupid,
this
but
motherfucker. I'm
then
trying
whoa,
to be
it's
cool.
a
she's
problem if I
cool.
respond to you. Like,
It
what
was
are you?
dumb as hell.
She's
Come on now.
cool. She
That's her
no,
That
personality.
was
That's
30
her.
minutes ago,
that's
G. That
honestly
was 30
just
You
minutes
her,
ago.
opened
bro.
the
We
She's
cool.
floodgates, and here we are,
cool.
my love.
And I'm
Hey, Face, you
telling
know
you to
I
chill
tweak out,
out.
Face.
She's
I'm trying to be cool.
cool.
The funny thing is, this is not the first time me and him have come
All
across
right.
each other. He knows me. I've come across him on other panels. Me
I
and him
do.
have gone back and forth on other panels. It is what it is.
I don't know
So
him.
so I just think I think we gotta first of all, let me explain one thing. Do I like taking care of my family? And Nip, tell me if I'm wrong here. Yes, I love to take care of my family. I love to make sure they're good, but I get tired too. And I don't know if you have done it. Doing housework and taking care of an entire family 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days out of the year, 366 on a leap year, that shit is exhausting
Talk
physically
about it.
and
Wait.
mentally. Here is the
Okay.
crazy. Let me
Go ahead.
cook.
No,
I'm
go ahead.
frying real quick. I'm frying real quick. Okay, you done drove
You
that
don't said a
long
whole
ass
lot. Let
flight.
her finish, G. Let her finish. Go ahead.
So hold on, because guess what? When you say that this is what I want you done, you are not available when I am mentally exhausted and I'm in the closet, boohoo crying, wiping my tears, but still got to get up from there because I got to make you dinner. I got to make them dinner. We got school projects due. We got damn Valentine's Day coming up. I got birthday coming up. You putting more shit on the list that I don't make for you, but yet you putting it on the list for me to go do for you while you out of town and you ain't even asked me what the hell I got to do today with these damn kids. Once again, I got all boys. So when I'm done with that, I got to run to football practice on this side, soccer practice on that side, band practice on that side, still get home, still cook dinner, still make sure everything is taken care of, and focus on their schoolwork as well as focus on y'all and y'all health. Because guess what y'all don't do? While y'all are out there providing and protecting and do everything else, y'all give two shits about your health. So we got to also add that onto our list to make sure you go to the doctor, make sure your colons are checked, make sure your nuts are checked, make sure you damn good. And by the time that is done, guess what? When everybody else in the house is asleep and snoring and slobbing, guess what we're still doing? We're prepping for the next day. We're getting clothes out. We making sure you got clean clothes. We making sure your work bag is ready. Lunch is done. Dinner is prepped for the next day. And by the time that we lay down, it is 3 o'clock in the morning, and we got to be right back up at 5 to get these kids on the bus and start that shit all over again. Most mothers, especially the ones that are stay at home, they're function on 2 to 3 hours of sleep on a 24-hour period. And no mother that is
Now,
at home can lie and say that that is not facts. We do
now
not
hold on.
sleep,
And you know, what
bro.
makes it worse is
Now
some of
hold
us
on, Earl.
homeschool.
Now hold on,
Okay.
Earl. So check this out though. Check this out though. I want to say something counter to that. Cause you feel me? A lot of my brothers, including myself, I don't do it anymore. But a lot of my brothers do out of state construction, work on oil rigs and so forth and so forth. I told you this a couple of times, Face.
Well, you you,
So
you cut Nip
hold on.
off. You cut Nip off. She was actually talking, and then you told Earl to hold on, but Nip was already talking, bro.
I appreciate you. Go ahead, bro. I'll go after you.
All right. What I was gonna say is now from your perspective, and I'm not saying that's not light work. You feel me? Yes, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of stuff that got to get done. That's very exhausting, especially to a woman like yourself, knowing that I know what you're going through. Yes, I'm not gonna take it away from that from you, but I'm speaking of overall in general conversations when I hear about this. It seems like it's a coalition when it comes to the woman and what the woman part is versus when it comes to face. I know you're gonna jump. Hold on now. When it comes to the woman and not just the woman, the mother, the wife, and the woman, the part that they play versus the other side of the quarter, it gets dumbed down or watered down to the part that they play. And the reason I say that, I can't speak for your husband. I can't because I don't know him past the internet. I can only speak to my brothers that I know in real life. My best friend, right? He spent more than an hour away from his daughter. He physically in pain. He physically in pain. He physically emotional, right? That's him having a regular job. When he started doing construction, him being away from his daughter for being around his daughter only twice a month because he works construction out of state. Go to that man and tell him he doesn't feel the same way that you feel about your kids and the stuff that you got to put in when it comes to dealing, being a mother, a woman, and a householder, the person that turns that house into a home. Go tell my best friend that how he feels is invalid or not in the same rapport of how you feel. You can't. He'll look at you
No,
like you crazy. Hold on first,
no.
I'm not done. He goes weeks being away from his family. He go weeks being away from his
Oh my
kids. He
God.
go weeks going away from his wife, his girl. You feel me? He don't know what's going on, right? He's battling the world. And
You
as
don't
a
know what's
black
going
man,
on, but you don't know what's going on either because you ain't that
face,
man.
face. Why you not? Why is it that you not giving the same respect you without having let you talk?
But I am giving you the same respect. But
No, you
damn,
not.
you
You
are
cut
going
me off.
on and on and on about somebody else's
Face, you
story that is
driving
not
jet ski, but I ain't say
yours.
nothing. You was
It's
driving the
not
Camel, but I ain't say nothing.
yours. It's
Face, you
not
was driving the whole Snell, but I ain't say nothing.
yours. Say
You
it
was
with
driving the whole
me.
Snell.
You are using a story that is not
All right, I
yours. It
can't
is
talk.
still
All right,
based
face.
on
All right, face.
perspective of
You
what
got it. You
you
got it, face. I
see.
don't even want to talk
You
about it
don't
anymore.
live it because it's not your life. It's
It's still
not
relevant,
yours.
but it's relevant to the conversation.
But at the same
He's not
time,
in
though,
the household and
Wait,
he
what
doesn't
point
know
are we
all
arguing now?
everything.
I'm actually not quite sure. I think it was just talking about like stay-at-home moms and the differences between or people putting stay-at-home mothers on a pedestal and what they do and discounting what the hard work that men put forth in providing for said home. And I don't like that. I feel like there's two in my house. My husband's the head coach, I'm the assistant coach, but we're still the coaching staff.
That part.
So like, so everything, you know what I mean? Like, we run the plays together. We put the playbook together, but he calls the plays. It's not any more difficult than that. But what I will say is, and Earl, get ready. I do think that men don't understand that you only got one job.
Right.
You don't understand. So like, while I can empathize with, how men feel, because I know how much men love their babies. I know it. I've seen it. I've seen frowns go to smiles instantly by the thought of and the sight of, oh my God, it's over. At the same time, you got one job. Like, so when you're away, let's say you're away for a week, that means that woman is in them house with them kids every day that week with no break. And that is waning. That, but it's still, but it's also what she signed up for. I ain't gonna say that either. Like, I really
Sign up
feel
for this
like
shit. I ain't signed up for this shit. I
yes, you
was
did.
asleep.
Let
Yes,
her
the
I
fuck
finish.
was
you
Let her
did.
asleep
cook.
all
Yes, the
three
fuck you
Let
times.
her
did.
cook.
I ain't
Shut up.
signing up for
Let her
this.
cook.
I was
Let her
Yeah,
asleep.
cook.
look,
Let her
listen.
cook.
I
Go
know
ahead.
I did, and I look at taking care of my family as an honor. It's an appointment. You know what I'm saying? I love what I can do, but I'm also still human, and I'm also gonna break. But a lot of that to what I crown my husband for is he has a great organizational mind, so he can break it down in step one, step two, step three. And so I can, it helps me, it clears the way for me. So I really feel like in a lot of these conversations, we don't honor the other and honor that the opposites are there for a reason. If men are so fucking logical and women are so emotional, then that means those two things need to come together and work together for the greater good. It shouldn't be something that we're divisive about.
That freaking
Okay.
part.
See, you
Okay.
guys have
So
been
allow
arguing it
me
on a
to
marriage standpoint.
wait.
What
Wait, wait.
happens
Hold
when
on.
you're a single parent, you work 70 hours a week, you have a full-time child that lives with you, and you balance all her schooling and everything, and you don't have a partner? There is no
I don't
one to
know
help.
nothing. Yeah, I don't know
But
nothing about that. I hope you have a
we're
strong
not
support
talking about
system.
those individuals.
Yeah,
He's
We're
a
not
single
talking
I
father.
about
don't know,
those
Poppy. I
So
individuals.
can't mention it because I
so
don't live that life.
But here,
Yellow
can I say this though?
See, you
Yellow
guys
is
argue
a single
within the
father.
household when someone being away from the house and someone working inside the house. But what happens when you do both jobs?
Yeah,
We're not
he's
Pray,
talking
a single
about those
father.
people. We're
pray.
not talking about them. But if I may, please, because I want to allude to something my sister Faith said, and I want to give my sister Nip her flowers for what she just said. Right? What I took away from this whole dialogue we just had over the last 12 minutes, right? People are signing up for jobs that they're not qualified for, right? If listen, being a wife and a mom, being a husband and a dad come with job requirements, right? Don't apply for the job if you know it's going to come with hardships, it's going to come with disappointment, it's going to come with times
You
when
know
you're
I'm about to rip
discouraged.
into you.
Hold on, it's going to come with times when you're discouraged, let down. You know, but if you're not willing to keep going and fulfill your responsibility, no one says that you shouldn't have a shoulder to cry on. We're not saying that. No one says that we should compete and compare what a wife has to do compared to what a husband has to do. These are innate responsibilities. Stop signing up for these jobs if you're not qualified for them. With these women and some of these men, well, I rarely hear the men, but I will address them too. When y'all come to these panels, y'all cry about, oh, with the kids, we be tired and everything else and this, that, and the third. Your man ain't complain. He got up. He got bunions on his feet. His knee about to give out. He losing weight, stressed out. He still get up and punch that clock because he has to do it, right? And to those mothers that know that you all are withered, tired, probably unheard, and everything else. But you know these little badass kids got to be provided for. You get up and you do it, right? But then there's those of us individuals, right, that feel the need to come to social media and cry wolf about it. You applied for a job you was not qualified for,
How many
or
more
sit
shots you
back and
gonna
give
pull
that
before
job
you
to
expect me
somebody
to
else.
respond, Earl? How many more shots you about to fire before you
Hold
expect me to
on.
I'm not firing
respond?
no shots, sis.
Let him
I'm
give me
not.
my flowers first, Face. Let him give me my
Okay.
flowers first. Go ahead.
I'm not right. I'm just saying it's not a competition. We're supposed to be complimenting. Both jobs are hard, and both jobs, your job, right, is get this primary and secondary. You have your primary role, whether you got a feminist mindset or a misogynist mindset, whatever the agreement between the two of those individuals was before entering into that union. That's what you abide by. If you abided to something and now you done got in it and it's overwhelming, you need to go back to the drawing board. You need to sit down and have a freaking discussion, right? If you on here barking at us about something your wife done did or your husband done did, but you ain't talked to them about it, make that shit make sense. You signed up for a job you were underqualified, ma'am and sir. You feel me? Stop playing in these people's face. Go ahead.
So
Hold on, but I didn't hear
Earl,
my
hold on.
flowers. I didn't hear my flowers. I ain't hear
I
not that one flower.
Oh no,
He was
sis.
never trying to give you none. He was
No.
just trying to come up here and
Negative
throw
Batman.
shots. You
Negative
probably
Batman.
muted real
Because
quick.
okay,
so
David, go ahead.
what Earl just said something about people signing up. Mistakes are made. People make mistakes. People change on a day-to-day basis. Situations change and stuff like that. Maybe they was ready for it at the beginning. They didn't expect everything in life to change like it did. So they had everything prepped out. They knew the angle that they was going in, and then turn around, something hindrance happened in that run that caused them to go that way. Maybe life, a lot of stuff in life changes on a regular basis. Then when people don't, you can prepare yourself as much as you can, but at the end of the day, something can change and make it not the way that you want. Everybody runs into brick walls and don't know how to handle that brick wall. People are raised in certain ways, and they don't understand how stuff goes. The way they did, the way that they learned, they didn't get out there. Once they got out there in the street and they start paying attention to stuff, oh, I was raised this way, but I didn't see stuff that way. So they go off of what they know, what they seen, what they witnessed. So you got to understand, like, you can prepare yourself as much as you really want to, but you can never really get over that hump until you meet them.
I
What you
agree.
call on the job training.
Can I respond
I
real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I heard everything that you said. I heard it. Um, but I'm gonna stand firm on what I said when I say people didn't sign up for this. See, people hear one part of what you say and they run with it. They run with it. See, when you made all them statements, I can only speak for a stay-at-home mom. For me, I didn't choose this life. This life chose me. I was working in corporate America, but unfortunately, somebody had to stay home with the children. Somebody had to make a choice. So me and my husband sat down at the table and looked at the income coming in. That's how we came to the decision to say who is going to be at home and who needs to go out on the road. And then add medical conditions that I also didn't sign up for, added on top of my life issues, on top of my children. And the thing is, Earl, the thing is, when women or mothers, when we have our own medical conditions, bro, guess what we don't do? We don't put that into
Care of
discussion.
myself.
We don't
Yep.
talk about it. We don't discuss it. We don't let y'all know anything that is going on. Reason why is because we need you to have your mindset on the prize, and we need these kids to stay clear-minded. So everything that I'm about to suffer through, on top of taking care of my home, I'm about to suffer through it by myself because I'm still so concerned about your mental capacity and their mental capacity while I'm still trying to hold my shit together. And a lot of times when I'm trying to hold this shit together, I ain't got nothing to hold it together. There ain't no glue. There ain't no tape. There ain't no seat. There's nothing, bro. And a lot of times when these stay-at-home moms are getting up here or these mothers are saying things to you, they are not unraveling. They are not complaining. They are breathing for the first time in a long time. Sometimes being a stay-at-home mom, bro, you can't breathe. You cannot breathe.
Trade yourself for the household.
And when I tell you, as a person that has worked since I was 14 years old, and now I've been a stay at home for the last 2 years, I am one to say it loud and proud. I lost my whole identity in my kids, in my husband, and inside my home because my focus has nothing but being a nurturer and taking care of these people that's in this house. So when I say I didn't sign up for something, it's not saying that I dislike being a mom or dislike being a wife. There's other things that come into play that a lot of people do not talk about. We don't talk about the mental capacity of mothers. We don't talk about the mental capacity of fathers. I can't take that away from you. I'm not going to tell you that you ain't shit parent just because you the man. I don't know what that looks like. But money is one thing, and physically being here is completely different. And a lot of times when we are here all the time, 24/7, yes, it makes you guys as the man, as the provider feel good, but we lose ourselves. And once we lose ourselves, if I'm keeping it a buck, it's only a matter of time before we lose you too.
Okay, I
Because
agree
you're
with
going to be
everything that
focused
you
on
said.
where was that wife that I married all these umpteen years ago? Where was the woman that I wanted all these umpteen years ago? She has changed because that's not the same person anymore, bro. So we have to take that into consideration. That's it. You threw shots at me, so I had to
No,
fire
I
back
didn't throw
at your
shots
ass.
at you,
This made
sister.
me want to go hug on my husband. I'm gonna see y'all later.
Check this
Oh,
out,
girl,
right?
go hug for me too.
Check
I
this
didn't
out,
hear.
right? I agree with everything that you said except for one thing, right? Okay, first I'll address this. When I speak, I know my audience, right? I'm not speaking to single people. I'm not speaking to people that purposely chose to go at life alone. I'm speaking to other like-minded individuals, those people that have husbands, wives, or live-in co-parents, right? That's my audience, right? I know my audience. Now, to the second part is, when you say I didn't sign up for that, you most definitely did. When you took your vows, you said for rich, for sickness and health, for rich and poor, said nothing about being happy. You signed up for that. As a man, I know I signed up for that. I said I commit to this woman. I don't care if she catches cancer, loses both her legs, her arm, and two eyeballs. I'm gonna be committed to her. That's what I agreed to, right? So even when the path gets hard and I'm met in the face of adversity, I'm still supposed to stay the course. That we most definitely agree for all of that, right? And I'm not saying, and I heard you, sister, right? That as women, you all need a little more space to be heard. But the problem is when you come to social media and I, not your husband, I, not your brother, I, not your son, is that leaning shoulder for you to lean on? You're taking something away from those men in your space that you are supposed to lean on, not you as an individual, sister. Just walk with me, right? You're leaning on. That's why I'm speaking to other people with like-minded. I wouldn't say some of the stuff I would say if I didn't know I was talking to a married woman, right? I'm talking to other individuals that are stay-at-home moms that do, you know what I'm saying, what we're talking about. When the brother down below, when my brother down below said, well, what about those individuals that do it on their own? I specifically said we are not addressing those people. My conversation is not for them. They still have a level to go. They still haven't even acknowledged the fact that they can't do it on their own, that their best is not good enough. They simply settle for just getting the job done rather than getting the job done efficiently. So we're not even on the same page. But I
You're
do
not,
agree,
because you
sister.
ain't reading the comments.
I don't listen. Don't read the
Wait
comments.
a
Mama G,
minute.
find your ass up in the
Wait a
comments.
minute. So repeat that last part for me.
So
Which part,
you
sister?
said that
Wait,
married
no,
people are elite compared to single people who do it all
no,
by
no, no,
No, take
themselves.
that
no,
away from what
no,
I
no,
just
no,
said.
no. Wait. I want him to say what he just said one more time.
Okay, which part, sister?
The last part. I'm not with the married coalition. I raised mine by myself, so I'm only chiming in on what applies to
Okay,
me.
okay, okay, okay. So did you raise them by yourself intentionally? Was it your choice to raise them by yourself?
I don't think anyone who has children and becomes single parents chooses to become single
Okay.
parents.
So once you become a single parent, did you purposely not go out and seek another partner? Did you purposely take on that task yourself?
I'm a believer in when you go looking for shit, you don't know what the fuck you gonna come up with.
Okay, so
I
so so
have
what
wait.
go ahead.
I have four daughters.
Mm-hmm.
I've been S8 before when I
Mm-hmm.
was a child.
Mm-hmm.
So you're very cautious as to who you allow in your
Mm-hmm.
children's life because some people that come with no attachments, they do vicious things. But then again, people who come with attachments do
Mm.
vicious things. So
Okay.
therefore, sometimes you just gotta weigh your options out.
Okay. I hear you, sister, but what I'm about to say, you gotta
Wait,
weigh
wait, wait. Let me
with
finish
what
my
you say.
statement. I raised
Okay,
six by
go ahead.
myself. Just hear me out.
Go ahead.
22, 21, 20, 17, and two 16-year-olds, okay? Not once did I ever complain. You understand? I wasn't one of those ones that complain. I didn't go file child support. I didn't do none of that shit. I bit the bullet and I took care of them. Because you're right, I made the choice to have them. So they were mine solely, if nothing else. So every single parent ain't complaining about doing this shit by themselves. He was just chiming in on think about the ones that do have to do it
I never
solely
said
by
that brother said
themselves.
anything wrong. I never said I disagree with anything that he said. I said I was not addressing those individuals. Two different things. Now, what I will say to what you just shared with us, sister, and love and never disrespect, right? Oftentimes, oftentimes, single parents allow their children to become collateral damage to their unhealed trauma.
Mm.
I'll
And
say
I
it
Disrespect.
am
again.
so glad.
I'll say it again. So it's not, people don't choose not to take it offensively. Oftentimes, single parents allow their children to become collateral damage because of their own unhealed trauma. And
Okay,
what
so
I
let me
mean
ask
by
you.
that,
Right,
wait, wait,
explain it.
wait, wait, wait,
What do you
can I,
mean by that?
wait, wait, can I finish? Just,
Mm-hmm.
I want to give you the other side of it, right? Because even though we know we have the best intentions for our children, we have the best intentions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes our best isn't good enough. These little human beings need the experience of both parents,
Okay,
not
so
just one. So wait,
okay.
hold on, both parents. Now that doesn't mean you just gotta have you a man in your bed. That's not what I'm saying, right? There's other men, there's other women in your community that you can allow to pour into your children. You don't want a single parent doesn't have to sit and beat their chest. I'm strong and independent. I'm doing this on my own until things go left, and then it's not my fault because the other parent wasn't there, right? This was never meant for us to do on our own, not even raising children. And I apologize for what you experienced, sister, right? But even in light of that, right, the children still have necessities beyond your experiences, right? So even you as a strong black woman, intelligent woman, right, there's still some areas you may have been deficient at that a man could have filled that void, right?
Okay.
But you got the job done. I'm not taking that from you, sister. You got the job done. But ask yourself, did you get it done efficiently?
Okay, so let me ask you this question.
Using the word
So
efficiently
wait,
wrong.
no, wait. Let me just ask this question. So you feel that, and I'm asking a question. So do you feel that children who are more successful and succeed more are likely from two parent households? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying children need the experience of both parents.
Okay,
It does
so
it
let
has
me,
no
can
it
I
has
just,
no bearing on the whether they're successful or they become POSs, right? But in order for you to hold that child accountable as an adult, you have to give them the proper training, the proper tools, and the proper environment. If you have deprived them of any of those things, you cannot hold them accountable as an adult, as a parent, if you did not provide them with any of those three pillars. If any of those three pillars were missing and those children went awry as an adult, then us as parents, we failed them.
okay, so I mean, I don't even feel like I don't have no comment for that because I feel like at the end of the day, if we talk about how they're going to turn out or what they're going to be like in life or whatever the case may be, when it comes to successful people, a lot of successful people came out of single parent households and came through a struggle. Now, did I struggle with my kids? Yeah, but they didn't know it. They didn't know it. These motherfuckers so spoiled that they don't even realize we was fucked up. I knew it. They didn't know it because they weren't supposed to know it. And regardless to who I had them with, or they all got one dad, but he wasn't shit. I didn't tell them that. I wasn't that person. I let them get their own introduction of that person. I let him introduce himself to them. I don't know. I just kind of sort of don't agree with a lot of things when people put the, like I said, your topic on your page is what triggered me about the
Oh,
whole
sister,
single
you still
parents
stuck on
thing.
that. You
No,
still
yeah,
stuck.
because you said we are professional victims. I ain't never played a victim. I was a go getter. I just got it done. Simple. Now I know a lot of whining ass bitches, whether they single, married, or had a parent, two parent households. They go be who they are. People just have different personalities, and people deal with things differently than other people. Everybody's not the same. Even in a two parent household, one parent household, or shit, no parents at all. Cause see, that's what I had, none at all. I just had a grandma and granddad. So people just it is just different everywhere.
Wait, can I ask you a question then? Real quick. Notice you, okay, so you chose, and I'm not picking apart your story. I'm listening to how you chose to explain your story, right? Notice you
Hmm.
said that that you struggled a little bit, raising them, right? But the children didn't know it, right?
Hmm.
Because you did to the best of your ability to shield them from that, right? So do you think that they're going to go into life with a good perception of how relationships work, a good dynamic of how to conduct themselves when they're disappointed, disagree with, or let down if you never set that example for them? Even though you did a good job, you got the job done, but they never saw mama suffer. They never knew that even though mama got the job done, mama could have had it easier if she would have did it with someone else.
Um. Hmm.
Just because someone's there doesn't make it easier.
Yeah. Because the three oldest ones, their dad was actually in the house with us, and I was still doing it by myself.
Okay, so and I'm not taking that away
So
from you.
with
The
that being said, I just dropped the extra weight. What I need you here for? I can do bad by my motherfucking stuff. And it
okay,
wasn't even
so you
financial. Like you wouldn't put nothing into this at all. You wasn't pouring into shit. Like what are you here
but
for?
wait, you made that choice for your children. They didn't choose that. You chose that as a mother. Your children didn't
So
choose
you
it.
feel that women are supposed to stick with a nothing ass person so that kids can have a structure, a vision of two people being in the household? Because that's all it is a vision. If a
What
person is in a household with you and they ain't doing shit, isn't that just what you're giving them? A vision of two people in the household when really one person is doing it all?
Well, I'll give you a prime example. Your children received the same thing that we just received on this panel. We received your view of what actually happened. We don't know his side. We don't know his character, right? Those children are the same way. They're looking up at mama. Mama said because she thinks that this man is unworthy of being in our spaces, present, right? That he don't need to be there. And we're okay with that because we trust mom,
Mama
right? So
G, the thing
so
about it is,
but
let
this
me
is what
comment back to
happened.
her real quick. He can't make me feel no type of way because at the end of the day, he's still all alive. Ain't nobody locked up, and we good around these parts. I can't feel no type of
No,
way.
and no,
I'm
no, no.
good.
This isn't your personal experience. I'm not digging at your experience. I'm just saying because even myself, I'm not perfect, right? I had to learn this the hard way, right? But us as parents, as custodial parents, when we choose to remove the other parent because our feelings are hurt, because we passed judgment and we didn't think of the kids that also benefited from those individuals. Look, a woman can be a shitty wife to me, a cheating girlfriend, a cheating wife, a low down, whatever, but she can be a kick ass mom. I would never take that kick ass mom from my kids because she was a shitty wife to me. I would
Okay,
never do
so
that.
let me just
Oh,
put
how
this
is
out
that being
there.
efficient in a marriage and showing a positive relationship?
Okay, I actually, I'll listen. If you want to know,
Wait a
brother,
minute.
I'll
Wait
explain
a
to you.
minute. So when we were together, he was not. But any motherfucker that could sit up and fire up a bubbler, and if you know, you know, in front of their motherfucking kids, I did the right choice. I made the definite decision not to have that bullshit around my kids, cause fuck that.
Okay.
Period.
And I'm not doubting your judgment. I'm just saying the perception. This is what happens, right? Because even outside, if we remove your situation from the equation, right? What if it's another single parent, man or a woman, right? That made a stupid decision that they got the other parent, the co-parent, the biological parent, the step parent, the godparent. They kicked them out of these kids' life because their feelings were hurt. Because that
I
other
mean,
parent, wait, wait,
there's
wait, wait, wait.
bitter people in every
Mhm.
situation. If they're bitter, they're bitter. All I'm telling you is, Jada, I speaking to I can't speak for everybody else. I wasn't a bitter bitch. I was a smart bitch. I'm just saying.
Okay, I digress. But to my brother at the bottom, um, it's not the view of two people being in a household. It's a level of maturity and co-parenting. It's recognizing that there are responsibilities beyond your own emotions as an individual, even as a husband and a wife. You
So
have
if you said she's out cheating on you and
wait,
that,
hold on.
how is that showing a positive dynamic within the household between two people?
Okay, so once again, you have an obligation beyond yourself and your own emotions when you are a parent, right? Your feelings are a you problem. Deal with them responsibly. I'm not saying let yourself be abused. I'm not saying let yourself be emotionally manipulated, but make your next move your best move and it better consider your kids and not just how you feel in the moment.
So you take your mental health out of it for your
No,
children, and you
deal with your
show them
mental
that
health.
that's okay.
That's what therapy is for.
Why do you think we
Deal
have
with it.
such a fucked up generation right now who think everything is self entitled when their parents removed them from a situation they need to be in?
Because those individuals put their feelings before the logic and the responsibility of upholding that household. Okay, I'll give you an
Well, I'm about
example.
to be an
Wait,
asshole and
wait,
ask you
wait,
a
wait. Hold on, wait,
question.
wait, Mama G. Let me land here. Let me land here. Right. If we look at big mamas, I ain't talking about these current day big mamas because they only 35 in a big mama. That's wild crazy to me, right? But if we look at these original, these OG big mamas and grandpas that's still in the picture, a lot of them don't have a lot of beautiful glory stories about their marriage, but they're still married and growing old together. They kept that family together. They're the only glue that held the family together. Grandma wanted to bust grandpa over the head 10 times a day with a frying pan for some bullshit that he did. But grandma knew there was a greater responsibility outside of her own emotions. She had a family to uphold. She
And
had a
that's why a lot of them women had nervous breakdowns, strokes, heart attacks, and was dying at early motherfucking ages because they was holding on to shit that they should have fucking let
okay.
go of.
So
Period.
guess what? You came up. You got provided for though, right? You didn't. You got provided for. She kept a roof over your head, even though your daddy was cheating, right? She knew he was doing whatever the fuck he was doing across the
So
table.
what you're
Grandma
saying
still
is
held it
instead
down.
of us being independent and choosing to just be single and deal with our own shit and take care of our own kids, we're supposed to let people stay in the house with us that's fucking us up mentally. We're stressed out, which is eventually gonna do what? Wear down on your health because stress is what? The number one silent fucking killer. So what you're saying is to keep these family together, bitch, be stupid, be dumb, don't say shit and deal with it as long as you're paying your bills. Man, fuck that. How
No,
about
no.
just go
Hold on,
out and
hold
get a
on,
goddamn job and
hold on.
take care of
No,
your
no, no.
own?
See, sister, I'm saying once you have children, the responsibility is beyond you, right? If you're still screaming independent and you have children, you're living in a state of insanity anyway. You're living in a state of delusion because it was never about you. The moment you gave birth to that little beautiful human being, it stopped being about you at that moment. But whether or not you wanted to
Right, and
start to
if you
live
want to
like
show
that,
your kids something different and
hold on,
show
hold
them
on.
what not to allow in life, you move
Uh-huh.
around on the situation. You
Yeah.
don't tell them to be stupid and learn and sit here and take whatever you go take to be a motherfucking wife. What
Okay,
world do you
hold
live
on.
in?
Answer me this. Answer me this. If a wife goes through a husband's phone and find dirty texts between him and another woman, right? She's upset with him, right? But that man still comes home, does everything he's supposed to do for his children,
Leaving.
provides for his household, right? Did those children read those text messages?
But why
No,
are you
they didn't.
holding? Okay, but apparently
Hold
he.
on.
Okay,
Hold
go
on,
ahead.
hold
Go
on,
ahead.
hold on. Did those children read those text messages? No, they didn't. But that woman or that man with their feelings hurt was immature and they poured that hurt over those children. Now those children lose another parent that was still efficient to them because an adult individual was too independent to consider the family, right? And then now those children go through life without a present parent. That's what happens. I'm not saying you take no BS off of nobody. I'm just saying do all the work possible before you think about walking out that door. If you haven't thought about forgiveness, if you haven't thought about therapy, if you haven't thought about just simple co-parenting or friends with benefits, you got to try every fucking thing before you say, you know what, I don't need this, and I'm out the door, and you got three little babies walking behind
Hey
you. You
Earl.
got to settle for the bare minimum.
Hey Earl.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been on my panel multiple times and you see the
Hmm.
vibe between me and my husband. That's my dog. Okay? Is it that's my ride or die, that's my homie. But if I ever run up on some text messages of him doing something he ain't got no business doing or having a conversation with folks that he ain't got no business having a conversation with, I'm out. Reason I am out is because I make sure everything is taken care of for you. I make sure you good. Both heads on your body is taken care of. Okay, you are fed. Your clothes is clean, and as many times as you was out on the road, okay, doing your big one, you ain't ever have to question or worry about another man being in your bed. I wish the hell you might go ever entertain another woman and think I'm still gonna be here for you to lay next to. I'm out.
Okay.
But
So
And
if
so
that
there
wait,
is
was other text
after
messages in a phone,
wait,
clearly
wait,
you
wait,
weren't
wait.
doing your job as a wife to not need him to entertain someone else.
Whoa,
Well,
whoa,
no, but wait a
whoa,
minute. We don't know
whoa.
who's at fault. We don't know who's at fault. The only scenario that he provided was that there is a situation where there is inappropriateness, and opposed to there being accountability to say, I was inappropriate and therefore I put my family at risk. I gambled everything by my behavior. Instead, it was a flip. It was because you hold me accountable for the shit I did. Now you are at fault. Oh my God, that burns me
Let me tell
inside
you something. Because
when
T, he
somebody
still
flips
got
the
the option
accountability.
to send
You
that
did it
text.
wrong. So you are the one who put your family at risk understanding. You are the one that had bad behavior. So here's the thing. We try to pretend because if you are not in a good space, they tell you to put your life jacket on first. If she is affected by your negligence and now she is a human being, so she cannot provide because she's affected by the things you did, you are mad at her?
No, I said
Her to
she
this. You
still
did
has a
it. You
responsibility, ma'am. I said she
you
still
need to be
has a
sure you're loyal
responsibility,
inside out, that there's
ma'am,
no
ma'am,
protection.
ma'am. She has
She
a
does, and it's on
responsibility
you.
beyond
You what you
herself.
did was you
Yeah,
shifted
but
that. No,
but
no, no,
No,
no.
no,
Hold
no,
on.
no.
Let me.
Wait, wait,
I'm
wait.
gonna
Hold
yield to
on.
you. I'm gonna
Listen,
yield to you. Give
listen.
me a hot 20 seconds. No, 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 no. Let me get my thought out. Let me get my thought out. I'm gonna yield to you. It's your fault. If you hit someone first and they hit you the fuck back, it's your fault. It's called self-D. If you are the one that initiates anything, you own that shit. It's not when you get tagged back that you're like, oh my gosh, she hit me back and now it's her. No, what your words should have been was, I fucked up. I was doing stuff that compromised my family, and now that I'm reaping those consequences, I played a huge part in the effect that I played. I yield to you.
Okay. So in my premise, sister, I said that one, an individual, man or woman, has a greater responsibility on their emotions, right? No one said that the person that done wrong shouldn't receive consequences. I'm saying the children should never be a consequence because your feelings were hurt, right? If that man cheated on you and you know he was the breadwinner, you know he was the one that was providing, but because you mad, you gonna leave and take the kids? No, ma'am. By all means, leave, but leave the children with him.
for
He
How
is.
the hell
what?
you gonna
For
take care of the kids
what?
when you're the one
For
that's
what?
working
Okay. Well,
for
okay.
weeks
Wait,
at
wait,
a
wait, wait, wait.
time?
Hold
No,
on.
Chris
Hold on.
Paul.
Hold on. Whoa, whoa,
Don't
whoa,
tell
whoa.
me to
Hold
leave
on.
my kids with you when
Hold
you
on.
ain't
No, no,
never
no. Wait,
you ain't
wait,
never
wait.
take
Let's
care
be
of them full
reasonable.
time.
Let's
You
let's
a
be
part-time
reasonable.
daddy and you have
Let's
them
be
every
reason.
once in a
Let's be
while, and then you want
reasonable.
to
What
sit
a
That
here and
careful.
part.
leave my
Let's be
kids.
That
let's be
part.
reasonable. Let's be reasonable,
We
right?
are
Because
being reasonable.
okay. Here's
You're
the
being
no. Okay. Here's the
illogical.
thing.
Or okay, I'm gonna let you talk. Go ahead. I'll go after
Okay.
you.
Here's the and thank you, sister. Here's the thing, right? The responsibility beyond your own emotions means whichever individual, right, has the ability or resources to provide for those children, right? If you're mad and you want to leave as a consequence, you need to leave the children in place, right? If you cannot afford or provide, or you don't have the resources to provide for those children, even after you're upset, have a fucking seat. Suck that shit up until, right, you can do better. Right. And even then, you need to be able to co parent. But just because you're upset doesn't mean you get to use the children as a consequence because
Mm,
this man or this woman cheated on you. Your children is never a
You
consequence.
know what I
mm.
heard?
It doesn't just take money to raise a
Oh,
child.
yo, no, salute that. He
That,
dropped
that
the jewel right
hush,
there.
Boca. We of course you
What?
do. Hush. It was my
No, he
turn.
dropped the jewel. I'm
Hush.
commending him.
Hush. I
What?
don't
Is this
understand what
man
you're
against
commending.
woman?
I'm sorry.
Is this man against woman? I'm just saluting what he said.
There's nothing that he said is logical.
It takes more than money to raise a child.
It's
And if
not
the other person
logical.
does not have
If a
that
man cheats on
capacity
the
to
woman doesn't
do
have
it,
the right to leave
other
with the
than just being
children.
able to
Okay,
afford what
so
they need,
so
doesn't
I
mean the children need to be there.
If a, if a man cheats on his wife and the wife decides to leave and take the children when they have a stable home, that's being selfish.
that is not being selfish. And again, my hand was up, so let me
So what do
respond.
you
Uh,
suggest for them to
oh
do?
my Jesus.
Maybe separate for a little bit, then come back and make it work.
Hmm.
Don't want to be with
When they
your
get listen,
cheating
listen, your
ass.
husband going,
What
listen,
part? No,
listen.
no, 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 no,
Look,
no,
I
no,
keep
no,
it.
no, no. I had my hand up, so
I'm
therefore
sorry. Go
I
ahead.
was
Go ahead.
speaking.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What part of I don't want to be with your cheating ass do you not get. Here is the thing. I don't know where some men, I'm not going to put all men in that boat because I know
No.
not all men think like y'all, okay? But I don't know what part that you get out of there that you are supposed to go do whatever you going to do with whoever you going to do it with. And I'm supposed to stay put because our house is provided for. You and your provisions can go back over there with whatever woman that was entertaining you currently at the moment and let me tend to my kids. Because in a lot of situations, in a lot of cases, y'all bald-headed asses ain't around anyway like that. Y'all don't know how to tend to these kids when they're upset. Y'all don't know how to tend to these kids when they're having bad days. Y'all tell them to suck it up. Y'all tell them be a man. That's what you're doing. No, boys don't cry. Toughen up. You gotta be hard.
Who are you
No, the fuck
speaking
you
about?
don't. Because when you gotta be hard, guess what? You raise uneducated, unemotionally educated individuals, such as the ones that are speaking and agreeing with the nonsense ass statement he
Yo,
just
what are you?
said.
Yo,
The,
that's absolutely. That's
sir,
absurd.
I'm not
Yeah,
finished.
but it's absurd.
You know what?
My only thing
Legendary,
is, I
I
don't.
love your face, but this is what we can't do. This is why I hate gender-based conversations. And Earl, this is always you. You come and you make these statements and you approve all these other dinglings to get up on this app and want to go, oh, you're right because you got twigs and berry. No, your statement
What?
that you said is asinine. It is out of control. It is not logical. Finances does not take care of a child, and I'm not going to sit here and go back and forth with a man that can't be
I
have
said
any type of
stability.
Sir, what the hell?
I said stability. That's all.
So my
That's,
only thing,
So
we can
before
be
I drop you,
logical.
I'm gonna
Oh,
drop myself because I'm about to drop you on your neck in 2 seconds.
we can be logical. I'm okay with saying, because again, providership is not just finances. Because if you are the breadwinner, typically you are out working. So that means who is there that is providing the substance that they need, that are putting the ingredients in them, that are doing their training, their molding, their loving. There still will have to be a caretaker. That said, I'm okay with having a logical conversation. So if this happened, because first and foremost, I just hate the deflection. The first thing should be, I fucked up. And I therefore did something. Like if you run a red light, you know that if you get caught, there are consequences. The ownership should be, I made a poor choice that put my family in a situation where my commitment was not upheld to. And I know that means my partner may not still want to do this thing because they were deceived. That should be the first thing. So it's so ugly. It burns me inside out when a person fucks up and they're like, oh, now that you hold me to it, you're the one who damaged the family. No. So here's a logical conversation. All right, you wanted to fuck off. You fucked up. We're going to decide if you were the breadwinner, what do we do? Okay, because first and foremost, I'm going to have some type of savings. So I will have a place to go. So now I have a place, a stable place to go, and I have savings, and I am capable because I have qualifications. So therefore, I will have finances. It will never be a situation. I'm not a crackhead. I'm not out here like doing. I will be able to provide my kids with a place. And if I was already the caretaker, I'm still going to be able to do that caretaking for them because we're not even talking about the age of the children. But nonetheless, I'm providing the place, I'm providing the care, and then you still have the obligation to do what the fuck you were doing, which was providing the money. So you will provide the money for your half. Now that me and your family are in another place, and if you want to co-parent, you want to see them because you were halfway anyway. You were out there in these streets. So you will see them at the percentage that you were seeing them before. We can break that down. If you say that I want to see my kids more, let's have a conversation about that. There's nothing beautiful about weaponizing the children. So we could have a logical conversation on how to co-parent, but I hate the fact that you all are shifting gears at you
Uh-huh.
fucking up and risking your family and then not expecting to be held accountable to it.
Okay.
Okay,
So
hold on,
once
Earl. You
again,
can't
women.
respond because the who is this? The spoken word at the bottom. He put his hand in the chat.
Yeah.
You
So
talking about me?
I think
Oh,
what the real problem is that us men need to straighten up and fly right. Basically, the thing is that we teaching our young men that it's okay to do what we do to these women out here, and not literally coming in and explain or showing what a real leader is supposed to do. We tend to come in. The older men are coming in and they're thinking that leadership should be, oh, that you should obey me, and or else there's going to be some problems. when it also comes with submissiveness from the man's part as well as from the woman's part. And a lot of us as men, we allow ourselves with selfish circumstances get to us and do things that are not supposed to be in the order of when it comes to having a family, such as cheating. You got a responsibility on your hand. You're not supposed to be up here trying to make another household.
You got a lot of
That's all
women
I
that
got.
I'm sorry, you got a lot of women that open their legs. Hold on, you got a lot of women who open their legs to irresponsible niggas who ain't shit from the go, right? And then they get knocked up, get pregnant, and then want him to change and be this mighty, mighty man. The accountability happens the minute you didn't do proper investigation before you let him push his shit inside of you. That's the facts.
Okay, I would say this, and I'm gonna say this, right? Notice the way the conversation was going. If someone wants to sidestep the truth and not acknowledge it, they will make a mountain out of a small detail that they heard you say. Notice most of the young ladies that spoke, right? They got triggered by the word cheating. I never advocated for a man to be able to cheat. I said, yes, there should be consequences if the woman and or man cheats, right? The consequences should never be the children, right? But if one wants to defend their actions and using and weaponizing their children, they're going to make the conversation about cheating. They're going to assume you're trying to provide space for somebody to justify themselves cheating. They're going to ignore the fact that, hey, I just said there should be consequences, right? But when communication isn't the key, comprehension is, right? We're not saying that someone has the right to cheat on you and there shouldn't be a consequence. We're saying you should be an adult enough, responsible enough, realize that this big picture, the family, is not all about you and your feelings. It's not. And if you thought it was about you and your feelings, you were the weakest link in the bunch. Because life is going to let you down every single day, and those little babies are counting on you to keep your shit together. So if you're going to break up their happy home and their stability because your feelings are hurt, you are the weakest link in that equation.
Wow.
Now,
So,
I'm
remember,
land.
so
Let me
contract.
hold
put
on,
this.
Remember,
T.
it's a contract.
Hold on, T. The mod is. I'm not the mod. The host is talking. You can take it right after.
So let's say take cheating out of the whole out of the whole concept and everything. People inside a relationship that bored. Y'all have to sit down sometime and talk. When you run into that brick wall in your relationship, y'all have to have that communication to understand what route y'all want to go. And being in a relationship that's not going anywhere and none and void and stuff like that. If you don't have a plan, I advise you to get out of it, find some type of way. And then y'all talk about the co-parenting part of it. Y'all come up with a decision. Whoever has the best mindset and the resources on raising the kids, that's who should have the kids, and then y'all find a way to split the kids up from time to time, spend y'all time with them. That's a part of co-parenting. Nobody really mentioned anything about the co-parenting part besides taking the kids all the way out of the equation to whoever wants them. I heard the men say you're not going to run off with the kids, and the women say they're going to take the kids. But no one said anything about the co-parenting part of it because just cheating was mentioned. But just look at the whole none and void situation of it all. Y'all have to learn how to coexist and co-parent in a way, and nobody really even mentioned that part. It just
That's
went
what
straight to
I
one
said.
side.
That's what I was saying.
Say
That weaponizing the children is wrong. I said we would co-parent so that the co-parenting would be effective. It will likely be the same situation that we had before because the scenario was I am the breadwinner and now you take these kids out this proper home and they're gonna suffer because of you. And what I said was no, actually I've been saving while you out there hustling. I'm saving too. So we're not homeless. Nick, like what the fuck? We're not homeless. We're getting ready to go into a proper home, and then the same amount of effort that you put in before because you were working. So that means you weren't in the home 100% of the time anyway. And if I was the caretaker, I was the one that was with them. So we will co-parent on that level. Weaponizing children is sickening and disgusting. But here's the part: his whole lack of accountability with he did fault. It's like even though I did fault, fuck that, you fucked up. That's insane. Here's the thing: let's just talk legal contracts. If you have a contract between two spouses and you deceive this person, you do something against the terms of that contract, that's fraud, nigga. Like, fuck we talking about? You have now committed fraud. So you're telling me that I was under an agreement with you where I thought it was one thing and you did another, and you're upset because I'm holding you to the fire? That's insane. I don't ever want to deal with a person that's like that. I yield to y'all.
If
Yeah,
hold
Jesus just wrote something down there in the chat and everything about the co-parent situation. We got a guy up here who's a single parent by himself. There's down there at the box, Poppy G, aka Yellow. He's a single parent by himself, and he's on the road driving trucks and stuff like that. So he has custody of his kid. He's able to work a full-time job, be the provider, and also take care of his child. So, their responsibility don't really have to rely on one person, but in his situation, he has to do that. I'm the type, I co-parent. So, I'm always working and stuff like that, and I try to keep the government out of my business and things like that. So that's what I prefer. If we can talk it out and co-parent without putting the government inside the business, cool. But when we do it, you lose out more than I will because now it's limited to how much you get until you take me back to the system, and the system want to do whatever they want to do at whatever time period that they establish out there. So us talking it out, being co-parented and getting the thing done and stuff like that, hey, I'm with that. But some people not with it. You can't speak for everybody mindset. So I'm the type that I want to talk it out. At least, we come up with a master plan and we put it together without adding anybody else aside of it that doesn't involve our kids. So whoever has the strong healing and everything, the strongest mindset that can raise the kids and stuff, I'm there for my kids. I communicate with them. We teach, we talk. I'm teaching them in the way that I know best.
I know of a situation. I have a friend where the woman, where his wife cheated on him. She took the kids and got a whole bunch of alimony, blah blah blah. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, I don't know. It seems like men are the blame in a sense. When it comes to that matter. I mean, granted, he cheated, yeah, but if the kids have a stability in the home place, and then there's love. I mean, I would think I'm not married, so I can't speak, but I would think the husband and the wife could work that out. Is that something where you just go and that's the end? Is that over? I'm not married, so I don't know.
But
Real,
you got to look at
real
what.
quick, can I
So
jump
think
in
about.
here?
Let me say one thing right quick
Okay.
though. You got to think about the '90s and the '80s and stuff like that. When they got into their situation, they found a way to work it out. Lately, we everybody's so locked into these TVs and what's going on that's what they're witnessing, and that's the life that they want. So no one is going back to the old way of handling things while incorporating the new thing. They go straight to this new thing without even trying to visualize what went on back in the day. So they're witnessing stuff from TVs and other people's stuff instead of trying to live by what they know best for them. They want to live in the shadow of someone else that they admire. And that's one of the biggest things right there. That's why it comes to pointing fingers. Because, okay, it's easier to point the finger at somebody else than point the finger at yourself. If
Yeah,
they sit back and look in the mirror and understand themselves, everything would be better. So women point at men, men point at women. No one points at themselves. And that's the biggest issue of it all.
So real quick, I just want to make an observation. I'm not saying this is what you're telling to do, but when some of the men and some of the people wrote in the chat, it seems like the reason why men like to be the breadwinners at times and have stay-at-home moms is because y'all like to abuse that. Y'all like to have financial abuse. The fact that y'all said that the mom supposedly cannot take care of the child, now that y'all separated because she's a stay-at-home mom, and the dad is the one with the money, so that's who should have the child is crazy. Y'all making an assumption that stay-at-home moms don't also make their own money, don't also save money, don't also have or make financial plans to move out when these scenarios happen. Like, I don't understand how men are telling women, make it work, separate and, get back together and make it work. But if a woman cheats even emotionally, y'all would not forgive that shit. Y'all would be preaching to the choirs, oh, leave her, leave her. And again, a lot of people are coming up here and telling other people secondhand stories. Y'all don't know the full story. So for y'all to come up here and say, yeah, my friend, he went through a divorce because of this, or my sister, like, y'all don't know the full story. Y'all just love taking secondhand stories because it's your friend or your brother or your cousin. Y'all don't know what's going on in that household. And I would love, if y'all don't have your own scenarios personally, to stop coming up here and telling other people's business. because you don't know if that person also cheated and now she got her revenge, or that person was abusing her or abusing him financially. All types of things could be going on, but because you know the person and you like that person and you're more comfortable with that person and not their partner, now you want to be on their side. There's always three sides to a story.
I think you were responding to one
I'm
of.
not done speaking.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. There's always three parts to a story, and people love to side with the people that they know and that they fuck with all the time. It's a force of habit. You mess with them. That's my people. But again, you were not in their household. You were not sleeping with them in their bed. You weren't there when they were arguing. So you don't know the full story. You just know the part that they told you and the things they decided to leave out.
Okay, she done? Okay, unfortunately, I do know the story, right? But you missed my point. What I'm saying is that regardless of what she done or of what he done, if the child had a stable home, they should have worked it out. That's all I'm suggesting.
Same thing I
So,
said.
so because the person has money,
I
the
didn't
other
mention
person.
money. I didn't mention money. What are you
How,
talking
how
about?
is this a home stable without money, sir? That's the main
What do
form. The
you mean? You
reason the
gotta have a
house
lot of money
is
to have a
stable.
stable
And that's the
home.
whole conversation
Come
we've been
on.
having is
You
money.
got
Y'all
you.
not talking about
Come on, man. You
emotionally
gotta speak.
stable. You're not talking about
This is sad.
physically stable. We've been talking about money. So again, where are we going with this? Now you moving
What
the
are you
goalposts?
talking about? Because a person has money. Where did that come from? Why did you
So
just
that
say
was
that?
so
The
what does
statement of
stable
being
mean?
financially stable.
I'm saying
Exactly.
the child has usually a two-parent home is a stable home, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Fine,
Not
but
if it's
what
unhealthy.
are the characteristics
Not
that
if
make
it's
it
not
stable?
Yo,
healthy
you know
upfront.
what?
What are the characteristics that
You
make it
are
stable?
dodging. Yeah, this is crazy.
No, no, no. You define the characteristics that make it stable because what she said
I
makes
think
sense.
a
But you
two-parent
define
home
all
where
of the
cycle. Here,
characteristics.
let me answer your
Okay.
question. I think where a child is emotionally balanced, right? Where the finances are balanced, where there's a home where a child can have liberation and peace, learn, grow, and experience love. That's a stable home to me. Now, what's a stable home to you? I don't know.
Well, no,
But if
you just
that
defined the behaviors of a child. So, but the things you mentioned was financial stability and
what?
emotional. So those are the two components. So let me just stick right there. Let's land right there. In order to have stability, most people need to be financially and emotionally sound. Let's just be right there. So this
Okay,
is
I
what I'm
agree.
saying to you,
I
that we are
agree.
not robots. That when something happens that disrupts you, now you are not emotionally sound. If I don't have my life vest on, how the fuck I'm gonna take care of everybody else?
But
If
you're
I'm
in the.
disrupted, hold on. Let me go.
I
If
got
I'm
you.
disrupted and I am devastated now because the person I married, the person that I thought was one thing, I just found out was something else. I'm not going to be a robot and be like, oh my God, okay, kids, let's be happy. No, that shit is going to burn me inside out and the kids are going to feel it. Now, the emotional stability, you did that shit. You did that shit.
Okay.
You disrupted the emotional. Now I'm sad. I'm depressed. I cannot be there for my kids the way because of the behaviors that you did. That's just like
No
No.
if there is a
accountability,
funeral,
brother.
when there's plane crashes, when there's things that go on in the world, we're not robots. It's
It's
not
never
like, oh
their
my God, the
fault.
plane just crashed. You keep on going. That is such disruption in a person.
It's
So
never their
no, if
fault.
the home is no longer stable because part of the component that was required to make it stable, the emotional stability, you have disrupted with your reckless behavior. So I don't want you to make that passive or dismissive and say, oh, just because I did that, you need to be the bigger person. I want you to say, I fucked up, whoever it was. And now I need to repair. Now I have to restore and put the deposits into my person to make them trust me again, to let them know that what they thought it was, that this will be that foundation, because right now it's a fraud. It's not what they thought it was.
Okay,
Okay,
can I
but
say this, brother? Can I just attempt? Because
go
you're
ahead.
not going to get nowhere getting with them, right? Here's the thing. If you being a good mother to my child and choosing what's best for my child is tingent on me keeping you happy, you're unfit for the job. I need to know that you're prepared to do this job, whether you're happy, sad, depressed, mad. I need to know that you're going to show up regardless, right? The moment where it stops being about the family and it starts being
Excuse to
about you,
cheat.
we fail, right? Now, check this out. Even if, say, the woman cheated or the man cheated, right? I'm gonna talk about the men right now, right? Even if that man fucked up, right? He still upheld his responsibility. He still has a responsibility to his wife to make that right. But why does the wife have the ability to pour all that toxicity into the kids? Why are you fighting for the reason to fuck these kids up mentally and emotionally because your feelings are hurt?
Why are
Why?
you arguing the
Yeah,
point?
you
Wait,
Have your
hold
fucking
on,
cake and
hold,
eat it
hold,
too.
where's
hold,
your
brother,
accountability?
Hey, when I was I not talking, right? Did I not just Mama G stop? Did I not just say that man has a responsibility to make things right with his wife? Did I not just fucking say that?
But you're not even
But
validating
some
her
people,
feelings at that point.
No, you didn't.
listen to all the. I'm not gonna go there. Listen, some people are beyond. This is the reason why we have so many broken homes right now. Not because mothers don't want to be, not because women don't want to be mothers to their children, not because men don't want to be fathers to their children, because there's too many selfish individuals that open their fucking legs and nut it into a fucking woman and can't put their emotions behind their fucking responsibility.
So it's okay to cheat and then come back home and
Brother,
then pretend
nobody
you have a
said
happy
that,
home?
bro. Somebody get this
That,
man a
but
beer.
that's what no,
Nobody
but that's
said
what you're
that, bro.
saying, because
For real.
but that's what you're
What the
saying.
fuck,
Because
bro?
we're not
I
robots.
just said it.
No,
Do I
baby,
need
I
to put
got you.
up cue
I got you.
cards for y'all?
Because we're not
Do I need
robots.
to put
I
up
heard
cue
you loud and
cards?
clear.
Just because you
Because
stand
we're
up
not
doesn't mean you're
robots.
right. Sit the fuck
Okay,
back down and have a conversation with
bro,
somebody.
bro,
Now I'm
listen.
about to tell you
Young
because
man,
we're
man your
not
manners.
robots. That we are
Sister,
actually human beings.
I
Everybody
understand
can't
you're not
talk
a
at one
robot, sis.
time.
Hold on. Things that go on in the world affect human beings. So if you were in the world and something smashed into your car, if you were in the world and you learned that there was a death, if you were in the world and it's a plane crash, that we're actually not robots programmed to like do your job. That what happens is that we're whole human beings, and there's things called depression. There's things that affect you. So despite the fact that you are still a parent, your energy level is affected. This is human. Simply go to biology and study psychology. Human beings are affected by their environment. You clearly can't, because if you did, you wouldn't say these asinine things that you say. The way that your theories are saying that we are robots, and therefore, no matter what happens, you are not affected, and you just continue to do your job. That is
I
what
Your
you're
feel
saying.
feelings
like
are
You
hurt,
that's
also
ma'am.
I
That's
feel like
different.
no,
Your
no,
feelings are
because
hurt.
I
It's
feel
not
like
the
that's
same.
also saying if someone were to lose a parent, they have a kid, they're supposed to hide all those emotions because they lost a parent and just still continue to do what they got to do in the household. You
But
still have feelings of some
No,
sort,
but
you
they
have
still
whether
got
it's
to go to
that, whether
work.
it's your
you
man
deal with
cheating and
those.
leaving you, whether it's your
What
man cheating and fucking up the
I'll
household,
drop so
your
somebody can come
feelings are
up.
still feelings.
what
I'll
about the
drop down.
what
I'll
Hey,
about
drop
Jay.
down. But hold
what
on.
about the
You
conversation as a
deal with
man?
those feelings. Deal with those feelings, but deal with them as an adult. If you're a mother, you have a responsibility beyond you as a woman. If you're a man and you're a father, you have a responsibility of beyond
And I
you
also have a right
as
to
an
feel, and I
individual.
also have a
Right?
right to
Hold on.
cry, and I
Listen.
also have a right to do
Do
all
that.
and to
Please
feel my
do that. But
feelings.
listen, do that. But deal with your shit as an adult. Stop making your kids become collateral damage because you can't get your shit together.
Wow,
You're
that's
gonna
Always
be
the
collateral
collateral
damage if you
damage when you
okay,
step
stay
robot.
out of the
there.
family.
Girl,
How
what
is it
happened?
everybody else's fault? You stepped out the family, didn't think about them, but now you want us to be all extra responsible and shit and take care of them and think about the family, but you didn't put them motherfucker first.
A question for you. What
what
about
about
when I'm
the
physically sick, honey? Come back. When I'm physically sick because I have the flu. When I'm physically sick because of thyroids.
Allowed to be sick.
Do you then say, oh my God, you're fucking sick? You gotta be there to do your job. If I'm physically sick because I'm dealing with an ailment that has my body worn out, do you then say that now I'm not a good parent because I am physically affected? What you fail to realize is that once again, human beings are affected by the environment, whether it's physical or emotional. You have to have both to have balance. And if a person does something to disrupt either one, you, the person who did it, is accountable for fucking up their home. So I agree with you. I don't necessarily have to weaponize. We can have a co-parenting situation, but don't get mad because I moved out the house. We're going to have a co-parenting situation because you're not who I thought you were. You tricked me. You are fraud. So now I'm going to get in my own financial situation and we can make arrangements on how you're going to see these kids because I got to get away from you in order to get my emotional stability together.
you
I'm
can't
still
have
going to show
you can't have a
up. I'm
conversation
still
with
going to,
them?
I'm still, no. The conversation is at the beginning, not in the middle. At the
No.
beginning, you're at the beginning when you told me you were who the fuck you said you were. That's when the conversation is.
But
You
there's a
don't
reason
been
why
in
he
the
stepped
middle
out
of a
and cheated.
situation.
There's a reason
You
why he
don't
stepped out and
been.
cheated, right?
No,
Okay.
you
We
don't been get a
have hold
chance
up, hold
to.
up. We have to thoroughly address the elephant in the room before we continue to go back any further. You and anyone else on this panel needs to come to a realization real fast in a hurry. A man who is stepping out on his family has the right then, if he is not being heard, observed, if he does not feel appreciated, he
Bingo.
has the right. Hold up. He has the right in the open floor to come to his wife, his woman, the mother of his kids, the person, his roommate, the person who he has procreated with, to make his peace if he wants a solution. If he wants a solution. If he does not want a solution, that means that he needs to be ready that whatever happens, because he doesn't want to have a solution, whether it's his woman does not want to be with him anymore, his kids are separated, he still has a job to do. Why are we trying to sit here and make the situation be about the mother and the kids when in fact it is the man who is not communicating? It is the man who does not want to put his pride to the side. It is the man who does not want to sit up here and think about his kids, think about someone else raising his kids, think about the fact of the system in his business. Think about all of that. Why is he not communicating? Why is he not being open to the situation? The same way y'all are sitting here saying that a woman has the right to decide who she opened up her legs with. What about the men that have gave these women these far-fetched dreams and told this woman this and did what they said they were going to do, but then in the event that it was time for them to communicate that their woman was not fulfilling their needs, instead of him coming to her, he decided to go out here and do it with someone else. Now he's mad because he got caught. Now he's mad because his family is taken away. Now he's mad because he's a part of the system. It does not make any sense to
Mad
sit
about
here
his
and play.
consequences.
No. It does not make any sense that men are using the kids as the collateral. The
Listen,
men are the one using the kids as the collateral for their consequences.
listen. If a man was to sit down with his wife and bring it to the attention, like for instance, the one sister that said thyroids and things of that nature. So let's say this is hypothetical because I don't know her situation, but let's say that man wants to be intimate, but she doesn't feel like being intimate for whatever physical reason, and he steps out. Is he in the wrong? If he's
Yes, he is in the
Yes.
wrong.
okay,
He
When
is
you
wait,
in
wait,
the
can't
wait,
when you
wait,
wrong.
can't
wait.
wait a couple days until she gets
Hold,
better,
hold
the
on, hold on,
fuck?
hold on, hold on. Okay, right, this is good.
Y'all are
Let-
sitting here,
Yo,
man.
let me
This
finish.
is this is the problem.
Would you
Let
let
Y'all
the
me
are
man
trying
finish?
to
You're yelling and screaming,
negotiate.
but you won't
let
let
It's
him
me.
no
finish his
Listen,
negotiation.
yo,
Y'all are
if
trying to
you
negotiate.
you're
Y'all are trying to
yelling
find a
and
reason and an
screaming
excuse.
and not
And what if she
listening.
doesn't have time? And
I
what if
wasn't
she
even
doesn't call
complete.
to my needs and my
You want
feelings?
to be heard?
No, you have the right. Y'all are sitting here making
You're not.
excuses. It's
Yo,
no excuse. And
do you
whatever
understand?
happens,
I
because you
wasn't
don't take
finished with my
accountability and you
question.
don't open up and make that space, whatever happens, happens. And you all make the kids be the consequence of y'all's actions. You all use the kids as collateral for you all not being man enough to open up your mouth and put your pride to
You're
the side
speaking
so
of
that your
something
family
personal.
and your
That's not even where I'm
lineage
going with
is
it.
not at stake. Let's keep it real. You
Bunker.
stop moving the goalposts.
Yo,
If you're not happy with your woman, you file the court, you get a divorce, you have you have everything in place as far as the kids. If you feel like you are not being heard, if you want to go out and cheat, you do what you have to do. See, y'all want to have y'all cake and eat it too. You
yo.
can't do it all. No, y'all want to keep your
Why
family
are you
and
having
you
an
want to be
emotional
across the
breakdown, or are you
street
just the
and
way
you
you
want to be
talk?
no. I'm not having a shit. Don't project shit on
This.
me. I'm a
Well,
strong
why don't
ass
you
black
talk? You're
woman.
yelling and not
I
talking.
said
You're
what I
yelling.
said and I'm talking. No, you cut me off. You didn't allow me to
You're
finish.
yelling.
I don't care. That is your
You don't
perspective. I'm
care. You
speaking
don't
facts.
care. That
I'm
attitude
speaking
right there
facts.
is the
No,
beginning
brother,
of
let
your
her
I'm not
finish.
your
Just
problem.
woman.
let her
I
get
don't
it
have
off,
to
brother.
coddle to
Stop.
your
Just let her
needs.
get it off.
This is a
There you
panel.
go.
I don't have
You're
to coddle to
displaying
your
why
needs,
you're
sir. I'm
displaying why that
sorry.
man
I'm
leaves and
sorry.
goes finds
I
another
don't have to
woman.
coddle to you.
You're
I said I'm
displaying why he
sorry. That's it.
cheats. You're
And
displaying why
again,
he cheats
and
right now,
again,
and you're too blind and deaf to
it does
hear it.
not make sense for any kids to be
What man would
collateral
want
to
to
a
just stay
man
around a
not
woman
doing
who
their
does this
job.
right
At
here?
the end of the day,
This is
men want to
crazy.
have their cake and they want to eat it too. And the only thing that
Ain't
they
no man in
can
their right
do
mind
is
gonna
use
stay
the
around a
kids
woman
as
who does
collateral
this
and
right
try to
here.
punish the woman for seeing value in
You
herself
running him
to know
away.
that she does not want to stay. She does not want to be with a man and lay next to a man and play Barbie doll house family with a man who is not incapable of having emotional intelligence to understand that he needs to communicate with his woman. He needs to be here for his kids. He does not need to put his family lineage on the line before for the sake of his immaturity. And that's what it is. And I land my plane.
Okay, I'm
And
creating.
that's why men cheat.
Listen.
That's why men cheat right
Check it
there.
out.
That's why they cheat right there because they
Listen, the
love you
scenario
enough.
that I'm
One
creating,
at a
believe it or
time,
not.
That's why
please.
they cheat.
Hold on. The scenario that I'm creating is in many households where men step out for many reasons and they're unhappy and they're scared and almost uncomfortable to bring it to their women because they don't want the woman to start talking in this manner. This is real talk. I'm telling you this right. This is men. This is locker room
Guess
talk.
what? Leave. Leave. That is your
Why? You give
problem.
up that quick?
Leave.
Leave
Leave.
because he can't talk to
Yes,
you?
leave. You
Leave
stepped
because you
out.
can't sit down like a
Yes,
grown adult
leave.
and you have a temper
You
tantrum.
as a man cannot sit down like a grown adult and tell your woman that you are unhappy. You cannot be
Because you're
man
going to
enough to
react
tell
and
her how she
respond like you
feels.
did. You missed what
No,
I said. You missed what I
no,
said.
you don't want to change. What you need to change is for the reason that she is not open to you talking to her because you don't really see a problem in what you're doing, which is what you're doing right now.
No,
You're trying to make cheating be okay. You're trying to sit up here and tell a woman that she needs to be okay and keep her family because you are out being
okay.
deceitful.
Said it
And
was
this is
No,
the
okay.
I
problem.
never
Y'all
said
have
that.
no moral characters about
Not one
yourself.
person
You
said it
and
was
you're using
okay.
the kids as collateral to try to hurt a
Ma'am,
woman and her kids because she does not want to stay and tolerate y'all's
ma'am, no one
bullshit.
said it was okay.
Y'all are
Ma'am,
What are you talking
pathetic.
about?
This
You
is
talking
so
about someone's
pathetic. Why are
personal
y'all not
life.
no
sitting
I
here
one
have
talking
said
nothing
it
to
was
do
about
with
what we
okay.
you.
need to do to not be cheating?
You mean to
No,
tell me a man
no. If
can't
you're
come
gonna
in?
have a
Okay,
panel of a
grown
group of
person.
women talking about
Wait.
children,
Excuse
you
me.
all need to talk about what it is that you all need.
Okay.
Okay, listen. All I'm saying is that if a man can't come and sit down and have a conversation about what he's unhappy without the fear of you leaving, then he's going to step out and find that comfort in being able to talk to somebody. The sex is actually minute if you really want to get technical about it.
Wait,
You just
brother,
said
can we be hold
without the fear of
on.
her,
Sister,
of a
sister,
woman leaving. Again, you are not
sister,
even
can
noticing what you're saying. You're sitting
What
here
am I saying?
saying, you just said if a man steps outside without the fear of you leaving, without the fear of a
No,
woman
I didn't.
leaving,
No.
Okay,
I
wait.
said I didn't say that. I said coming to you and talking about the problem. Like he might have the
without a
exact.
fear
Hold
of
on,
you
hold on.
leaving, without
Okay,
the
Please let me.
exactly.
Please let me
Excuse
finish
me.
my sentence,
You're
please.
trying to have your cake and eat it
yo,
too.
it looks
No,
like you get
no,
cheated
that's
Hey,
on,
not
right?
what I'm
That's why
saying.
you get
hey,
cheated on.
why
That's
why is
crazy.
everything gender based right now? Why is
Right,
everything
I
gender
just
based?
muted
Why
them.
why
The
does
next person that just came up here.
yeah, but it's if y'all look at the dynamics of everything right now, it goes straight down the middle on who cheats. It goes both ways. We that's a point that we need looking at too. It's pointing fingers again, like we didn't want to go pointing fingers at each other, just instead of looking in the mirror. It didn't. It just went all the way left.
Because it was never about cheating. They made it about cheating so they didn't have to address the issue that we were talking about, respectfully.
You brought up the
But you
topic of
you
cheating
you
when you wanted to leave the house and then come home and not
Okay.
validate your wife's feelings on her
Exactly.
wanting to leave and telling her to take the kids.
No, and then
You
actually, if
brought up
you
cheating.
reduce
You
the whole, wait,
said
hold on,
let's
ma'am,
take
I'm not
cheating.
your husband.
No,
I am not your husband.
you're right
Ma'am,
because you damn sure wouldn't be
hush,
mine. You brought
ma'am,
up cheating. Don't sit here and
ma'am.
say they. No, you said let's take cheating. You brought that into conversation.
Listen,
Don't sit there and
hold on,
gaslight. You said that.
sister, respectfully, and I got love for you because you are a sister, and that's why I'm giving you grace right now.
You don't have to
No
give
one
me anything.
advocated
You
for
are
cheating.
clearly showing your ass on this panel.
Listen, exactly, and where's your man with your ass? Because you're up here with us. Exactly. But no, check this out. Hold on. If you reduce a conversation down to the smallest detail, men and women on the panel, how many times have you had a conversation with somebody and they reduce it down to one word or a statement you said and ignored the whole other 80% of what you said because they got triggered with that one thing? No one is advocating for men to be able to cheat. That wasn't even a topic. But as long as you can keep it on cheating, then you got a leg to stand on. But if we hold you accountable for being a parent that poured your venom and your emotions on your kids, you broke up a household because you was upset. Now you don't want to have that conversation. But as long as it's about cheating, you got something to talk about. That's not what we're talking about in totality, sister.
If I may.
Official Mama G wants to say something. She's put her hand up in the comment like 3 times already.
Okay, so I've been listening to the whole conversation, and I wanted to say a couple of things. One, Boca, I think that's your name. I'm probably going to get it wrong. Apologies. I hear what you're saying about men not wanting to communicate, and that's why he ends up leaving or he ends up stepping out physically. Although I do believe that you're removing the fact of what that physical act, how it affects a woman emotionally. And it does, listen, women are the ones who hold the atmosphere in the home. What men fail to realize is that when we are emotionally not able to listen, when we're hurt emotionally, it will affect the atmosphere in the home, which means that it will affect the children. It is not always intentional, the way that Earl was saying. I understand what he's saying about how there are women. I won't negate that. Listen, I'm not going to be disingenuous to the fact that there aren't women who sit here and like, your daddy, he did this, that, whatever. I get it. There are women who do that. Your daddy did this, that. There are women who do that. But the two women that have came up here very logically and said, this is a conversation we have to move forward now on. There are two women who came up here that said, hey, you know what? You want to cheat? Say less, but I will not be present. And as my choice from your action, my reaction means I don't want to be near you because it affects us emotionally and mentally, and then it affects us physically. I'm not negating. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not negating that there are not women who don't allow that space for men, but I don't feel like you're realizing the room of the women that are here saying, if there is something wrong, come to me and talk to me and tell me. These are the women in this room, sir. I'm not negating that men are not shut down. I'm not even negating the fact that you aren't solid in some of the things that you said. There are a lot of men who don't come to their women because they're afraid that their women will leave. And there are some women, just like you said, there was someone else in the comments that said, that's why women should know if it's a difference between a man and a boy. You are correct. That is our responsibility as a woman. But that is also your responsibility as a man in choosing your wife, and that she will be able to handle that conversation. Because just like men don't like rejection, women, we don't like being told that we're not sufficient enough in what we're doing. It is what it is. All humans do that. But it is your choice and the woman that you're choosing who will be able to grant you that space. Now, will it happen initially? Probably not. And it is what it is. But you still chose that woman. And when you went into that agreement with that woman, you also chose to cheat on that woman, which affected your home. And then now that the main course of all of this is that there is lacking communication, apparently both on the cheater and the one who was cheated on. I'm not negating that women don't take advantage of the fact that a man cheated on them and then they spew that venom onto their children. I hear what Earl is saying. I've seen it done over and over again. And I'm also not negating what you're saying as a man, that men can't go to their women. But what I am saying is what you men have just dismissed with the women completely is that it will affect us emotionally. It will affect the home. And the kind of women that have been on this panel are saying, hey, you know what? I'm not the type of woman that you're identifying with in your circle, in your time. I'm telling you my response. You can't sit here and tell a woman how she would react or initially say, hey, I'm this kind. I like assume that she's going to do that. That's disingenuous, especially when we're having a generalized conversation. Although I will say to the women is that majority of the time, if we take out our personal choices and our own ways and how we would act, majority of the time in today's society, there are women who are weaponizing that level of emotional hurt onto their children. And sometimes I just want to say to the men, it does affect, and it is not intentional a lot of the time. Listen, if we are a woman and our children are around us all of the time, our children will feel that. And it doesn't matter if we cry only in the restroom. It doesn't matter if we cry only in the closet when they're sleeping. They feel that. They hear that. It doesn't matter what we try to do to protect them. And it isn't intentional, but I'm not negating the fact that it doesn't happen intentionally. There are women who spew that venom onto their children. But us good women,
It is something that we try to hide from them, but they still see it. And that's where you guys are not seeing the middle line. It is the level of communication, both on the men and the women, both men
I
and women who
agree.
have cheated. It's just that when men cheat, and listen, you're not gonna like this, but when men cheat, us as women, we take them back. I know because I was one. We take them back and we make excuses. Okay, so you know what do I have to fix? Let's talk about this. I'm also a different caliber woman. It is what it is. I'm going to be stand 10 toes. Cheating is not the first reason to leave for me, especially if I have a marriage. In my marriage, cheating was not the first reason for me to leave. I stayed because I was like, you know what, maybe he just wanted to get his dick wet. And I also have the understanding and of like, you know what, for men, they can compartmentalize and it can only become physical. It is what it is. And some women may not like that about me, but I stand on what I say. Although now, what I will say is that when we come back to it, it is upon the cheater and the person who was cheated on to have that conversation and that communication. But that communication is drowning. You cannot use the excuse of, well, I fear that this is going to happen. Well, then you're obviously not communicating effectively with the woman that you chose. There is nothing that can justify cheating on both sides, and both for men and women. But when women cheat, oh, I don't know no man that's ever stayed with a woman that cheated because she
So I
stepped
want
out
to.
emotionally first. It led to the physical what it did. There's no
So
man that I know that has ever stayed with a woman who has cheated. And when he did, it was literally just to get a lick back.
so
It is not the same, and there are double standards across the board. And you know what, us as women in that particular part, that's where we take an L. And it is what it is. Although at the end of the day, it does come down to communication. And men, all I've heard up here is that men are making this is what I got from your statement, Boca, and from Earl. You're making an excuse of a woman to not be her feminine emotional self. Now, unless Earl, you're only speaking to the toxicity of the woman who's spewing that onto the children, I agree with that. I get that. But not all women do that. And I don't actually believe that it's the majority because a lot of women don't do it intentionally. Some do. I'm not negating that it doesn't, although it's
Okay,
not.
so wait. Okay, so real quick, when I
The
spoke, and I
host is
think
trying to talk.
everybody heard me in the
Earl,
room.
the host is trying to talk.
Uh,
yeah, I was really trying to say something. You spoke on communication and emotional intelligence of a person towards their significant other. So us being how old we are, born in the '80s and stuff like that, raised in the '90s. We were raised with parents and grandparents told us about, respecting elders. We was always hushed. We wasn't able to express our feelings because we expressed our feelings to our parents and the elders. They told us that, suck it up, be tough. So as we got older, they got implanted in our brains and stuff like that. Some people was able to get out of it, some people wasn't because of their situational and things like that. So that's why I don't look at most relationships in that manner. It's just, hey, try and explain to me. Leave that open door. As long as the person know they got an open door, it's a good chance they may come back and talk about it. Try to be, opened up. But that other person don't know how to express themselves. They stay blocked up. That causes a lot of problems. They go for both genders. It's not just one gender that goes through it. It's all genders because of how we were raised, what we witnessed, what we was told, and stuff like that. So it's that void moment in life that a lot of people don't get over. They think they're over until they get to a person that not over it themselves, or someone has to reteach them to be more communicative and emotional towards other people because of how they was raised and stuff like that. Once they meet a person that can teach them, and also they have to be open enough to learn and stuff like that. Like me, I live by that logic. I like to learn something new every day, no matter what it is, as long as I learn something new. A lot of people aren't like that. They don't want to see nothing new. They don't want to evolve. They're contingent on what they're at now, their status, and stuff like that. But you got to make them excited to learn something new. And once they find something that you can intrigue and make them learn, they come out of that void and stuff like that. So with either one of them doing anything unhappy, open that door up to make them communicate. Find a way to communicate. Find a way to teach them to communicate. Let them know that they have an open door policy to explain their feelings and do not, throw anything at the woman. Open up all the way.
So, if I may respond, I understand your thought process and your mindset. If, to my understanding, you're saying that, us seeing our grandparents and how we were before, that mindset is still here. But sadly, I just want to say this: that's a different type of man and woman as well in society in today's time. Is women have way so I think we're one speaking about two different calibers of women, but also I think you fail
No,
to
I'm speaking about
realize
both genders. I'm speaking about both genders. I do not go
no, no,
men or women. I straight down the middle. That's me. I
I
hate to point the finger at anybody. I want you to point the finger at self and understand self before you move forward in anything. As long as you know yourself, and then you go on to learn your partner and their manner and stuff like that. That opens the door up completely once you know them. Pay attention to them. A lot of people are afraid to pay attention to their significant other to learn them because they're so locked in it is. They stay tunnel vision. Make them look at life in a 360 vision. Don't let them stay tunnel vision. Give them some type of excitement. Give yourself some type of excitement too while going along with it. If both of y'all can find the best way to incorporate each other in things, you will make everything a lot better.
and that's
And
all. So that's all I wanted to say is that the type of mindset but from back then doesn't exist now, not intentionally. It's a different caliber of woman and man who actually exist now with that type of mindset. And I would agree to what you said. Communication is key, knowing oneself and then also knowing how to communicate that to your partner, whether it is the man or the woman. And it is something that is necessary. But it is not something that is exercised in today's time, especially within the last like 5 years since C-19. Us as a society and as a human race, we've just, to be honest, we've become selfish or self-centered, and we've gone away from interpersonal communication skills that we should have actually had from way back when that we just don't have now. Now, it is not an excuse. I will say that it is not an excuse, but
Well,
it is the reality of where we're at.
hello.
all right, Owl Nation, you can go before I speak.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I've been listening to this conversation now for the last, I don't know how many hours this live been going on. A lot of charged things that have been said. I heard you, what I wanted to speak to, Legendary, though, you kept mentioning about the couples that you grew up with in terms of your parents or your grandparents that were together for a long time and based on if somebody they knew he cheated and he still stayed together, but do you know why? I'm older and I know why. I know why those couples stayed together, and it was through the shame that was passed down through generations of religion and culture. So, like, all of that, yeah, they went out there and they did what they, it was a male dominated society at the time, and men can't, we just can't go backwards to that anymore. Women are not ready to go back to that. We're not going back to that ever again. Being
Okay,
quiet
let men
about
tell me
what
what to
men
do.
did behind closed doors, it's just not going to happen. We have to move forward with communication between both sections and be an acceptance of maybe it not being a 50-50 every day. Someday he'll be 20, someday she'll be 90. Whatever it is, the percentage it is, at least every day you work towards making it right. Speaking from love and trying to get what needs to get done.
And
Yeah, I
also
wasn't
to
saying go back. Yeah, I wasn't saying go back to that same type. Incorporate the new things with that. Like I said, the learning, the evolving and stuff like that. You take it, you learn from it, you incorporate it in your own manner. You don't have to take the full totality of like my grandfather, whenever he wasn't happy in the household, he had a project outside to keep him from getting in the street. I saw it. I still have that truck to this day. So he went and rebuilt the whole truck. A good truck, working truck. He broke it apart and put it together. So I saw what he did when he wasn't happy. But most of the time he
But
wasn't
thankfully,
happy.
it
It
was a
wasn't the
truck and not
household. It
another
was
woman, is what I'm saying. They
a
can't, you
fact.
got, and you find something else, yes, to accommodate your time, but you don't walk off on that relationship or that family or that foundation and then expect to be treated not to be treated differently.
Facts.
Yeah, that hope without effort moment. You know,
And I also want to say too, I apologize for getting on the panel yelling, but I have been hearing the live for over an hour, and
It was loud.
some of the things that were said is this is the thing. Whether you're in a relationship or whether you're in marriage, you are still an individual. And the thing about it is that a lot of people have taken on their childhood trauma, the things that they have seen their grandparents and great parents go through, and they have made that identity. Now you have a positive thing about this, and you have a negative thing about it. All of you know that in this day and age, it took for us to see what our parents and grandparents went through in order for us to get the grind and the grit that we had to break that type of curse and that trauma that we've had. So we cannot go moving forward doing the same things that our grandparents and great parents did. It is a such thing as a positive evolving relationship. And the thing about it is a lot of partners do want their partner to heal. They want their partner to grow. And a lot of times that cheating occurs is because they know that their partner is going to hold them accountable to actually getting the true help that they need. And that person does not want to really face those demons and face that trauma. And so they want enablers. They want somebody that is going to be a yes person to their mistakes, to their problems, to their issues. And they don't want to really get down to why are you cheating? Is it because of self-worth? Is it because of insecurities? Is it because of what you experienced in your childhood? A lot of people don't want to talk about it, but yet they use it as their identity. They use it as their excuse. And we have to no longer stop doing that. And when you decide that you no longer see that your partner wants to address those issues, it is not fair for the kids to be the collateral of the damage. It's not fair that because you are insecure that your kids have to suffer. It's not fair that your wife has to suffer because you don't want to communicate to her, because you know that you're going to have to go back down that hallway into that closet of some things that happened in your childhood that probably never even had anything to do with your wife or your kids, that you have to address, that is preventing you from moving forward and evolving. And when people are put in positions to where they have to face those type of things, it's better for them to cheat. It's better for them to go to someone new, that they don't have to go that deep. They don't have to go that further to get what they want, even though it's a temporary fix. A lot of people don't want to do the work, and that is a sad part about it. And there are women out here and there are men out here that look at their relationship, their past relationship that they made a kid out of, and they know. You get what I'm saying? They met because they both were going through things. They both were in the same position. But what happens a lot of time is one of the other person evolves and they grow and they heal and they break free from that, and the other person doesn't. And again, it is not fair for the kids to be the collateral and for you to decide that you don't want to be a mom or a dad and you don't want to be there for your kids, all because you're upset because the other person does not see you as valuable as they once did anymore. And it doesn't negate the fact that you can and are a good parent. It just means that you and that person are not together anymore, and the kids should not be used as collateral to decide I'm not going to help her with the kids, I'm not going to help her pay the bills, I'm not going to make sure that my kids have what they need because she does no longer want me anymore. And that's what happens, and we have to put that out on the table. A lot of times people have emotional reactions to things when all they really need to do is heal those vulnerable insecurities and childhood traumas that they have, and think about their kids and what they don't want their kids to have to miss and suffer because they don't want to address those things.
So Warlock, go ahead.
Good after freaking noon, man. It might as well be 8 o'clock in the morning because my old ass just got up. All
Warlock.
right. Oh, man. I want to establish something really quickly. We talk about childhood traumas, childhood drama. Damn near all the time when we talk about fucked up adults. can we acknowledge that there are just some people that's fucked up? Not everything revolves around trauma and drama. Some people are just fucked up. But a lot of times we use that as a reason why. And my whole thought process is if you can verbalize to me why you act a certain way, and this is what happened to me when I was younger. This is what happened to me when I was a teenager. And i.e., this is why I am the way I am now that I'm an adult. To me, I have no empathy for you, especially if you haven't taken any steps to resolve it. In reference to communication, I do believe sometimes, a lot of times, men just don't talk because it doesn't make us feel any better for the most part. We're trying to figure things out. And to try to make us talk about it or expect us to talk about it all the time is a disruption. I often hear people say that we need to learn to be more expressive. We need to be more in touch with our feelings. We need to be more emotionally intelligent. But when you break it down amongst a lot of women, women wouldn't even date those type of dudes. They wouldn't even marry those type of dudes for the most part. So why is it that I constantly hear, and this isn't just here on social freaking media, I hear this shit in my personal life. Why would you ask us to be or raise your sons to be something that you wouldn't even fuck with? The one thing that I think that that a lot of us can agree on is an emotional dude is a dangerous dude because there's very little emotional regulation within himself. And when that happens, that's when you get people to lash out. And when we lash out, it can be ugly. I don't know how much longer we're going to have these conversations. Because a lot of things that I do hear, not necessarily from this panel, because I've only been here for about 35, 40 minutes, is that ladies want us to think like them and handle situations like them, and we don't. So there's a couple of things that can be done about that, but that's going to take me down a whole nother rabbit hole. So I'll end on that. I'll park my skateboard.
Anybody else got anything to say on it?
Yeah, I do want to say something. The idea of the man cheating again was from what Earl was saying earlier. It was all about the children at first, and again, I, I'm speaking. I'm not married, but I'm saying if I was to be married and this situation was to occur where a woman was to cheat on me, I wouldn't technically leave. I'd be upset, you know, but I wouldn't leave because especially if I know that the kids have a solid foundation and they're happy. My wife and our problem is something that we're going to have to deal with. We might have to hide it from the children, but just picking up and leaving when we know that at the end of the day, the children are the main priority, I'm gonna have to suck that up. I'm gonna have to eat that one right there. And I think that's what Earl was saying. I mean, the cheating thing just kind of developed into its own story, you know, because you get people. I've watched married couples outgrow each other, but for the sake of the children, they stayed together. You know, and I know. I mean, I personally know people, woman and man, who are in a relationship. I got a friend right now who's going through a divorce, but you know, he waited until the child was 18 and went to college. He was unhappy 8 years ago. You see, but was he supposed to leave because he was unhappy? You know, I mean, he stayed and sucked it up. And women do the same thing. They suck it up when they have to. But I'm saying that just to up and leave because a man steps out and cheats on his wife, I think therapy is a solution. You know, sitting down with someone and or sitting with your local reverend or whomever it is that could mentor you through this situation. But just to up and leave when technically you might still love the person anyway, although they made a mistake. And you know the kids are going to be affected when daddy's out of the house or mama's out of the house. I don't know. I don't think just up and leaving is the solution because there was a reason why he went out, or there was a reason why she went out and did that anyway. And maybe that needs to be addressed. And if it can't be addressed, then maybe the separations and divorces and things like that might make more sense. But just to up and leave because you're emotionally hurt at that moment, I get it. I understand that women are affected. I get that. But I'm saying, but for the sake of the children, you might have to suck that up. I think that's what Earl was trying to stress.
Why should we have to suck it up?
For the children.
Okay, you can. There are, as long as you can co-parent properly, there's no reason why you gotta suck it up and stay in that household.
But if the
No
children are
reason at
happy,
all.
okay, let me respond. If the children are happy, right? And the children see you all working as a unit, and if the idea is for them to understand family, right? And even though there's a problem, because there's going to be problems that occur, there ain't no. Again, I'm not married, but I've been in relationships. There ain't nothing smooth. It's a roller coaster ride. You know, these
It's
situations
not a
occur.
unit no more if you cheat though. You
Exactly.
done
Okay,
Thank
messed
but
up.
you.
hold
Okay,
on.
hold
No,
on,
You
hold
hold
on,
on,
done
hold
hold
messed
on.
it
Let him
up.
finish.
You're
on.
not
You're
a
right.
unit.
Hold on. You're
Nothing
not.
is gonna be
You're
happy for these
listen.
kids.
Okay, let me respond. Did you, is the unit as tight as it was when it started? No, probably not, because someone jumped out and did what they did. But if there was that conversation and that word called communication that took place, it might have never happened. But the thing is when a person steps out being sneaky and indulging in these things, something is going on that's making she or he attempt to even do this and fulfill that need.
So
Why
that
is it?
means it's not a unit anymore.
It's not right, but it's not a tight unit because at one point it was tight, correct? That's when y'all got married. It was
Okay,
a
but
tight
then so
unit.
now what I feel like you're saying is teach your kids to
No, I'm
stay in
saying what?
situations where they're not
Not at all.
whether
Where
they're
the
Not at
happy
unit
all.
or
is not
not.
tight.
You could
If
listen.
you're not happy, leave.
Let me
Don't
ask you
stay
this.
together. Couples do not have, that's the problem. Couples do not have to stay
Do
together just because there are children involved.
There
If
but do
you're
we?
grown, then you can co-parent and you can co-parent properly.
it
I
is
got
called
But you do not have to.
irreconcilable differences. It's
okay.
called
That
it's
I
Exactly.
called
get it.
fouling with irreconcilable differences. It does not mean fouling because the other person has committed adultery.
Okay,
That
I
is a
got you.
totally different thing.
I got you. I
Exactly.
got you. I got you. Okay, that's cool. But now my thing is how is the child going to be affected when the father or the mother is not in the home?
Why is the partner not thinking about that before they cheat? Why is
Regardless,
that not a negotiate?
let's
Why
say
is
that's
that
over
not
with.
something that why is that not being discussed before the cheating
Okay.
happens?
Well, I should
Not
listen.
just that, but just like
I
you
Why are the
said,
recommend. Hold
kids not
on, I
put why is the
want to answer a
family
question.
unit, why is the kids not put at the forefront before that person decides to walk out and do the cheating?
You're absolutely right, and it goes back to what I
and
was. Well, listen. Let me respond to her. She's absolutely right, and that's what I was saying like 5 minutes ago, and I was saying sometimes men feel uncomfortable bringing a matter to the woman for the fear there's going to be a argument or whatever the case may be, and therefore he goes somewhere else where an heir will take heed to his voice. Men cheat for a reason, just like women do.
You want your voice to be heard, but you are not fixing you're not fixing the problem. We need to
And you're
fix
not
this. We
going
need
to
to
your
create a
wife.
solution. You're not going to your person. You're not going. You're stepping out of the unit that you have created, and you're going to an outside error for validation to be heard, to be seen. Someone who does not know you, someone that you're only telling a one-sided story to, instead of looking at your history, your family lineage, thinking about that.
and
So
also just like you said, if therapy is can possibly help a marriage, why can't therapy help a child if he starts acting up or if he starts doing whatever? Therapy can help a child through it.
you're actually admitting,
Is
D, check this out.
okay.
Hold on. Let me respond to this. D, you're actually admitting, you almost know that the child is going to go through something when both parents are in the house.
Not necessarily.
No, I mean, a lot
My
of
baby
people are
father was a
scared
hoe,
to.
but you know what?
Here,
My son
Jackie,
is
your
perfectly
point.
fine. My
Say it
son is
again.
perfectly fine. He sees his dad when he sees his dad, and that's all there is to it.
No,
There's nothing else.
listen. I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, when I first came into this conversation, I think that some of the most beautiful people come from the most dysfunctional family households. and I'm one of them. So I'm not tripping about a father not being there or a mother not being there. But I'm saying if we're talking about a father and a mother, for the most part, have a tight unit, and the mother or father decides to step out and cheat, and it can be worked on. I say work on it before you leave. That's all I'm saying.
But this is the thing about it. Okay,
What's
you're
going to
talking
happen in the
about
future? It's going to be thrown in the face. Remember when you did this?
Not
Remember when
necessarily
you
if you're
did
dealing
that?
with not
if if
necessarily if
if
you're
if
dealing with
there is an
mature people.
issue, if there is an issue
See,
to where the man or the woman feels that if they come to their partner and their partner is not going to be heard, that is when you come to your partner and say, "Hey, I called a therapist. We're going to go to this therapy session." It does
Right.
not mean go and get a outside error source for your therapy, for your temporary therapy.
I
It
agree with
means
that.
that needs to be the next step. Hey, we need to have family
Yes,
counseling. Hey,
I
we need
agree
to
with
bring the
that.
kids involved. Hey, if we can't, if we have went to counseling as a couple and we have not come to agreement, then the next step is to bring the kids along too to the counseling for them to make that adjustment. The thing about it is there are healthy ways to solve problems, but because the healthy ways are gonna make us face the demons and make us face the real root of the issue, people don't want to do that. And that is what the root of the source is. That's what the root of the problem is. People don't really want real solutions. They just want somebody to cuddle them and pat them on the butt and rock them to sleep, and they're going to wake up with the same issue the next day. And when women and a man, when they are in a partnership and they really want this to not only just be a temporary fix, but they actually want a longevity and they want their family units, it's going to require us to have to go back and look at some things, and people don't want to do that. It is not okay to make a woman and kids stay in a home when the unit is not really pure and true and genuine.
Well, you think the man is happy because he cheated? You think I know that the one guy said the man is getting his cake and eat it too. Do you think that man? I don't know.
You're
I'm
breaking
asking.
up. It's like you're
I'm
muffling. We
sorry.
couldn't hear
I'm
your
sorry.
full story,
I'm sorry.
your
I'm
full
sorry.
question.
Mama G, official Mama G still has something to say too. She's
Wait
put
a
her hand up again
minute,
3 times.
Warlock first, then Mama G.
Okay.
Then Fisher Mama G.
Okay. What I was saying is that man, and I'm not a cheat. I'm not speaking from experience. So do not mistake what I'm saying. But I'm assuming this. That man who's cheating isn't happy as well because he's cheating. Because I think someone said he wants his cake and eat it too. He's not technically happy. He's searching. He's seeking. But what I'm saying is that when the act is done, when the sin is committed, is that option to go see a therapist or whomever still open, or is it just vacate, abort? This is done with.
I just said that when the man is unhappy or the woman is unhappy, that
They
is when the
cheat.
therapist is called, not after the cheating is done.
Oh, okay, right. So you're not
Why
willing
why
to forgive
bring
him.
why
Okay,
why
before y'all
bring
start
no,
arguing, other people
you're
want to
not
talk before y'all
willing
with
you're
y'all
I'm
back and
sorry.
forth.
My plans landed. I mean, she can finish. Go ahead. I'm listening.
you're not willing to want to actually address the issue if you are already looking for outside sources before you actually find a solution.
Just a
Right.
hypothetical known.
You have
That's
to
all.
address why you want to cheat. Why is
Right.
it?
Exactly.
Why are you weak?
I agree with
Why do
that.
you feel the need to go elsewhere?
I
What is
agree.
what is lacking in the home?
I agree. But this is in our conversation. There's some people just do it and then get caught later. That's all I'm saying is that what then what? Do we vacate or do we try to make this thing work? Because if we make this thing work, we now show our kids we can make things like matters can get solved, problem solving and things of that nature, solution orientation
That
type of
it's
thing.
okay
So
to cheat. You want to teach
That
that to
needs
your
to be
daughter.
done. That
well,
needs to be done prior to the cheating.
You want
okay,
to
All
teach
right.
right. So
that.
Can we
right.
You're
let
trying to make it
Warlock?
okay.
No, I'm not. What I am
Okay, wait.
I know you're no, I'm not trying to make it okay. I'm asking you to be objective. Try to be objective for a minute and don't look at it from a personal opinion. Hey, just hear it out.
Okay, just let it marinate for a second.
There it
Warlock, go
is. Yeah,
ahead.
let it marinate. Go ahead. Go and rap. Go ahead.
Official had her hand up before me. She can go before me.
Okay, official, go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to give my perspective, and it's probably not going to be so. I just first and foremost want to say I don't condone cheating. It is what it is. Although I will sit here and say I did stay after cheating. And it doesn't take away my own value and worth. I'm just going to offer a little bit of perspective. I feel like the men are saying, as a woman, she should be able to like suck it up emotionally. And the reason is because men tend to suck it up emotionally, mentally, and physically every single day when they go out into society. Men have a thing called forced accountability, in my perspective. Men have forced accountability from multiple different places and spaces, and women really don't. As women, we really don't. The judicial system, the police, other men in society, will force a man to have accountability. Most men don't come to their wives or their significant others to say, hey, I'm not happy in this particular stance. It's because of the fact we got to be honest as women. If he does and she's upset, she will now, and there's a divorce, she will not only take half of what he has built, all because she was upset. Some women do it very selfishly, and more and more and more now it's happening. I'm not condoning the cheating, although a lot of men tend to do it because of what's happening where he is at. He really doesn't have, like, he'll be forced to take accountability for her being upset. And then it'll end up coming on to the children, and it will create that division. We can't sit here and say statistically that a child won't be more successful if there aren't two parents in the household. If men every day, logically, men tend to every day suck it up, buttercup, get your bootstraps tight and everything. Men do that every single day. They break their backs, they break their bodies, they break their minds. They don't talk about their feelings. That there's just it just is what it is. I know we're sitting up here spewing. A lot of us are saying, communication, communication, communication. Although we have to also recognize where we don't offer that space for that man to communicate. And it's difficult and it's hard, but a lot of women in today's time just don't have the mental capacity or the mental maturity to offer that space. And so what do men do? They suck it up. And so logically, I understand what he's saying. If he messed up logically and he's saying, hey, suck it up for the sake of our kids emotionally during this time so that we can communicate again, but that also onus goes on to the man. He must communicate. Hey, you know what? I fucked up. I don't know who said it. I think T, she was up here. She said, you know what? I need you to take accountability and say, I fucked up. And now, this is how we move forward. A separation isn't actually needed, but communicating that from before is needed. And if a man can't trust her that way, then why did he marry her knowing that she is a type of woman that will take him for that? And again, that's the onus on the man. Again, the man's choice and the woman's choice. We can't sit here and negate that that's not the truth. If a man is out of pocket or he feels some sort of way, he will lose he will lose everything he's built, especially if he was married to her. And we can't sit here and pretend that the statistics aren't there. 80 to 70% of divorces now are initiated by women who were just unhappy, or something was said on wrong, or something along those lines. And we can't negate that that's not the present situation. Typically, we would want to see that women communicate. I understand his perspective of saying, she should suck it up. She should suck it up emotionally so we can get through this because I fucked up. But that onus needs to go on the man to say, hey, you know what? I fucked up, or communicate from the beginning, like, hey, you know what? This is falling. But we can't sit here and say that men aren't talking because he may run the risk of losing not only his family but his bag. So what does he do? He tries to go somewhere without getting caught because he does want the unit to be successful. It's only after he's caught that it ends up becoming a big problem. Then that's where and I'm not saying it's not a bad problem. It is a very big problem. But that's the most important part. Just like men have to suck it up physically, mentally, emotionally, logically what he's saying is that women should suck it up emotionally for this moment if that man chooses to stay and communication is placed. But that man must communicate. He must communicate. But what I will say is that most men do not communicate, and then
Kevin,
that ensues a lot of other chaos.
I just have only one question. So every time they don't feel happy, it's okay for them to cheat and then come back and communicate and say I fucked up.
Not
How
at
many
all.
times are they allowed to do that before you say fuck it, I'm done?
Never.
Well, so see that's the
Hey,
thing. So we're not. What I don't believe what he's saying is that by the time a man gets to the point of cheating, like good men, and I'm not saying nice men because listen, I don't want a nice man because a nice man is going to be afraid to hurt my feelings. Good men. By the time a good man gets to the point of stepping out into the relationship, he's reached a point that he is now broken. But because he is broken for whatever reason, he's not communicating. I understand what you're saying. No, it is not right for a man to just step out because he's upset, or it's not right, just because he's like, oh, she didn't listen to me today, or she didn't give me none, so I'm gonna go get some somewhere else. A good man won't do that. I'm gonna be honest with you. A good man won't do that. He won't react in that way.
all
But
right, let me say
Wait,
something
Horse
because
was trying to say something.
let me say something because somebody in the comment keep pointing the finger at guys. So let me talk about my past with my ex-wife. I was married once. She got caught cheating and decided to leave. I left the door open. She came back. We tried to work things out. She wanted to go to counseling, and I said we must have a communication first with each other. Let's talk this out first, and then I'll decide if I want to go to counseling or not. She didn't want to talk to me one on one. She didn't know how to express her emotions, her feelings, and stuff like that. So with all that being done, I decided not to go to counseling. I went through with the divorce. At the end of the day, I suffered the bullet of it all. I got put on child support. I got my rights taken from my child, from me about my child and stuff like that. I went through it over the years. When she could not handle that child, that's when she gave me my rights back. But I am still entitled to pay child support through the system. So with you down there in the comments talking about what's his is all mine, his money is my money, I don't care, and stuff like that, you can leave that negativity out the window because men go through the same thing as women. Like I said, we had a guy in the chat in the panel who's a single parent who had to fight to get custody of his kids. He had to prove everything about that mother wasn't right to get the custody of his child. So he had to go through the full run, hire lawyers and everything because of her infidelity, her doing and stuff like that to get custody of that child. So he had to take the long route while if she wanted to, she took the shorter route. So please stop blaming men. We're just talking about self. Inflict yourself in this situation. Stop trying to blame the next person. What did you do to cause that situation that you're going through? This is what the whole point of this panel is. Look at self. Communicate with self. Identify with self. You could have did something differently to cause redo the outcome of everything, or may not have. Just look at the identity of yourself. What caused the situation? Maybe you didn't talk enough and the situation turned to the route that it did. You talking about lies? Maybe you put him in a compromising situation to make him lie. Maybe he put you in a compromising situation to make you lie. He didn't know how to express. Maybe your wall was up so tight that way he didn't know how to communicate with you. And the only thing he could do is stroke your ego, tell you exactly what you wanted to hear. That's probably why he lied to you. Because him telling you the truth looked like a lie, and him telling you a lie looked like the truth. So that was his way of communicating with you. So stop pointing the finger, please. Let's just have good dialogue and you stop gender blaming. That's all it is. I'm reading the chats also. I'm looking at all of it. I see what you're saying in the chat, and I see how you're pointing the finger. You trying to be egotistic and point the finger and take a person everything from them. So if you take everything from him, what identity do he have to his child then? Your child grow up not knowing his father. Your child not knowing anything about that other person and whatnot, even if it go vice versa. That's what you got to identify with. Think about your child. Stop thinking about your pocket, your mental state and stuff like that. Think about that child mental. You got to be in your right healthy mind. And the other parent got to be in their right healthy mind to raise the child in the proper way. Or you got to have the best support system behind you in order to get by. We don't have communities anymore like some of us grew up in. We didn't grow up in those communities that built us up to where your neighbor was able to do the same stuff. Nowadays, we protecting our kids from what may be out there, which is understandable. So it's ways of looking and visualizing stuff like that. You got to look at the whole totality of it all. You gotta look in a 360 view and stop looking tunnel vision. That's the whole identity of why I wanted to do a live like this. Look 360, not just one way. Look behind you, in front of you, left, right, and every possible view that you can have. Don't sit still. All right, next
The
And,
only
person.
way a
and
child
also,
should be taken
hashtag, wait one
is a
Yeah.
second.
child
And while
is
we're
if
in
there's
here,
DV.
Hold on,
one
Aqua.
second.
I do
And
believe
while
that
we're
I
in here, I
Jada's
need y'all to
talking.
tap
Hold
that
on.
screen. Hashtag FYP. I mean, if you're here, it's 21 y'all here. Tap the screen. Share the live. Hashtag FYP.
So can I jump in
okay.
here real quick?
Uh,
I haven't really gotten to talk yet. So real quick, I think a lot of the times people like to make excuses to why people cheat. People have the option to also leave. People make it so hard. Oh my God, finances. Oh my God, she's going to take half. Oh my God, this, that, and the third. Listen, I know that things happen and people ain't shit. But is your peace worth more than you being in a household with somebody who's not making you happy? Like, a person is cheating out of their own selfish necessities. They don't cheat because it's something that you do. I've been in so many different relationships where people have treated me like shit. I haven't gone out and sucked on another peepee because that's not me. That's how they are. They cheat because they want to cheat, not because you force them to cheat. Like, I'm sorry. I think that's a load of crap. I think people make decisions on things that they want to do because people will have the perfect relationship and still go out and fucking cheat.
He was a nothing ass person
Okay.
from the door. Then
So here's the deal. And Mama G, I know you took my shit, but that's all right, though. Love you to death. As I was gonna sell, I was gonna
You
tell
take my
people.
shine, so I'm glad
We,
I stole yours first.
we want to go to the why before we even realize what the what is, right? Um, I don't give two shits about why. I mean, people cheat because they want to. Period. You have a choice. You chose to do this, regardless of whether you was fighting with your man or woman, whether or not y'all was having hard times or whatever. You chose to go do this. So with every choice in life, there is a consequence. Period. I don't know why we're trying to say all of these different things on people cheating and this, that, and the other. The bottom line, the foundation that we can start to build this whole building on is that they chose to do it. Period. That's it. Now, why they chose to do it, that's a them or you problem. But see, here's the thing. Here we go with this three finger shit again. We always take that freaking index finger and point at the other fucking person. We never really take into account what the fuck we've done to push that person, to nudge that person over the fucking edge. And yes, at the end of the day, it is their choice to do it, or deal with it, not deal with it, or cheat. But we never look at ourselves in reference to what part we played in this shit. We always want to use that index finger to point at the other fucking person. And until we can start to actually look at ourselves and say, you know what? Maybe I nagged the fuck out of his ass too much when he comes home from work. Maybe I want to indulge in conversations when I know this motherfucker or she's not in the right frame of mind to do so. We all have a part to play in everything in our significant others' lives. This is why I tell people that if you are going to get with somebody, first and foremost, before you even get to marriage, you need to stop having the surface bullshit ass conversations. Secondly, you have to understand that people, we do change. And that's why marriage is work, because we constantly change on a regular freaking basis. Thirdly, a lot of times we go to try to find people either for financial reasons or the simple fact that we think we love them and we actually lust after them. We don't go and seek people that can fill in spaces where we are deficient. We go get this power couple shit. And you still have the deficiencies in your relationship, so you can never be one as a family. So I this whole cheating thing, people pointing the finger at the man or people pointing the finger at the women, point fingers at your fucking self first. Because it was your choice to go and stick your shit in somebody else's hole, or it was your choice to allow somebody to stick that thing in your freaking hole. You chose to do that. I don't give a shit what your situation is at home. You chose to do that shit.
That's right.
That's all I got, because I'm just fucking tired of
I mean,
motherfuckers keep pointing the
I
fucking
think a
finger.
lot of people want to
nail
like
it
to
right on
throw
the
the
head.
word out accountability, but when that word is, boomerang back to them, it's a problem. Now they want to bring some shit up. Oh, it was because I couldn't communicate with you, but you don't communicate at all. So like, make it make sense. Like, You can't say that it's something that I made you do. I can't make you do anything. I could probably make you leave if you really aren't happy and are not a cheater. But if you're a cheater, you're gonna use any excuse in the book. If I don't make you a fucking sandwich at 2 in the morning, God forbid, one night out of 7 days out of the week, you might want to cheat. Like, cheaters are gonna cheat. They're gonna find an excuse. Somebody who doesn't have that in them, somebody who doesn't believe in cheating, somebody who believes in keeping their peace and not adding to the destruction that's already in place. Because obviously your house is not drama less, it's drama full. So you're gonna add more drama. God forbid, slip up and add another baby to your household that is not part of your household. Like, people risk so much. You risk half your shit and then you go to court and you're crying that you want to take half your shit. Like, you know the type of person that you dealing with. You're not delusional. That's why you now crying that she's gonna take half your shit, because you knew that if you did this shit, it was a possibility she was gonna go take you for half your shit.
Right,
So
Debo.
you
This
can't
is
blame
Mama
And
nobody
G.
but yourself for dealing with them type of people and for being the ain't shit motherfucker that you are, knowing that consequences come with your actions.
this the thing, like, are you gonna rob a bank
And
and
then
kill
blame the bank
somebody
because the money
and
was in
tell
the bank.
somebody and say, oh, I only want this amount of time. Oh, I want to be at this prison. I want to be. No, you, whatever they give you is what they give you. Whatever they take is what they take. Whatever they tell you that you got to pay is what you got to pay. How can you dictate someone's reaction or consequence after you've already expunged and did what you've done? You can't tell somebody, oh, well, you can't take the kids and the kids can't go to you because you can't accept the fact that I cheated and the kids have to stay with me. What type? Why would I want my kids being raised by a person that has low morals and standards? Why would I want my child to be raised by a parent who does not know how to communicate, who does not want to be held accountable? No, we need our kids to know that if you go out and you steal a piece of candy, or if you go and you rob a bank, you have to accept what type of consequences that come out of it, whether they give you life or whether they give you 2 weeks in the pen. You have to be able to accept whatever it is. You cannot dictate you cheating you can't dictate the consequences that you get. You can't, because you took that off the table the minute that you chose to do what you did. You did not care.
Okay, wait a minute. Debo,
The
then
ultimate
official Mama
father.
G.
Okay, so I have been on both spectrums of the cheating thing. My first baby father, I was young and dumb. Yeah, he cheated. We talked it out. We worked it out. We stayed together. Yeah, of course, we're still not together now, but we did that. We were both, I guess, I was cool enough to listen. There was that communication. He stopped. Never did it again. Whatever. Cool. But in terms of there's just some out there, men and women. I'm only speaking about men right now because I'm talking about my baby fathers. Um, my second baby father, he typically is just a hoe because I did everything in the house. I did all that. I would ask him every day how his day is. And if he looks sad, I'm asking him, what's the matter? Blah, blah, blah. He chose to keep it within himself. Don't worry yourself. Don't worry yourself. Don't worry yourself. But in turn, for 7 years, he still just decided to be a hoe. Now we're not together. Now he's with somebody else. But guess what? He's still a hoe because he's still trying to come back to me. He's still trying to get with other people. So there are men out there that do not change, and then there are men out there that do change. And it is the same thing with women. If a woman's gonna cheat, I mean, she got to figure out her shit, and it just goes both ways. But I have been on both perspectives. Sometimes trying to be there and having them open up, it doesn't help because they're still just not gonna talk about it, but they're still just gonna do whatever they want to go and do. Oh yeah, sorry, 304.
Okay, official Mama
Oh,
G.
who's putting GPS on everything? No.
You know him, legendary?
You know who?
No mind.
Oh, Mark.
Official Mama G.
Okay, so I'm gonna stick to what I was saying before. There is no excuse to condone cheating. Communication is needed at the beginning, although we cannot sit here and pretend like more and more. This is probably I I'm gonna probably catch slack for this, although we cannot sit here and pretend that As a woman, we create the atmosphere in the home. And if a man cannot come home and be at peace in the atmosphere, then he will do what he does. There's no excuse for it. But if we aren't allowing him to come home to a peaceful home, then he's gonna go find it somewhere else.
So can I
But
ask you a question?
there's a if yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you decided that he cheated, okay, when you found out he cheated or whatever, how did you guys work through that? Did you go through counseling or did you try to did you fix it on your own? How did you guys sort that issue out?
Oh well, I divorced him after years of it because it became a pattern of behavior that he chose to indulge in.
Okay, so with that being said, let me ask you a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel like if you had a left when he very first did it, right? I mean, let me just give you my opinion. I'm not going to ask you any more questions. This is my opinion of it, a situation like that. Whether it's a male or a female that cheats. Obviously, I don't deal with males, but I have 6 kids, so it's a point I did. I feel like when you give them the opportunity to cheat the first time, and you show a person that you love them enough to work through it and let's fix it, I feel like you're opening a door for them to see that you love them so much that you're willing to accept anything from them, and they'll eventually go out and do it again because why you forgave them the first time.
So I'm gonna kind of give you a little bit of pushback on that. I know some amazing marriages right now that have had that happen, but they went to each other, communicated, and chose to still be with each other. Like, hey, you know what? It was the communication part. What happened with me, there were a lot of other aspects that went along with it, and I had to do a lot of self-reflection on why I tolerated and other things, and why I wouldn't tolerate that now to the same extent because I'm definitely a different woman. I've matured and I'm 38. You know, it is what it is. Although um, although in that time, I don't believe that if a man cheats one time that it's going to be an end all be all, because I have seen a lot of amazing relationships and marriages flourish after that. But it does come down to the communication to them intentionally choosing, like the woman below me was saying, you have to communicate, you have to make that choice. A man has to say, you know what, I'm going to bite the bullet, I fucked up, this is what I did. And then he still chose to stay and work with her. Now it does not give the woman the right to sit here and say, and bring it up every other time, because then that's that forgiveness. Love, and this is probably going to take some people, I believe in God, but the word of God says love keeps no records of wrong, and then that's whenever you walk toward forgiveness. I do believe that you can come back from that happening. Now, if it's a consistent behavior on that man, then he just does not want to be in a monogamous relationship, and she should definitely leave. Although I can't sit here and agree completely with what you said.
Okay, fair enough. It was just a question.
No, I understand. It's just there is just it definitely comes down to the individuals of their choosing and desiring to communicate and working past it, and then very solidifying new boundaries in different places and spaces to where trust is rebuilt again. Although I will say a lot of men don't want to do the work to rebuild trust, and it causes tension in the home. And it works both ways, both men and women.
So if you know now that, you being a 38-year-old woman and you know now, why are you still pushing the agenda of still pointing the finger at the other partner, not being accepting of it versus you being holding firm to what you say now that what you will not allow? So in a new relationship, would you still allow your partner to cheat and you take them back? Or are you going to be more saying firm about your standards and what you are seeking? Because it's very contradicting what you just said versus everything that you just said for the last hour, as far as in what men and women are doing when it comes to their partner cheating. I'm so confused.
So if I
I'm
were,
not because she's obviously a submissive, so it makes perfect sense to me.
I am I have a very submissive mindset.
It
I
makes a
I
lot of sense to me for that reason.
I do believe that a man cannot protect what he cannot control. And I don't see a negative content. Like I don't see the negative part of that. And I will say this: if I go into a new relationship, and I marriage and a relationship are two different things. If I'm married to him, then that will be a conversation that I would have with him. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna keep it a buck. If he is my husband, I'm gonna say, hey, what happened? Where did we go wrong? I'm not the same woman that I was much younger. I ask for clarity. I didn't know how to do that before, so I've learned how to communicate in many different places
Okay,
and
so can
spaces.
I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Who validates you?
I validate myself.
Okay. As long as you know that, I guess you're okay. You're just a submissive and you're real diehard about that one. Understood.
Yes, because ultimately he'll get to decide, whatever value he wants to place on me, but I choose my worth. I decide that.
Okay.
And whether or not he chooses me to be effective for him, that is completely on to him. But I'm also not going to be forced into a certain place and position to where it's going to question me, or I'm going to be looking funny because I went down that hole very publicly and it was very embarrassing, which is why I said a marriage is very different from a relationship. And that particular situation, I didn't like myself, so I had to move differently.
Understood.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's a good conversation. We went left for a little bit, now we're back on track. But yeah, the thing about it though, like with their relationship situation, like I mentioned, I was married, probably cheating, stayed on for a minute, trying to talk stuff out and everything. But and throughout the time, I wanted to put all the blame on her, but I had to look back at myself too. I wasn't expressive. I wasn't talkative. I didn't show emotions and stuff like that. I never told her about my plans and stuff. She knew I always mapped out a plan, but I never expressed my plan, and I was very patient about making my route. So with me not expressing every step that I took forward, put her in this mindset of whatever it was. So when I was in the hospital running the fever 103.7, when the doctor told her that I was supposed to be met my expiration date by then, she decided to up and leave. She packed the stuff, and then that's when she left out and did what she did. She was expecting me to be ready to be put down after a while. So but I looked at my whole situation the whole time that I was going through it. I wasn't expressive. My emotion wasn't all. I didn't show emotions because I grew up emotionless because of being told, "Oh, don't do this, don't do that." If you show your emotional, that you showing your weakness, all that little stuff. So all that it had to grow on me. Then as I got kids, like I got a daughter that's 19, I got a son that just turned 17 today. I got a 16-year-old son and a 14-year-old son. Well, 16 and 15-year-old son. I had to be emotional for them. That way they can learn their different ways of stuff like that. Like when they do sports and stuff like that, they see how excited I am when it comes to them doing sports. I don't hag them like I was hagged by the coaches and stuff like that. I teach them it's a different way to view it when they out there on the court. I play basketball, so I teach them how to be a point guard and stuff like that. Even with playing football, one of them play running back. I wasn't a quarterback, but being a running back, I taught them how to be a quarterback and a running back. On the defensive side, I showed them how to be safety in a D-back. That stuff I put in them. I had to open up my emotions and my intelligence and stuff like that to beat up for them. Yes, I felt like I lost a lot when I got divorced because I always told myself I'll never marry, and if I marry, I'll never get a divorce no matter what. But it came a time that when it happened, I had to face reality. I had to look back in the mirror. What could I have done better? And that's what I came up with. I didn't have that sensitive side that was needed. Well, I didn't show that sensitive side that was needed during that marriage. That caused me to be who I was. That caused a ripple effect and things like that. I don't put the blame fully on her, and I don't put the full blame on me. It was both of our endoing. So yes, when we had our argument back then, yes, I was pointing the finger directly at her. It's your fault. This, that, that. It took a period of time of me learning myself to understand that I could have been a better person for the outcome of it. I waited till I had these kids, and these kids start getting older, and they start feeling my emotions and stuff like that. To where I was like, oh yeah, I need to stop pointing the finger because it may roll downhill. They may want to point the finger at them. oh, you the reason why dad ain't in the household. You know, I don't want them to look at that like that. They see that me and their mom have that much respect on taking care of the kids and stuff like that. So it's just one of those things that I had to go through. That's why I say you have to look at what you could have done better. Yes, you know, cheating is a bad thing and stuff like that, but you know, was you able to stop it from happening? Was you opening enough? Was you listening? Was you half of the time I paid attention, but I never showed that I paid attention. That plays a part of it. I hear you loud and clearly, but I'm not showing you that I hear you, and I'm not moving in the timely manner that you want. I'm a very patient person. I like to map out everything. Like every time I make a year plan, I make a 3 year plan, I make a 5 year plan for myself. And that's something that I tell people when in the relationship. I just told one of my coworkers, he's talking about getting married. I said, y'all need to sit down first and come up with plans. Where y'all want to be in a year, where y'all want to be in 3 years, where y'all want to be at 5 years, where y'all want to be at 20 years. And that means every year when you come up with a plan, they keep y'all fresh. They let you know if y'all willing to learn something new. If that person is contingent and staying in that one spot, they don't want to learn nothing new. They're stuck in that mindset. Now you got to find a way to relate to them to move forward. That's
And,
all it is. Find their learning curve.
and host, like I think that that's my thing. I think when you take accountability and you actually go back and you're able to dissect a lot of the things that you know you could have did and you could have worked on, that is the type of thing that a lot of people don't do. You know, a lot of people just jump from relationship to relationship, from marriage to marriage, and they don't take out the time to really do the self-reflection. It's so important to be equally yoked, and this is even before you know you get into the marriage. Is having those tough hard conversations, talking about the what ifs, what could happen, and really understanding the type of person that you're with before you even exchange sexually with someone. Because again, you have to look at, I know that nobody is perfect, but I think you have to really sit down and look at a person's morals and characters and values and really determine if that person, if they're going to sacrifice that for you. Because a lot of people have good morals, characters and values, but it's only for self. It's not for them to reciprocate to someone else. And relationship is about servitude. It's about giving and giving, getting and giving. And a lot of people don't want to do that. And so moving forward, I know for me, those are the type of things that I'm looking for. Yes, again, nobody is perfect, but will somebody consider me, consider our family, consider what we're working on, consider our plans and our goals that we have talked about, that we're both actively working on before we just sacrifice everything that we have talked about, discussed, planned, everything. Am I worth that? Is it worth that? Is it worth sacrificing all of that for being cheated on, being lied to? Yes, I will accept a lie, but I ain't accepting no cheating. I really don't even really even want to. I really don't even really even want to accept a lie. And but at the end of the day, I can go to a lie. I can accept a lie before I'll accept cheating any day. Because once you break that barrier of communication, and because you project and say, well, I feel like I couldn't come to you and I couldn't talk to you, and I feel like there are other avenues that you can feel heard, you can feel like, you know, there is just so many avenues that you can do that, where you can feel safe and protected, that people need to exercise. It's not okay to sit back and just allow wrong to be done, and then people talk about how strong you are. That is not strength. Strength is saying, I'm not going to allow this. Strength is not allowing somebody to do something, and because you still hold your head up, that makes you strong. No, strength is not allowing anybody to play with your top, play with your time, play with your emotions, and actually showing that they are willing, with the boots on the ground, to do the work to fix the root of the issue.
A quick question. You
I
said
am
something
done.
about you prefer the lie over the cheating. The thing about the lie is you were smart enough to contemplate an intelligent lie to get over on me, but you was dumb enough to go out there and cheat. Someone that's
Exactly.
very intelligent to lie to you, they had the intentions of doing something.
Exactly.
They
But this
plotted this. It was
but
a
but this is
planet.
what I'm
But
but
when
this
it
is what
comes,
I'm
You're right. And again, a lie is the same thing as cheating in my book. Again, all sin is sin, regardless of what it is. But to but a lie could be a thing, a simple thing of I'm gonna call you back and I don't call you back. A lie could be a thing of it's the levels, you know what I'm saying, to it. But for a person to actually take the time out to be talking outside of the unit or something like that, or be sexually involved with somebody else, that is a whole nother level of morals and characters and values that I'm not willing to deal with, period. And if a person is willing to risk all of that, but for the sake of them not wanting to communicate or not really wanting to address the root of the issue, I'm not going to do it. And again, I'm not condoning a lie. A lie is a lie. You got petty lies, and then you got lies that no, that's unacceptable too.
See,
Okay.
I'm coming up with this complex plan about the lie. The lie is so complex, it's so smart and planned out and intelligent that you was able to tell it and get by with what you want. Cheating doesn't really take that much. It all it takes is a little temptation and a little moment of time. So you can go out there and cheat without even mapping out a lot of stuff. Like when it comes to a lie can be well plotted, defined, and taken out of that equation and misused when it comes to cheating, all like somebody showed them a little attention. They found this Achilles heel that was in them that they were missing. Something like that. They didn't think that out. They wasn't smart enough to think that part out, but they was
I
very
disagree,
intelligent enough to come
legendary.
up with a complex lie.
I just want to
I
say I like
disagree
what
because
Michael
just
McQueen
the same
said.
way that you have to come up with that concept lie, you have to come up with ways to cheat. You have to find the time.
Yeah,
You have to make sure that nobody else is around that you knows your partner. Like you have to be very discreet and plan that out too. It's the same.
I want to point out Michael McQueen said lies don't cause STDs, but them actions do.
Okay. So
Facts,
here's
True.
facts.
But lies can lead up to STDs.
They
here's
take
the
it
thing.
to those actions.
I mean, I was always taught if you lie, you'll steal. You lie, you'll steal. You lie, you'll cheat. I mean, it grows into different levels, like she just said.
And again, that's why I say, like, everybody has a breaking point and a fine line of that, okay? And that is again where, as a woman, I will step in and say, well, hey, why could you know what happened? Why did you feel like you couldn't communicate the truth to me? Why did you feel like you couldn't keep your word? Those are the things that I'm willing to work through. But as far as doing the action of cheating, as far as stepping out and not being able to communicate thoroughly about what it is I need to do, what it is that's going on with you, like that is a whole nother level. Again, I am not for lying. I'm a truth seeking person. I'm a very blunt and straightforward person. So to me, I feel like even if you lie, I'm still going to look at that some type of way because I know if I've done something or said something, I know that I will speak my truth. I'm not know that I will speak my truth. I'm not finna sugarcoat nothing. So again, like when you talk about being equally yoked with someone and really vetting people to match that's what you give versus also what you want to receive you have to thoroughly do the work.
Here's the thing. All right. And I say this, and I know this is somewhat hard to come by, especially in these times, because people are so fucking selfish. I often tell people, you need to find someone that gives more fucks about you than they do themselves. Because if that is truly the case, then we wouldn't be going through none of this. We wouldn't even be having these conversations. But people pick their mates for stupid ass, frivolous, physical reasons for the most part. There are three things that you should look for in a person. And I think this was on my boy Earl Live. Somebody said this. And each person can, excuse me, each person doesn't necessarily have to ask these questions physically, but through conversation and all of that, you should be able to pick this up. Do you want what I want? Do you want what I want when I want it? And do you want what I want when I want it with only me? If you cannot get a definitive answer to those three, either by asking those questions or through the conversation and your relationships going through it, then maybe that's not the person that you need to fucking be.
Real quick, I want to say something. I think that, and I know that discernment plays a big part, right? But I think people are having these conversations. That's why there are so many people in relationships now. I think that at times people agree to, yeah, I want that too, and then whatever situation, however they feel, they let their emotions get overcome them, their selfishness overcome them, and then they switch their mind, and now they're not going with the plan.
I just I believe this. I'm not saying nobody else does. I do believe that we make things harder than what they should be because of our past experiences. Most of us go into it and most people won't even fucking admit this. Most of us go into a relationship with one shoe already dropped. We're just waiting for that other to drop because people don't know how to move on, how to let certain things go. You can see somebody, you can be with somebody, and they may take that one action that the previous person took that led to y'all demise, and you're going to be like, oh shit, I ain't dealing with this, and leave because you don't want to deal with the same bullshit. But that's not even it. It's like when we start to have a conversation, right? What's going on, Gemini? And somebody may start off their conversation with some shit that you done heard a million freaking times. And now because you heard that, you want to interrupt them thinking that's where they're going. But if you would just stop for a moment and listen to the entire thing in context, they went a totally different direction. I think that's how we deal with relationships. We see something that somebody else previously done, the first step of it, and we're automatic, oh shit, this motherfucker's this, or that bitch is that. Instead of letting things half-ass play out, if in fact you actually care and you had these conversations, those deep conversations in reference to what is expected, what you want, what you will not accept. But I find that a lot of people claim that they have deal breakers, but they're only not requirements. They're only what's that R word? Damn it. It's like the things that you want from a person. They're
Reciprocate.
not deal breakers. Say again?
Reciprocate.
No, not reciprocate. I'm just saying some things we will say that are deal breakers, right? But when we get into
Hmm.
a relationship, depending on how much we like a person, we'll let that slide a little bit. If that's the case, it wasn't a fucking deal breaker. And you
Oh,
wind up twisting yourself to accept shit that you know damn well you shouldn't. That's why I tell people go into a relationship with your real fucking deal breakers. The things that there is no wiggle room to compromise on. Deal with those. Then let everything else play itself out. Because when you go into it saying, I want a woman this or I want a man that and this, that, and the other, you'll find
first of
yourself
all, how
bending
about
shit
you just
in ways that
learn
you
the
don't.
person that you're
Hold on, dear.
trying to get to know?
I do believe I am still talking. I don't cut people off, so I don't expect that to happen to me. Nonetheless, I'm just saying that we make relationships. Actually, we make life harder than what it's supposed to be because we want to lean into our own shit and not play and not live life by life rules and not to actually do the things that we need to do to do our best to make sure that we fucking pick the best person. Because if we did, most of the people that we were with, we probably wouldn't even have gave a second thought if we would have kept to our fucking guns.
Think that plays a big part in letting people on social media dictate how you fucking feel, because there's a lot of people that come up on these panels and talk a good motherfucking game and do not live that life. But to impress other people or
Very
to
true.
attract the opposite sex, they say what they want to say, and then when they get in relationships, it's not what they say they're gonna do. Then they come back to social media crying, looking for validation, and then spewing bullshit. and try to make it seem like women and men are the worst one. No, it's you. You literally spew this bullshit on social media. You have people believing that this is how you live your life, or this is the type of lifestyle you want, knowing damn well it's not. You're just trying to attract the opposite sex. And then people listen to you and think that that's the way, to go about life, while not realizing
Mhm.
that you're a miserable fuck.
Yep. Yes, sir. Without
This
a
is
doubt.
why, you can have these conversations, man, but actions speak louder than words. And as a woman, like, I'm a firm believer in when we have a conversation, whether it's something mediocre or something that is very deep or big, I'm going to say what I have to say. I'm going to make my peace and I'm going to sit back. I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna watch, and I want that person to sit back and watch me as well too, because people will put out there a big game, a big talk that they will
Hmm.
do this and they will say that and they will, be supportive and they will, and you will only see when it is time for their situation to happen with how they will truly show up, and that is when you have to make that assessment. And you have to, and you can't, it can't be off of likes. Oh, he makes me feel like this, and oh, I like him, and I'm no, like, we have to start addressing things, because the minute that they see that we allow something mediocre or big to slide, what the hell do you think is going to happen?
Yep.
People are going
And
to
you
start
know,
showing their true colors. They going to act a donkey.
Crown, you know what? I live by this adage, and some people say it's fucked up. But I say if your words and your actions don't coincide, neither one of them mean shit.
Exactly. And
Wholeheartedly.
I feel
So
like
many half the people that talk on these panels. Like, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I be mods on a lot of lives. I go entertain a lot of the bullshit because we just like to talk shit and playing shit. I don't have people watch the live. It is what it is. And I'm not saying specific, one specific. A couple of them might do this, but it's like I don't take you seriously at all. And I don't take half the people that get on your panel seriously and agree with the bullshit that you say, because I know you. I know the things that you've done, that the person that you've interacted with have done. Like, you're not slick. Like, you're just a character for the show that you're putting on. And yes, is it entertaining? Yes, but like, can we like have serious conversations at times and not spew all this negative bullshit? Because there are great people out there. It's just the motherfuckers you tend to entertain and want to be with for some reason. Like, it's not going to continuously happen to you over and over again if you don't continuously pick these type of people.
You know what, Mama G? It's like the well, you know me. I can't sit there and bullshit people because my boys follow me on TikTok. Some little girls follow me on TikTok. Some of my football parents and shit follow me on TikTok. So it's like I live what I preach and I preach what I live. So y'all gonna follow me anyway if you want to. I got the same freaking talking points every motherfucking time. But
And it's like, the thing about it is, man, I'm not with it. Let me tell you something. This is how you know that people don't even have real true friends around them. It's one thing for your partner, to address certain things about you and character traits. But when you don't even have your friends, they actually call you out and tell you, hey,
mm-hmm.
you could have did better. You like that becomes a collective of enablers. And that's the problem. You got your scale is so off balance that instead of you doing the right thing, because you don't have people in your life like the people on your job, like your homeboys and your homegirls, like your family members holding you accountable, you think that your partner is the worst person in the world because they're holding you accountable and they see your bullshit. And this is the problem. Like, I don't get how do y'all think the world is going to be a better place? Why? Because you have more enablers than people that want to do the right thing. No, the world is going to be a better place when there's more people holding more people accountable, more people showing their through their actions that they are really, so they support you. Love is not just love. Love is what love does. It's an action. It is a verb. It does it. And people, just because somebody say they love you does not mean that they're gonna go across the moon and back for you.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have enablers in your life, you are only putting yourself in a box even further, and you're going to put yourself deep down in a box. But when you actually have people that are holding you accountable, you will get up out that box. You would change what you need to change, and you will also sleep better at night.
You know how I can tell when somebody, and this is not the romantic side of relationships. You know how I gauge people that actually love me? The ones that will yoke me up by the fucking collar and tell my ass off. The ones that will
Yeah.
tell me shit that makes me mad and not give two shits because they actually do care. That's the ones that I can tell that actually love me. The ones that yo, you know what, man? Maybe, no, it ain't no maybes, dude. Either I'm an ass or I'm not. Which one is it? Don't try to sugarcoat shit for me. Like I told people all the time, I know when I breathe, the air comes out crooked. So come on, come with it. Tell me what the fuck it really
That sounds
is.
like gingivitis. You should get that checked out.
You're annoying, Yellow.
Oh, geez. Okay, agreed. I'm just gonna agree that your real friend, your real spouse, your real lover, your real partner will tell you like it is. Hey, babe, do I look fat in this? Yes, you look fat in that. As a woman, I don't even care. As a woman, if I ask a man, my man or whatever, do I look fat in this? If you tell me yes, I'm not gonna get mad at you because you don't want me going out looking like if I don't want to look fat. You don't want me going
Exactly.
out looking like a fucking fool.
And it's so sad that people want enablers more so than they want somebody that's going to tell them the truth. Tell them the truth. Tell them what is right and what is wrong. Like I don't get it. And we are grown adults and we see the actions and the repercussions off of having enablers and being an enabler, the effects that it has had on society, our kids, or even ourselves. But nobody want to do the right thing.
So y'all talked about the accountability, holding the other person accountable, telling them where they messed up at and stuff like that. A lot of people are afraid to tell the person about that stuff because that person is their support system. So they're afraid they tell them the truth, they won't get any more support out of them.
But
And you know, that's one of the things that a lot of them have that issue with.
But see, that's why I say the scale. The scale is tilted. The scale is not balanced. The scale, you would not hold that much resentment or hurtfulness to your partner if you had not only just your partner, but other people holding you accountable. It is not fair that your partner should take the bulk of your constructive criticism than your friends, your family, your coworkers, and even anybody else. That they should be saying the same thing that your partner is saying. And that's why people fear talking to their partner, because their partner is the only person that is saying the opposite or doing the opposite versus the collective that is around you. And if it was more people holding you accountable than just your partner, you would not be afraid to go to your partner and really address true things that really need to be addressed and talked about.
You know what? I tell you what.
ribbit curvy.
When I was married, right, there were certain things that went on, and I went to my boys, and I was like, "Yo, this, that, and the other, yada, yada, yada." Then the one thing that people tell me, "Yo, you long-winded as fuck," and I tell them because I want to tell the complete story. Because if I want an honest opinion, I have to tell you the complete story. Most people only tell the side of the story that makes them look good,
Yep.
right? So
That
when I
part.
used to go to my boys, and my boys would be like, "Dog, you know what? That was fucked up." You know what? You need to go home, get down on your knees, kiss her goddamn toes before she take a shower, and apologize because you a fucked up individual for that one. And
Wait,
when
you
I
say
was right,
before
they
she
would tell
takes
me
a
I was right.
shower?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Did you say before she takes a shower? Because I'm sorry, no matter what, I ain't
Yeah.
kissing nobody's
Look,
dirty
look,
toes.
look, look. Like I said, my boys is honest with me. They will tell me when I fucked up, and they will make some of the most outlandish. They will say some of the most outlandish shit because they like, yo, yeah, you fucked up that bad. You need to go kiss her toes before she take a shower, motherfucker. Cause yeah, you fucked that up. They'll tell me that, and when I'm right, they be like, dog, you was right on that one, but yeah, I think you still need to go home and make amends because you know that shit ain't
And
gonna
that's
fix
the
it.
thing, like people will blow up a person's reaction to something that they did versus focusing on the source of the problem, which is what they did.
Right,
You get what I'm saying? Like people, oh, she reacted this way, she did this, she said that, but then they won't even. Well, what you do, bro? You know what I'm saying? And,
right.
and oh, well, I just did such and such. Oh, well, that's all you did, and she did that. No, tell the truth.
Yep.
Yeah, the entire
Like
truth. They leave it out
like
a whole
tell
bunch
the
of shit.
entire truth. Tell the timeline. Tell how many times. Tell what you did do. Tell what you didn't do. And that's the thing. Like people don't really want to address bullshit.
They don't want to be the bad guy in their own story. So if you don't want to be the bad
Exactly.
guy in your own story, stop being a fucking bad guy or being a
Or
bad woman.
stop bringing somebody into your shit. If you don't want to fix
So,
it, then you need to get the people away that you're hurting, because it does not make a sense to say you love somebody but this person really doesn't really, this person knows who you are, but to the collective of the other people you have a whole different identity.
yeah, so
So
I
let me
mean
let me
that's why. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, host.
I'm gonna say something on that. Like you said, you could talk to your boy. I can't talk to my boy. My boys look at me as a leader. I don't look at myself as a leader. I look at myself as a lone wolf that knows the role, where I can be the leader or I can be the follower. But I walk alone in my own shadow and stuff like that because I'm able to control my situation. But when I talk to my boys and everything, I can't talk to them in my sense of manner because a lot of them has a lot of weight on their shoulder and they don't know how to detour it off. So me talking to them about my problem, they don't they a lot of them gonna have a little negative things or a little jokey joke when in the serious moment and stuff like that. But whenever they going through their issues and stuff, they come straight to me. Why? Because I'm not sugarcoating that with them, which they know I'm not gonna sugarcoat. So it come to me talking to them, giving them guidance and leadership and stuff like that. But I also go back into my role as being that lone wolf. So I
Well,
really can't talk to them. So
you know what, host? Here's the thing, and my boy, I often I hang around older folk, right? So I don't have that problem. But the biggest thing is I try my best in my personal life to surround myself with people that I can learn from. It's like I tell people now I've been coaching for this is going to be my 11th year coming up, and in the past decade, those kids have taught me more than most adults could. They have caused me to have more self control to be able to look at things from several different angles without really saying, okay, my way is the right fucking way. Like, they have taught me so freaking much, man. And they, I can go to them and talk to them about certain things, not relationship wise. And they definitely come and talk to me. But as far as my boys is concerned, we all basically have the same mindset. Motherfucker, you gonna be honest, or yeah, we don't have no words for you. We will tell you, we will say shit to you that's gonna piss you the hell off because you're wrong, and we'll tell you things that's gonna make you feel good when you're right. But the bottom line is, I don't think any of us has ever been pissed off at the other ones more than 24 hours because after we have our conversation, we'll sit back and think about it and be like, damn, that motherfucker. He was right. That's some shit. Because we understand that none of us wants, we all want what's best for each other, period. We want to see everybody. We want to see each other succeed. We want to see our children succeed. We just want the best for each other all the way around. And that part of it is hard to find when you can get a group of guys together that just want the best for you and don't give a fuck if you get mad at them or not. That's a hard thing to find.
understood. Go ahead, Frog Jason. See you at the
Ribbit,
end.
ribbit, hi, Curvy.
Hey, my love bugs, but
So we're supposed to raise our hand when we want to talk.
anyways, uh, hello everyone. I'm not being rude, but he said something that made me have to come up in a box. Now, legendary, you know better. His sun ain't even down yet. But here's the thing. First off, sir, if all your friends are looking at you as the leader, who leading you? We not in crab mentality. We're supposed to be pulling each other up. Who pulling you up if you're pulling everybody else up?
Hey,
Hey,
that's
nothing. Hustle
why
somebody else. You got the wrong one.
that's why I said I'm a lone wolf. I control my
You're
atmosphere. So if I
you
feel that
control,
negative,
but you're over controlling your environment and you're over in controlling your atmosphere. You're so busy being the leader and solving
But wait a
everybody's
minute.
problems
If
that you're
y'all
not.
listen to his conversation, You'll know who he leans on without asking the question. His
I agree.
grandfather and his uncles.
Right.
He talks about those people a
Those
lot, his
people all the
elders.
time. But you
Yeah.
also need to have your people that are in your not so much age bracket. Not knocking the grandfather or uncles. They have been amazing. Trust and
I'll be
believe
your
me.
friend, go buddy.
Uh that's not it.
I
Yeah,
don't
That's
think
all
he's
I'm gonna say
I
on
don't
that.
think yellow's the answer.
No. But you do need to make sure that beyond the grandfather and the uncles, because, yes, we definitely give respect to our elders. You have to have those friends that you can also shoot back and forth with. And in your case, you do something I do myself, which is you have strong friends, but the problem is, in your case, your work, your personal life, everything, you are the strong friend. You are the friend that solves the problem. You are the relative that solves the problem. That's why you consider yourself a lone wolf, because when you look around, there's nobody taking care of Legendary like Legendary takes care of everybody else.
Filling up everybody else's cup and emptying yours. Somebody needs
hold
to
on.
help fill yours if that's the case.
And,
I
and
never,
I'm not
I
saying
never
empty
empty
it.
my cup enough to where I can't. That is empty. I never get below half full when it comes to my cup because I know when to
Right.
step away.
You know how to step away, but you also, like, you got to have somebody to bounce ideas off of. And you know what I'm saying when I say that. And it don't always got to be the boys. Let me put this out here in great risk, because I know somebody coming for me. Uh, 1-800 call yellow, though, because I ain't trying to hear it right now. Uh, Here's the thing: the friend you have, it's not so much is it your homeboy or your homegirl. It could be a tree, a turtle, a french fry. You want to hang out with the rodents because we know a few. Do that if that's what you need to do, but you got to have friends that not only will hold you accountable for your BS against yourself, against others, your partner, whatever.
Yo.
You
That is
also
how she talks. Don't worry. Everybody that knows her knows what she means.
but in the same time, you got to have those people that hold you accountable. And it's not just our older relatives, it's got to be our friends. And like I said, it can be whoever, male, female, tree,
Well,
turtle, whatever.
sometimes those kind of friends that actually been through enough things to be able to guide you through your situations just aren't available, honestly. And it also takes years of a person really knowing and getting to learning that person. And I do mean learning. You don't get to know anybody. You're supposed, if they're your true friends, you'll learn them.
Right. You will.
So
So that takes years. That's just not some overnight stuff. But
No, but you
again,
have to be open to it, and we're not always open to it. And notice I said we, because he ain't the only lone wolf up in that bad boy. He ain't the only one that don't
I
always be
mean,
open to it.
it is what it is, but it truthfully, I understand where he's coming from because let's be honest, I consider quite a few people to be my friends, but considering the fact there is not enough longevity for you guys to have known me through whatever situation or what led to this or know to know and how,
I haven't been
I
alive that
can't
long.
talk to y'all about a whole lot of shit because, yeah, y'all don't know. Now, on the other hand, the person I just lost, I could have took anything to her, and I would have, her opinion and everything else would have been valid because of her learning me and me learning her throughout the years, and of the longevity of the friendship and a relationship. I mean, you just got to go through some shit with people, and especially when you're not a trusting person.
Right.
It's only so much you're gonna allow people in on anyway.
But you have to also be open to that, and sometimes we're not always open to that. And this is the thing, because by the way, I do still love the question, even though I saw it the first time. I mean, y- when you ask things like, "Do you attract people with bad habits, or do you have a wall up that repels positive intentions?" Yes, it can be all of that and then some. You know that. I know that. We speak the language. We do the. It's what we do. It's literally you. Literally,
switched up your job, went backwards instead of forwards, because going forwards ended up biting you in the butt. Did it not, Legendary?
Michael, I ain't going to everybody asking for their motherfucking advice in the first place.
But what you just said too, Kirby, I bounced ideas off of y'all. Like I came to you, I came to Mama G, I came to Jada, I came to
Right.
Faye, I came to a couple people. But the thing is, I look for people to motivate me to be the better version of myself.
I
So I
mean,
communicate with people with positivity and motivation to be a greater person. Once I see that negativity bounce up out of them, I limit myself to them. I don't cast away from them. I just limit my attention and my
look,
in, in communication with them.
Then I
he
have a
puts them
question.
in
Do you
timeout,
feel
y'all.
that
I'm
it's
gonna
the
tell y'all what
women?
it is.
Do you feel that it's the women in your life then that are more positive and are more able to give you the advice that you are seeking than your male friends?
Have you met his
It's a,
male friends?
it's
I love how
it's a
they
equal.
switched to
No.
Let's Fix Legendary.
So it's equal. It's equal now. So when I say it's equal, my friends are my friends, and that's because they both most of the time I give them what they need, whether it's conversation or help or a
Oh,
master plan or
hold
something
on.
like that.
Stop, 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 stop. I'm gonna do a Jada right now. Stop, 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 stop. You are giving them, but what are they giving you?
A hard
So,
time,
do you
an
feel that
argument.
it's your female friends that are giving you the advice and the positivity and whatnot that you need more than what your male
Can
friends
I
are
just
giving
say something
you?
real quick before
Stop
you
talking
answer?
about what you are giving
Wait a
them.
minute. Look, can I just say something? Here's the thing. When you grow up in a certain lifestyle and the pace that you can possibly grow up in life, sometimes in life you have to hang out with older people in
That
order
part.
for them to understand where you're coming from because you live a life a lot faster than what you were supposed to.
Those two.
Me personally, that's why I gravitate towards older people because somebody my age ain't been through the shit that I've been through. They can't tell me nothing. They can't. I can teach them a whole lot of shit, but they can't teach me absolutely nothing. And that's why I gravitate to older people and always have, even from a young girl. And shit, I was going to people's houses and they thought I was there for the kids, and the kids were like, "No, that's my mama friend."
That
I
part.
was dealing
That
with
part.
people when I was in my 30s. They was in their 60s. Like, couldn't no young person teach me shit because I had been there and done that already. Unfortunately, hence that word. Because a lot of shit that I seen, I shouldn't have seen it when I seen it, or a lot of shit that was done shouldn't have been done in front of me when it was done. But nevertheless, that's what it was. So sometimes people are that your peers have to be older according to whatever lifestyle you grew up in, how you were raised, and what you were exposed to.
And let's take the part out that everybody keeps focusing on, which is funny to me. Why they got to be male or female? I don't care if
Yes.
it's look. His I happen to know him most of his friend group, and he doesn't pay attention to what gender they are. He ain't trying to sleep with them. He trying to get the from, be friends with them.
Conversation.
He don't ask
Conversation.
questions.
That like what she said on my friend. I didn't mention if it was a male friend or female friend. I just said my friends in general. Like
Right.
it just come. And then when you say people my age, I didn't grow up with people my age.
Right.
So my generation. I'm the oldest of my generation in my family. I'm
Right.
right there with the generation before me. So there is a year or two separating us. So I've been around them. That's why I say a lot about my uncles and stuff like that
Right.
because I'm basically raised around them. They didn't look at me as a nephew half of the time. They looked at me as a little
A
brother.
little brother,
And they can
exactly.
put the information in. Somebody and I still correct them to this day. One of my uncles, I told him, hey, you know you went by that wrong. I
But I
corrected
mean,
him. So
but that's the dynamics because we grew up in that kind of thing where grandmamas and mamas were having babies at the same time, but I'm gonna leave that alone, right? A year or two apart. It happens. Uh
For me, my aunties were, that's what I meant by me being able to relate to older people because I didn't have siblings until 12 years later. But the people that were in the house with me, I watched my memories start at my aunties in their high school days. So I was around them in hell. Shit, by the time they got to their 20s, what? late 20s, early 30s. Shit, I was hitting the club with them.
Oh wait, hold on.
Those are the people that I hung out with. Those were my peers at that time.
You're right.
So a
I'm
lot of their life experience and a lot of their life lessons, I was able to watch them go through it.
that part.
So,
But I need
so
to clear,
again,
yeah. I need to clear something up because I think somebody got something confused. My grandmother's last child, she had 5 children. The last child she had, she was in her 40s. Her oldest child, who is my biological mother, was in her 20s and they had a baby. Each of them had a baby a year apart. So, yeah, nah, it's not generational. No, no. It was literally, we grew up in them type of households. Not everybody had children at a young age. Some people just had children late in life. My grandmother had 5 kids. That fifth one was a surprise. My
My
sister
grandmother.
turned around and did it herself. She had her fifth child at
yeah, I ain't gonna
40.
hold you. My grandma got 5 daughters too, but she was popping it. So it is what it is.
Well,
Hey,
well, my half sister, the one that doesn't get my sister that doesn't get on. Well, one of my sisters that doesn't get on social media. She knows I have it, but she avoids it. Uh, her youngest child, she had at approximately 40, 42 years old. Um, so her oldest child was out of high school when this happened. So, y'all got to take that into consideration, ladies and gentlemen. Some of these grandmamas are popping out these babies and they 40. Some grandmamas are 40 and 50, 40 years old and having babies. I don't know why you'd sign up for that. It kind of makes my skin crawl, but whatever.
What are you about to say, legendary?
I was finna say my grandma finna turn 105 years old in July, and she had 12 kids, and she outlived 4 of them.
Right.
Man,
So, like, that's the generation of the Lord's family and stuff like that. And then the kids had 6 apiece and more. So they was able. We owned our own land. We grew our own crops. We did everything. We had our own church, our own crops, all that land. We had 125 acres of land.
Y'all were your
We,
own community. Let's
so
call
yeah.
it what it is. Y'all are y'all's own community. I'm not knocking the family. Look, I
Oh,
live too close to talk too much smack.
the campus, Alabama University, is built on some of my family land.
Right.
We've been in lawsuit with them over 45 years. So it's just that thing that going on. Yes, I'm with that family, that generation, because it's something that we're owed. And we thought about going through with the law settlement for the last time they offered and stuff like that. But it's up to all of us as a collective to talk about it. But the ones that have more knowledge of what went on, why it went on, and stuff like that, we're losing them. They met their expiration date. So we only got like three of them living that understands. The last one, he's 48 years old, and he's my great uncle. So I was like, hey, he missed out on half of it.
And that's the thing. But I think we ran off some of your other friends there. What happened?
They've been on here. We've been live for almost 4.5 hours.
a very
Jesus,
long time. When
legendary.
he started, I came in the live, but I had fallen asleep because it was nap time, and I was in and out of sleep. And then I was like, okay, I'm finally awake. I think it was like an hour and a half
You heard
later.
us in your dreams.
No, 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 oh no. I actually my dream. Listen, I'm not gonna talk about my dreams. Um,
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm definitely gonna need a cool down session after this live.
I did not.
Not a cool down session.
We
I
cooling
say we
down
should bring
now,
Earl
man.
back.
Yeah, we are
Yeah,
now.
I've no,
What
yeah.
you say,
Wait a
Mama
minute,
We're gonna do
hold
G?
that.
up. If y'all are bringing Earl here, I'm exiting stage left.
Oh,
Earl already
okay.
and been her baby and left.
I didn't get all my
Mm-hmm.
argument out for the day though.
Yeah, he ran
Yeah.
station.
Okay, Mama G. Okay, so legendary, can we get us some music? Do you got a game we can play? Something to wind everybody down?
Oh,
Oh,
this is already
Let's
gonna
let's
wind
figure
up.
out why men are always right.
You.
see, I
I'm done.
told you I didn't want to go back to
Nope.
that pointing fingers.
I'm done.
He be want to point fingers like the rest of them.
Wait, hold.
Hold
The
on,
only thing I'm
hold
gonna say
on.
to that is men are always right until they're not. because they ask the woman for the advice. They think they're right by doing the
I'm
opposite,
not
and they
gonna go
come
down
back
this
to
rabbit
us
hole.
and tell
Legendary, do you
us,
have music
Ugh.
and a game? What we doing? Because we're
Oh, that's
not
yellow. Of
gonna
course
go
she's gonna
down
try
this
to start
rabbit
shit.
hole
That's
again.
all I
I'm
gotta say
not
about
going
that.
anywhere near that rabbit hole.
Thank you, sir.
Jeez.
And you can even change your background. The cookie
Right.
is
Change
gone.
your
It's done.
background.
There we
What
go.
game are we gonna play?
Look, put your cup. Look, put up them cupcakes you owe me, sir.
We
I
still
gotta
talking
make
to
some more.
legendary.
We know
Really?
damn well you don't need no
I
damn
gotta make some more.
cupcakes.
Hold on a second. Legendary. Since her like second page, she be talking about these motherfucking cupcakes. You ain't gave them to her yet?
I ain't had time to make none. I had planned on making some cheesecake cupcake.
Oh,
The
they
red
got
velvet
you
cheesecake
too.
cupcake.
Wow.
See, you can keep playing. I'm gonna make you go do another live where you do all that cooking when everybody watching. Keep playing
Oh,
some
you do
folks.
that too? Because I'm still
Oh,
waiting for the
girl,
workout live, not gonna lie.
girl, this man cooks and cleans while he cooks, and it melts that butter. All
Hey,
he
Same.
now,
do is be trying to show me he got some instant coffee in his cabinets that don't qualify.
hey, that was something I wanted to bring up too, but all our comments got real. I'm like, I learned from both ways. Grandfather taught me how to cook. Grandmother taught me some the natural stuff I need to know.
There you go.
So my grandfather was a cook in the house. He cooked all the sides and stuff. While grandma cooked the meat. He'll go out, catch it, butcher it, do all he need to do to it, bring it in the house, let her season it, fry it up, bake it, whatever she was gonna do. But he handled all the sides. He
Nothing
did all
wrong
the
with that.
gardening in the side.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. If it worked for them, why knock it?
Yeah, that's why I said that hundred. Because whenever she couldn't do it, he did it. Whenever he couldn't do, the kids did it.
That part. Why ain't you watching? Oh, that's right. You're not into basketball that much.
I am.
You've been watching the game.
I'm watching it now. I'm watching
Who
the talk
winning?
before the game, before the it go on.
Wait, was that you that you just popped in the screen?
No fool. No fool. Talking about what that mean.
That's your bestie. That's your bestie.
Hey, he came in here spitting some knowledge on that page right there at the beginning.
I mean, he always do in the beginning, and then he decides he wants
Nah,
chaos.
because there was a reason to argue against the bullshit that was being said. But
Oh, oh, oh,
Oh, you
oh!
see
You
what
trying to
I'm
be?
doing?
I see. It looks
Hi,
good, baby.
legendary. We
Looks
barely
good.
see your face. What are you doing right now, Kyla?
Spoken word. What's going on, spoken word?
But yeah, I did have to say that I am so proud of my delinquent child. As much
Oh,
trouble as he causes me, he
that
knows how to
spoken
buy
word.
feminine
we in a
products,
washing
and
machine.
he knows not to buy. I said, so I want some pads with wings. He knew what to say. He wasn't talking about pads with chicken wings, but he knew what to say.
I got you. So, spoken word. He was in one of my cousin lives and stuff like that. That we were doing,
Uh
having
huh.
positive conversation. He's gonna start going live pretty soon, hosting his thing. He did one the other night, but I was hitting sleep, get ready for work when he went live later on that night.
You always at work. I have no sympathy.
Well, I'm off until Friday.
You're off to win.
Hopefully Friday.
Yeah, I'm not
It's
off until
You know, if you
vacation.
put
Monday.
hands on your boss, you can be off more days than that.
All I heard is he got business meeting coming up this
Are we
week.
at
That's
the
what I heard.
airport?
What is all that? Are you vacuuming?
Hey, spoken word. You got a lot of noise in your background. Got a little whistling noise.
I'm sorry about that. I'm
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
off.
deli. I'm working Kroger's.
Oh, okay. I thought you was in the airlock. It's
Yeah,
pretty
I'm a
mild.
cook. I'm a chef.
Oh, okay. We got all these cooks floating around here, and then there's me.
The eater.
But yeah, I'm off until Friday. Hopefully,
Yellow.
I got to
Shut
come
up.
to work. And me putting my hand on my boss is justified already. They already got documentation, so if I ever get revoked, they already have my medical records saying that I got PTSD.
Right.
They got all that.
Oh damn, he got that shit covered. He's
Oh
like, I
yeah,
can do
yeah.
that.
Through the
Then
VA
I'm,
on top of it, so it's not even like the legal fees will even be covered. We got this.
then I'm my own union rep, so I'm a leader in the union. So
Oh, well, damn.
then I'm a leader. I am the equal rights program manager for my district.
Yeah, they didn't know, baby. They didn't know. They thought that you putting your hands on somebody was actually gonna like get you in trouble. They didn't know.
Yeah, I hit
All the
9 years at
paperwork.
my job on the 19th of this month. So all my labels have been documented for the past 9 years. So they have everything they need to justify my actions.
All the paperwork's there. All the paperwork.
That's the way to do it.
All right, so we got the braids all looking fresh. All right now, who?
These are
I'm.
locked.
I know you know what I'm saying.
I just did the show Saturday, last Saturday. So
I know. I saw you looking all pretty and stuff.
Is that a Red Bull?
yeah,
I want a Red Bull. Can you walk to the store and go get me a Red Bull?
you don't need it. Remember, you're on the diet and you
Can
trying
you
to
get my
trying to
stuff?
get
Today's Saturday and my diet's only from drinking, so don't even try that shit with me.
I thought it
Can
was
you go
for
get me a Red
How
Bull?
many 4 hour? How
At the
far
store.
into your 4 hours are you? Wait a minute.
How far what?
How far are you into your 4 hours? Because aren't you on a limited time?
I've only had 2 drinks.
No, she's
And
allowed
that was
visitation on the weekends.
I've
They let
only
her out of
had two
herself.
drinks, and that was actually like over an hour ago.
Hey sis, your little
So
sister said call her sis. You down there
at
in the
this
chat somewhere.
point, I'm just sipping to just sip and talk,
Yeah, but see,
not
Devo,
to.
you kind of cheated all the way around this week. You started early and you still going.
Oh, I
I'm not
knew I
still
was
going. I
right.
said I've had 2 drinks. I never said I'm still drinking.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did
I've
you
only
finish
had two
those other
drinks
two?
in the. Actually, no, I did not.
So you're still going.
I'm not drinking it. It's just sitting there. That's the thing.
Hey Debo.
It's just sitting there.
Debo. Since
I hear you.
we boycotting Coca-Cola, you drinking Pepsi now?
And I don't drink. I don't drink dark pop, so I ain't drinking none of that shit.
So you can't drink Fountain either. You gotta go get the other
Yeah,
orange.
and I don't drink fountain pop, and I don't even drink orange pop. I don't drink Crush. I don't drink grape. I don't drink none of that. I drink Sprite and Canada Dry.
Well, you can't drink Arizona or Milo Tea neither because that's a Coke product.
I don't
Or
drink
Canada Dry.
Arizona. I don't drink
Right.
the other thing you just said. Yeah, Coke product. Yes, I know. There's a something about the acism about it because my godmother actually stopped drinking the Coke products a long time ago because of it. So she is an avid Pepsi drinker. But I'm sorry, I don't like Mountain Dew and I don't like 7 Up.
Well, we got somebody
Start
above you.
drinking some water.
Listen, leave me alone.
We got a Coke addict above you.
Oh, mama, yeah, and
I'm
then we got a Pepsi
slowly
addict
weaning
below.
off.
Finish the
Yeah, I know.
word.
Slowly weaning off. That's
Coca-Cola
the point,
addict.
okay? Leave me alone.
Apple,
Right.
oranges,
Finish the
dragon
word.
fruit,
Coca-Cola.
Ah.
Trying to be
kiwi, lime.
yeah, Coca-Cola products. I am
Did
slowly
y'all
weaning
miss
off, okay?
me?
Hi, face.
Hey,
Hi, baby.
Face, welcome back.
You
We were
miss
waiting on you
me?
to come back. Girl,
It's a
you
lot calmer now.
Oh,
Girl, I had to go deal with this child, take this child to military ball.
Oh, jeez.
Big G's.
How
That's
was
what I
that? Did
was
it go
telling
good?
you earlier, Face. Your son named Aiden, my son named Aiden. I also got a son named Jalen and Dalen. For some reason, their mother wanted to make their name rhyme.
You see my baby?
It's.
I cry every year.
Oh, so handsome.
Oh, he's so
Aw.
handsome.
It looked like he agitated that you took that picture like that.
Oh, I took like
right.
70 pictures. What? Okay, let me put up a better one.
Just 70?
Yeah, because I was running behind and I ain't had time, and he wasn't trying to let me be great.
He got that look
Oh
on
yeah,
him.
my daughter tries that shit, and I'm like, I'm gonna be great. Same way, I don't care.
Now he got that smile on his face, like you said. They're gonna be the last one. He's smiling for it now.
It was.
He is a
Cause
very
look,
handsome
this
boy,
what he
man.
started doing right after that picture. Hold on, I got you.
Oh, come on, Mom.
He
You
get
said
on
that was
my
the last
nerves.
one.
He started
I'm
walking
walking
back to the
away.
car.
Bye.
Last, I'm out. This is over. It's over with. You said it's over.
I just
I'm
need
going
boys to
home.
stop being so extra. Listen, they don't want to take a lot of pictures. They don't care to take a lot of pictures, and they don't care for our
Neither. Take a
memories.
But
couple
hold
of
on,
them and
hold on,
let
hold
me
on.
go. Stop
Does he
holding
have
me
a
hostage.
Does he have a
I don't
girlfriend?
have pictures like that.
Huh?
Does he have a girlfriend?
He's too
So
young for
his
you,
last
bro.
We trying to
girlfriend,
set everybody up with your daughter.
he
I'm
broke
not
up.
trying to set nobody up with. Shut up, Yella.
So his
No, I
last
don't.
girlfriend, he broke up with her because she kept asking him for money, and he said, "I am 15. I am not here to supply your life." And he broke up with
Good job.
her.
Good job to him. But the only reason why I was asking is because I do have a child who does not like to smile in pictures. But if I mention his girlfriend's name, that's how I get a good natural smile.
Oh no, baby, I got all boys. So when I make them smile, I say titties, I say
Oh, jeez.
booty,
Yeah, I could say
I
all
say
that. I could say all that
BBL.
too. But then my daughter is gonna be in the picture. Like, what the fuck?
I get that, but again, I got all boys, so I gotta say,
Yeah. So for my boy, I have to say his girlfriend's name, and
that
then
big
and then I
smile that
get
you
that
saw right
natural
there.
smile.
I was like, "Can you smile?" And he was like, "No." And his daddy was on the phone. He was like, "I bet if you say Misty Fire or something like that," he was like, "Misty Smile." And I was like, "Misty Fire." And he got this big old cheese on his face until I found out who the hell Misty Fire was.
Oh shit. Who is that? Who's that?
Who's that, Shane? Who's that,
Echo.
Yella?
Who is Misty Fire?
Don't ask Echo that. Don't.
Abort mission. Abort mission.
Oh, Mr. the Pokemon heifer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, no. What? Oh my god. Okay. Whatever. I'm done.
You should
Debo,
have known
listen,
that just by the damn name. Duh.
y'all. The first time that I caught my son watching it, and I
Mm.
came in and I was exaggerating, okay, because I was losing my bananas and I knew that my baby wasn't a baby anymore. And I called his dad. I was like, "Guess what I just seen?" And I'm crying and sobbing, and I'm telling him what's on his phone. And he was like, "I just got one question." And I'm like, "What?" He was like, "Who is he watching?" What? Who is he watching?
Their
Okay,
standards,
wait.
Faith.
Then
No
yeah,
So
we
then he
have
asked
two
and he
different
said, "What
Misties.
There's
type
two different
of
people.
stuff?"
Okay,
Okay,
yeah, I
so
got that. I got
I
that.
asked him when I explained it, he asked me what type. And I'm like, type? He was like, yeah, like normal, like non-normal, like what type? And I was like, what do you mean? Like it was a guy and a girl. And he was like, okay, well, who was the girl? And I said, Misty something. And he was like, black lady, big hair. I said, yeah. He was like, oh, okay. He got good taste. So we're not gonna say nothing?
Nope.
Hey, you
No.
know she
No.
lives right there in Georgia. She live on the Georgia-Alabama borderline.
Well,
Oh
listen, if my
no.
boys ever see her in Walmart, they're gonna stop and stare.
Right off of Highway 20, she live.
Why do
And
you know
how
where
did
she
you know
lives?
this?
Hold on, though. Questions. Why do you know
Damn.
where she lives?
No.
Why do you know what
Don't
exit
no, no.
to get
Abort.
off?
Abort mission. Don't tell you nothing.
He brought it up.
When I used to host parties in Georgia, they used to be there. I used to host party at the Doubletree Motel.
Interesting.
The double tree, you say?
If you know, you know. Period.
Look, that's why I'm over here laughing.
If you know, you know.
You
If you
know.
want the knowledge, because Misty is one person, Jada Fire is another one, and then you got Diamond, you got Skin Diamond, and you got Tiana.
I like
All of
me.
them.
I like the one that's named Simone
Wait, who
something.
is Jada Fire? I ain't never heard that name before. That's all I'm
Yeah,
getting
No,
at.
no, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Right
Abort
there
mission.
in the bottom middle of the chat.
Abort mission. Abort
That
mission.
is not me. No.
Hey,
Now, one name I'm really familiar with, which is through my husband, his two favorite, Pinky, some girl named Pinky, and
I mean
some
her
girl
boy.
named
Her
Ebony
name is
Banks. Ebony
Pinky
Banks.
Monroe, right? She be on TikTok.
Yeah, both of them. Now, so if I post something and you read some of my comments, you might find one in there that does that job because I know them personally. They follow me.
So you still didn't give us an explanation on why you know Misty
You know, no,
She
no,
Fire.
you
just said
did.
he
I used to host parties at the Doubletree Motel in Georgia when I lived
Motel?
in Georgia.
Oh, okay. Let me mind my business.
Right, right. Again, if you know, you know.
I'm not gonna
And
mind
Man,
my
I bet you
business.
he
Can
was
you
and
send me?
maybe
making
Can you
bank
will.
at
send
the
me some of
motherfucking
these?
parties.
Can you send me some of these names in my DMs? Because I need somebody else to watch. Not gonna lie.
Look, like I said, I bet you was making a good deal of money at those parties.
I must be weird because I feel like if I watch that and a dude is involved, I feel like I'm cheating on my man. So I just don't. Mm-mm.
But then why is it okay for him to watch it with a chick doing it? I mean, he's not watching two
Um,
guys.
it's not okay for him to watch it because I
It
tell him
might
all the
be.
time. Here's why I don't like corn, and I tell my husband this every day. I don't like corn because it sets you up for failure. First of all, my leg don't go like that. Second of all, I'm not about to hurt my neck. Third of all, you're not about to do no pretzel moves or no WWE. It sets
Or
you up for failure. It
You gotta
does.
or
you gotta
like
start
or
small and
like
work your way
Hey,
up to it.
hey,
no, but
hey,
or like Kevin Hart says, just because you watch that shit and you watch somebody spit in somebody else's mouth, and they be like, "Oh yeah, don't spit in my fucking mouth. Are you dumb? I will cut your
So,
balls off."
so you say you're not like that. I'm patient enough to get you to that level. I can teach you flexibility. Flexibility can come in that point right
Shit, I was gonna
there.
say it comes.
If
Sometimes
you're
you
willing
just
to be
got it.
patient enough to let them look at you.
Well,
I've been
well.
married too long. What's wrong?
Hey, so spice it up.
I do
Try
spice it up.
something.
I change my moo You better get this
I
side,
mean,
boo.
you
Ain't
said he
nobody
comes home on the road every 2 or 3
Shit, I wear
weeks.
muumuus too, but I can still about get one of
Poppy.
these legs behind my head.
Listen,
Shit, what?
I am Auntie Kirby, you ain't gonna help me
About
out.
Okay, hold up. So let's pause for the cause and understand that not all people are as comfortable or in a mental state of being where they can do the things that everybody else does.
Just
Some
saying though, a
folk,
lot of lizards can do some things.
well, that's good. That's why you mess with lot lizards and her husband be on the phone with her all day and all night. Play around and find out.
Ooh, shots fired.
I
Now,
mean, there's always working your way up there until he gets home. Of course
not
we
every
have to
Okay.
of course
day.
we have to have this conversation when all my fucking kids are out here. But
Okay, let me let
before,
me
this
let
is
me
not
let
what
me
we was
be
talking
open.
about.
Let me be open. Okay. As a surviving victim, and I don't gotta give the rest because I'm pretty sure y'all a lot of y'all know what I mean when I say that. It's not as easy. So it took baby steps.
And she's
Okay, I
come
get that.
massive. She's come massively, awesomely so far, and been so open minded and so willing to go where she's gotten that I've
And
been
I
impressed
can
with her.
understand that. I can understand that because I have heard that. But if there wasn't any of that, then I mean,
Well, some people just aren't built for it, and that's something we have to respect and honor, is because not everybody is built for everything.
No, and
listen,
me,
I never thought that a skinny dude wanted a fat chick, but hey, them skinny dudes
well,
know how to
I
handle a
was
fat
one
chick.
thing about religion, and this is why I don't try to push religion a lot in my home. Like I believe in God, I teach my kids about God, all that good stuff. But one thing I try not to do is do what my mom did to me. A lot of people take religion and they make sexual activities into a sin. Like they make it so bad to the point that they scare you to not want to do it.
And that's wrong. And that's
Yeah.
wrong because
Mm.
whatever you do in your marriage, that is between you, your spouse, and God. And we're gonna leave it at that. And because I mean, it's blessed. It's
And
done
whatever you do outside of it, or if you're not married, that's
Oh, Kirby,
still
I got that
between you and
Valentine's Day
God.
video to
between
send you.
you, your person, and
And
God.
God, exactly.
None of my business.
The
As long
one,
as everybody's consensual, we're cool.
hey, those negative ones that be telling you about the religious thing, them be the one about 10, 12 kids.
Hey, hey,
Nah, to be
Nasty as
honest with you,
hell.
them ones that if you
hey.
play Never Have I Ever, they be sitting up talking about how they didn't never ever in a damn church pew and shit. Fuck out of here.
Girl,
Yeah, they have a whole show called The Preacher's Daughter, okay?
I
And
watched that show on
I'ma just
Lifetime.
leave it right there.
Listen,
All
I
I'm gonna
heard my
say
mama say one day when she was talking to somebody, she was in the car with me, and they said something about something, and she was like, "Oh, girl, you don't want to wake up this dragon, baby." I about threw up in my mouth. I was so disgusted. Ugh, no, no,
No, sister.
ah,
Yay!
Okay.
disgusting. Let's be
I'm
honest. Who
gonna
wants to
say
hear
Oh,
about things
speaking
that
of
they?
people who can put their feet on the headboard, what's up, Kay?
Oh, headboards, people.
None of my business.
I can put my foot on the headboard. It just ain't gonna come back down because it's gonna cramp. I can. It's gonna cramp.
You gotta do your yoga. You gotta stretch out a little bit.
It
They got free yoga on YouTube.
So
No,
no, they have a class in Atlanta that I
I teach
sent
a
to
yoga
hubby.
class on here on live if y'all want to join.
I do actually want to get into
Yoga
yoga.
with yellow.
oh
no,
fuck.
no, not with yellow. Not with yellow.
Well,
Not
they
with
got a
yellow.
Yoga
class
with
in
yellow is
Atlanta
wild.
that we plan on going to next month, and I suggest all couples go to it. But y'all, they have a D writing class.
Oh,
Hey, guess what? Guess what?
I
Guess
thought
what?
about opening. Mm,
So tonight, my homegirl is hosting her classes tonight. It's pole and strip season.
I don't
Bro, the
have a
last time I bought a
pole.
pole to tease my husband, I fell off the pole and the pole fell on top of me, and he laughed his hind part
You
off.
You
gotta
gotta
get no.
secure
You
it.
got no. You gotta get one of those. Not the ones that just fucking suction cup to the roof. You gotta find some beams up to that bitch and screw that shit in.
Baby, I ain't
Yeah,
never
you
been
gotta
back on that
secure it.
pole, and it went in the garbage the next day. That was two hundred
She said,
dollars in
"Fuck
the
this shit,
garbage.
gone, bye."
And I fell. I fell like hard, and the pole fell on top of me, and he couldn't come
I
see about
wonder.
me because he was
Wait,
crying, laughing.
was there any recordings? Was it posted on YouTube? I'm waiting to see some of this type of shit on ridiculousness or some shit.
Mm-mm.
So like my homegirl, she does it. She do the pole dance and the strip tease, and she do the boots and heels, yoga and stuff like that. So she do it every Thursday and Saturday.
Yeah, what did I miss in the
Boots.
conversation when I left? Because when I left, I'm scared.
It was a whole lot of
It
yelling
was
and
a whole
screaming
lot,
about this
and
and
I
that
finally got it
and
calm. And Legendary should be grateful that that is his mod. You're welcome. Just saying.
what'd you do? Drop all of them?
Didn't
no, she
have
just
to.
muted them at appropriate times.
Who
I
got
feel
Oh,
like
loud? Because the
once
only person
I
It's
I
that
think that would
legendary
got
pissed me
loud while I
off.
was gone was Boca. Whatever his name is.
It was just too much, and it was time for it to calm down because that particular conversation had lingered on for hours,
Yeah,
I feel
no.
like
and
once the
nobody
other
was
official
coming
Mama
to
G spoke, it
not even
kind of
that.
just
Nothing came to a medium. Everybody couldn't get on one accord to agree to disagree.
I don't even
it
want to know
will
what the dang
there
subject
will
was.
never be an agree to disagree when it
We
comes to
just came to the
that
conclusion
topic.
that men are right.
Hmm?
Don't start
Oh,
it, yellow. Calm down.
So we're not going to go down
oh,
that rabbit hole again. That's why I
Legendary, I
said
don't
we
have
change
powers.
subject,
Don't say
and
nothing.
that's
Just
why
mute
we
his
started talking
ass.
about a bunch of everything and nothing all at the same time. There you
Did
go.
he say men are right?
don't
No,
do
Oh,
it.
please,
ignore
no,
it.
we're not going to focus on that.
No, we're gonna ignore the fact that Yellow thought he was grown for a minute
He's
and
back to
move
his
on.
trolling moment. And
Maybe
Stop
he
muting
was
me.
leveling out the playing field earlier. Now he's back to his trolling moment since he just us.
You shocked the shit out of me. I said, who the fuck clone Tyrone? Because this ain't fucking yellow.
That's why I'm
Wow.
confused because
Earlier,
he
when the
was.
conversation was actually needed to be argued certain points, you argue certain points. Now it's
You know
just say
what?
whatever.
Face what we've come to terms with is men are right until they're not because they
Mm.
ask women for advice, do the opposite, and come back and say you were right. That's it.
You learn from your mistakes.
That's
Mm-mm,
like it's clique and
Mm-mm.
they just
Nope.
mm-mm,
can't do it.
I'm not getting
mm-mm.
nephew. I saw you.
Nah, I'm gonna let y'all have that one because I got.
Mm-mm.
Nope.
Nah, I'm not even touching that because it sound like a trap to me.
Let me go ahead and
Adam
follow you. So
had
if I
it.
catch you in another live, I can just tag you in that comment.
Oh
Uh-uh.
fuck.
Uh-uh.
You.
Do not. Do not. Yellow. Yellow.
We'll just
Yellow.
set up someone else's live for that downfall.
No.
Yellow, who are you
Face,
talking
just
about?
block him. Face, block him.
You,
Oh, you
face.
talking
He
about
talking about
me?
you.
Go ahead, Yellow. Come. No, 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 no. Come on, Yellow. Come in my live. Come on up.
Oh, yellow.
You better
You
bring a
got
neck
mob.
brace.
He's the mob.
Listen,
Yellow.
what we have learned
Yellow.
today is
Yellow.
actions have consequences. Leave it
Yellow.
at
I
that.
love you. But see, when her mods come for you, you can't holler, but I'm with Frog Nation. Because they half of them don't even remember who the heck I really am.
Oh,
You
But
it's
got
fine. I'll
Kirby,
make the comment and leave. It
you
doesn't
got one
bother
with
me.
but
I said what I
fire.
said. You got it's gonna live in your head rent free now.
Hey,
My
Slay
bad.
come with fire. Face don't have to say that. Slay will handle the business. Would not
Right,
don't think
right.
twice about it. You gonna handle
All I
business,
have to
sis?
say is,
Slay,
Kirby, you're
give him
Why
some
proving
do you
my
think I
blockers.
have
point.
so many accounts? I have to come back around.
No, he won't.
Slay will block every one of his accounts and keep on
No,
moving.
no, 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 Frog. Don't even worry about Slay. I want him to come put that in the comments when Bumblebee in there.
Oh, go ahead and do it.
Oh
Just
yeah.
do it. Just do it.
Hey,
Look,
And
King got
y'all are
a.
just y'all
you
are
know
just
King
proving my
Star.
point. They're always right until they do the opposite of what women are saying, which you women are saying. Shane, you're not a woman, but I get it. But you women are, and then they're gonna be like, "Oh shit,
We
I
don't know
shouldn't
what
have
he
done that."
identifies as right now.
Do you know what
You
our
stop
problem
your
is as
shit up
women?
there.
I can tell you what's our biggest problem as women. We don't know how to shut the fuck up sometimes.
I have that problem too sometimes.
I mean,
Sometimes, yeah.
if I'm being completely honest, we don't know how to sometimes just be quiet and let it be what it is. We always got to get to the end and the solution. Sometimes you can't get to the solution in this conversation, so you got to know when to actually argue your point or when to leave it alone.
You got to
Because a
pick
lot
your
of times
battles.
we are arguing with them and they're not listening to us. No way. That's why
Let me
they
tell
let
you.
you argue.
You know what I've learned now, face. My last friend, it was always he asked me about blah, blah, blah. I end the conversation with "Do you boo?" You want to keep talking? Keep talking to your damn self. I said what I said. Do what you're gonna do, and when you come back to me, I told you so.
Hey
So I got a
Devo, do y'all
question.
use
But I
vacant
don't use that
mouthwash up
just for
there?
men. I use that on my kids too, and my daughter hates it. But I do you boo? You asked me. I gave you advice.
So my
Do you
question:
boo?
when you guys do something or say something out of place to a man, how do you apologize to him?
Wait a minute.
With
Do
some
what?
good head?
What's
No,
the
I'm just
question?
kidding.
What's the question again?
That don't work on the normal. I said when you do something wrong or you say something wrong to your man, how do you apologize?
I don't have a man, so I can't answer that.
Apologize. Y'all do that?
Yeah, some
I'm
of
ca-
us
Yes,
do.
I'm
we do.
Canadian. I apologize for everything. Okay.
Some of us actually do.
Hey, you know what the biggest problem is for both sides? Everybody when they do sit there and listen, they listen to defend and not listen to understand. That's the big
Yo,
problem for
That
both.
part.
he's legendary.
I don't, cause I don't be listening.
But then again, how do men also apologize to women when they're in the wrong? Because some men will just fly it over and be like, okay, well,
They give you their
we're
credit card.
oh well,
Damn.
there's that.
We give y'all that blank stare for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then we probably hand over the credit card to buy you something that you've been talking about a year now.
Uh,
So
See,
Yep.
for
all
me,
I heard,
I don't want your credit card. I want the actual
so all I
apology.
heard was Legendary owes some people a credit card. Got it.
I
Man,
don't
not
think it's
Kirby out here
difficult
getting
to.
credit cards.
Oh
I
well,
don't think it's
Jeremiah, some
difficult
other
to
issues.
apologize to one another. I don't think that's a problem. I think the problem is really
Or
the ego. The problem is not the apology because we apologize a lot all the time. It's the ego where you have to realize,
facts.
hey, damn, I was wrong and I don't want to be wrong. Because I tell my husband all the time, when I'm right, I'm right. And when I'm wrong, I'm still right because I could have been right, but I was wrong. But if you know what's best for you, you're going to let me be right.
Hey, you hear that, don't it, King?
Oh,
Say that
shit.
again.
Ego.
Hey, King been in here about 15 minutes.
I hollered
What
nephew
out?
earlier. Ma'am, I hollered nephew. I gave
Hi,
y'all some.
honey. Are you having a good day?
And he, by the way, he
What's going
said
on with
8 o'clock. Hey, Eagle, how you doing, baby? Nephew.
that?
Now, nephew, I hollered nephew and you didn't respond, so you in trouble, right?
We responded
She
to
says she don't listen.
No, I was talking about you not listening to the fact I hollered nephew.
How long you was in here?
The length of time I hollered
Long enough
nephew,
to
so
hear
good.
everything I needed to hear.
Because when
Yeah.
I'm right, I'm right. And when I'm wrong, I'm still what? I'm still right.
Put that right wrong bullshit in your pocketbook.
Ah, I'm sorry, y'all. It's funny because that's what actually happens when I'm about to respond to something and he know I'm wrong. He'd be like, "Don't you give me that right wrong bullshit. I don't want to hear that because I'm not going to admit it. I'm sorry, I'm a Taurus. What do you expect, honey? I'm a Taurus.
What are they?
I'm a
Boom.
bullheaded individual.
Oh,
Yep.
that
My
explains a
mom
lot.
and my daughter, Taurus, and my wifey.
Yeah, but guess what he is? We're a very awkward couple because guess what his sign is?
Oh,
You
I
going to
wouldn't know.
bed, sis? Night.
Virgo.
What is he?
He is a Leo.
Mm. I don't know how all that shit
Jada,
works, to
before
be
you go,
honest.
remember, all men are right.
Why are you
Yellow, go the
telling
fuck to
Jada
bed.
that?
It is two very headstrong individuals, okay?
How you gonna
Okay.
tell Jada all men are right? Like she give a damn. Ain't no man running nothing in her house.
To be honest, there was a man that told Eve to bite that apple, so go fuck yourself. Y'all ain't right. We would have been
Uh-oh.
living in a whole free neck of you fucking utopia if it wasn't for y'all bitches.
Look, Tat said,
Fuck you.
what's wrong with
Mute
Leos?
me.
Tat, let me tell you what's wrong with Leos. Leos, y'all love to go and think y'all in a damn jungle where y'all can roar, roar, and roar some more. I will Mufasa your ass in a second, okay? Help me, Scar. Long live the king. A lot of y'all need to be dethroned. Leos, y'all are stuck in y'all ways. That's it. You're stuck in your ways and you always think you're right.
Hey, King finna make a U-turn now. You keep going.
You know what, legendary? I talk shit on purpose. I really do, because I know he's nowhere near home.
I was about to say he must not be anywhere near home anytime soon. Like,
Nope. He's in the
But that's
house
kind of
other
what
shit.
Taurus do though. Taurus like to heat up things, so when it come down to it, they take all that stress out on them. Like, yeah, you've been talking all that noise while I was on the road. Now I'm good. I want to hear you talking now.
Me? Never.
mm-mm.
Yeah.
I'm a sweetheart and I'm innocent. Can y'all not hear that?
It's funny
Ma'am,
that
I'm
damn
not
No,
rollover
possible.
talking about
that's just like
rollover
when
talking
I
about
come
I'm
in and I turn
sleepy.
on my camera. Hold on, that's just like when I come in every live and turn on my camera and I use the halo filter.
What'd you say,
I
King?
thought that was just a Canadian thing.
What King just said?
I was born with it,
I
but
don't
whatever.
know. I told you I'm good at tuning people out.
I said, she'll mess around and say, "Oh, I'm tired. I'm sleepy. Don't touch me."
That part. That part.
Oh, that's what we doing?
Yeah, he doing that.
Took that cover real tight up under him, don't it?
Don't worry about it, sweetheart. I catch that ass in 3 in the morning.
No, legendary. We got two different blankets because I'm anemic. I am cold all the time. So I have a heated blanket and he has a regular blanket. He doesn't like my blanket.
And that's why I said you tuck it up under you real tight, wrap up like a burrito. You wrap up like a burrito at the 7-Eleven.
I do. And I turn the blanket on high.
Hey, what he ought to do is reach across there one day and just pull it tight that way that it's going and see if you're gonna move in.
You know what? Y'all love to set us up, don't you?
Say you wrap up like a burrito. All I heard is put some house up on my burrito, baby.
Hey, it make it easier for a guy for real though. You wrap up like that, all he gotta do is just roll the bottom up as far as he need to. Now you trapped.
She about to fuck around and get that Mexican queso.
God.
You gonna put an extra guacamole on it.
If it's coming from you, wouldn't it be Puerto Rican queso?
Queso
Don't worry about it,
de
sweetheart.
papa. Queso de papa.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
No, Mama
It's
G. You
go-
know what he does? He'll whisper in my ear,
it's
pinga,
it's gonna
pinga,
be glitz.
pinga.
Wee.
Pinga, that's fucking wild.
Oh my God.
Listen, the first time I went to my first gathering with his family, I swear for Lord, they called me an N-word. Because they kept calling me Negla. And I was like, why do these people keep calling me a ninja? I'm so confused.
Weak as fuck.
But I mean, if you turn around back and eventually whisper in his ear, chocha, 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 I mean, he's not going to complain, but
What's chocha?
Vagina.
Oh no.
Hey, all you gotta do, deme a chocha, señorita. See?
Mm-mm.
Give me his dame.
He don't really speak Spanish in the house, so mm-mm. The only time you will hear him speak Spanish is when he's around his family.
Yeah, you gotta teach the kid how to speak Spanish. That way they can get over on half of the time.
do your kids speak Spanish?
No.
When they piss me off, I'll be
Oh,
like, pendejos!
yeah. What? I don't know. Well, no, I'm only asking because I do. My two big kids are half El Salvadorian, and their dad never taught them Spanish. So,
So it's weird because he's mixed, right? But his mom is Puerto Rican, but he grew up in the islands. So it'd be like Spanish with the island tone at the same time, because
ugh,
it don't make sense. It don't
that's
make
just
sense.
like English and Jamaican accent together. I'm like, are you trying to be Jamaican or like, are
His
you
favorite thing to
English?
say to the boys is "catch your eyes to the shower."
Yes. Say what?
Catch your ass to the shower.
Oh yeah.
At your ass to the shower.
Babe, did I say it right? It's catch your ass to the shower, right?
Shit, you done heard it long enough.
Just say it.
I'm just saying.
Can you just
You,
say
you know, you know when you want some Charlie.
it?
It's so funny that you say there's the island and Spanish mix, but you just sound so goddamn American. It's not even funny.
And he ain't. His birth certificate say other. So when he says the N word, I'd be like, you can't say that, you other. That's not what you
Whatever. I tell her your mother's got some window. Wait till you call the order.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, he could be me. You tell me I'm throwing the pillage.
Face,
It's
I think
other.
you Face, I think you missed a great opportunity learning the curse words in Spanish. So when he pissed you off, you could have been like, "Vete pa'l carajo, cabrón."
Brother,
Betaca.
do all
Wait, what is it?
Vete
Vete,
pa'l
pal,
carajo,
carajo,
cabrón.
carro,
No, B with a B,
Cabrón,
cabrón.
cabrón,
cabron.
carro,
Yeah, that.
cabrón. You got to roll it, baby. Roll
Yeah, you
it.
gotta roll it.
I can like you want to roll it, baby.
He's what he said.
As long as you learn all the curse words, you can go Spanglish. And I love the
The best
Spanglish. I
part
think
about
that's
cussing
fucking
people out.
hilarious.
I love cussing people out in Spanglish. I start in English and then throw a Spanish word in there, then go into English sentence, and then they be like, "What the fuck? Yeah, you pissed me off that much."
Listen, his family is so Hispanic. They asked me, "Can you make color people food for Thanksgiving?"
Oh my god, yo, that's crazy.
Listen,
That's crazy.
because his sister likes collard greens, but she don't know how to say collard greens, so she call them colored greens.
It's hilarious. Yep, that's a Puerto Rican thing.
See?
That should be sounding so wild, but we mean a whole totally different thing than what it sound like.
Yeah. When people say, "Are you Puerto Rican?" and I say, "Yeah, by injection."
That's right. I know
Her
that's right.
first language is Spanish.
I'm not gonna lie. My first language was Spanish because when I was born here, I was shipped instantly to Puerto Rico. So when I came and started trying to talk English, that shit sounded horrible.
My first
First
language
language
is
is
Real
English,
hit.
then French, then Spanish, then bitch, then
my first
sarcasm.
language is profanity. I'm
Yeah,
really
that's my
good.
I
first
can deal
language.
with that.
I'm good at it.
But my Spanish is like your Spanish. It's only Spanish by injection.
So I can understand it a little bit, right? There's certain people in his family that I can understand because I've been around them for almost 17 years. So I understand some of it. I cannot speak it very well. I know very basic, but I focus more on keywords. Okay. When I hear my
Because
name,
they talk too damn fast. That's all you can do is focus on keywords.
ah, his sister talks fast. The rest of his family don't. Like they don't really, they don't really talk too fast. But his sister throws me off because she tries to mix it, right? Because her first language is Spanish. So she'll be talking to me in English, but when she doesn't know the English word, she throws a Spanish word in there as if I'm
Mm-hmm.
supposed to know the word, and I'm confused.
So you got the this is how I'm gonna you got the Buster Rhymes and the Mace.
Let's just
Buster
say
Rhymes is the blah, 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 blah rapper. Mace is the yo, you know what I'm doing tonight, and he's just the slow rapper.
the last
Like
time me and her had a combo, I put on my translator app and it could not detect what she was saying.
wild. Damn.
You got to translate it out for when people translate.
Have you
Hell
tried
yeah.
getting those
Translator
Have you
app
tried
looks
getting those
at your
translator
ear like
earbuds
this.
now?
I don't even
Now
know.
they got translator earbuds.
Legendary. Why are you surprised? I married into a Hispanic island based family.
Mm.
And when they all get together, it's nothing but Spanish for the most part.
Food and
So
the
I
D
get that.
good, ain't it?
you said what, Papa?
I said the food and the D good, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Wait, don't
drop
don't call
you.
him don't call him Papa. You're supposed to call him Papi.
Oh no, I call him Papa. That's
I do know that feeling because
They
when I
put
go to
us
my
in
big
the
kids,
sandwich
when I go to
shop.
Mama
my big
G.
kids'
Don't
cousins'
do it.
family,
It slipped
it's
and I couldn't take it back.
when I go to my big kids when I go to my big kids family, that's how I feel. It's all Spanish except for some, and I'm just like, okay. Like even my kids just sit there and they're like, what? And they look at me to try to translate it, and I'm like, y mama, DK again, como?
Like I just learned
I'll pick
basic
a.
words, and when they're talking, as long as I hear my name, because they say yesy, and next to that, as long as I don't hear like puta, joto, idiot, I'm good. I don't know what they're saying, but
I get that, but my real name, I'll say it on here. I don't give a fuck. My real name is Simone, so I get the Simone que si loco. Go fuck yourself.
ooh.
I hate you all. I get that all day.
But you know one thing I
That
learned,
makes
and I
sense.
messed up. Mama G, you gonna understand this.
Yeah.
I messed up. The first time I met his mom, I went to her house and she was making king no arroz is it was it arroz con pollo, babe?
He come through there.
Condules.
Con
And
gandules.
when I came in and she fixed him a plate and she handed it to him, he started eating and then she fixed me a plate and handed it and I was like, no, I'm not hungry. And it was
The
like I
Spanish
called her
woman, you
a
wasn't hungry?
bitch.
Like you told her she wasn't shit.
I wasn't
No, no.
hungry.
No, you take that plate, you take a few bites, and you put that shit in the to-go container. You don't ever say, nah, I'm not hungry right off the bat. Nope.
The crime in a Spanish household, and especially if they offer you the food, like that's one thing we're never gonna like eat in front of people. Like for whatever reason, we've always been taught that it's so rude and that's so disrespectful. I got you. Give me a second. Oh my god.
Your best
But
bet is to
I'll
take
open
a
my
very
ones up.
small portion,
But
but
yeah,
still
like in
eat
a Spanish
something.
household, that's a crime. Like we feed everybody. We don't like to eat in front of people. So if you are sitting at the table or you're in the house and we're mira, cállate, por favor, toma. If we are, why are you touching my flowers? Put them down. Hold on, y'all.
See, black folks is different. We are taught we don't eat from strangers. I mean, yes, it's his mama, but she don't know me. I don't know her. This is the first time we met.
They typically ain't trying to unalive anybody. They
Yeah,
just
we
want
Baby,
you to
don't.
she
eat
ain't
and be, they
forget me.
just want you to eat and be merry.
She did not forgive me for a while.
We don't. We want to see everybody eat. We
Well,
don't care if you just
you're
came
not.
from eating. You ain't stepping this motherfucker. You gonna eat? Cause why the hell you came in here and I'm cooking?
That's when
I
you
You
don't
ain't
take
care
gonna.
if you didn't
that's when
know.
you
You
take a
gonna
You ain't
eat.
small
gonna tell them how you
portion.
try to run straight to the bedroom.
Cause I
Wait, did
didn't
you
That's
say
the
know the
bedroom or
part.
phone.
wait, hold on. Did you say bedroom or bathroom?
No, I was going to his bedroom because his mama was there and some other people there, but they were talking, and I didn't want to just butt into the conversation, so I spoke. She spoke. We introduced ourselves, and I hit a Yui. Like I was
That's
supposed
what
to
I do.
sit there and be in the midst of the conversation when I don't know these people.
Not in the midst, but if they offer you food, you better take it. That's it. It's not even about the conversation so much. You can smile and nod and oh, okay, yeah, hee hee. But you better take that fucking food. Small portion. Just take small portions. I learned that from only dating Spanish guys when I was younger.
Oh,
Hey, so I'm the type of
Yep.
black person that show up to your house early, especially if I know you're gonna be cooking. That way I can see how you season it up.
but legendary. He didn't give me so. Mama G, if you are dating a guy, right? Before you bring that guy over, if he's black and he doesn't know about you gonna tell him, hey, if my mom offer you some
Blame
food, take the
yourself.
food and eat a little bit, do whatever, right? He didn't do none of that. I didn't get no
Oh,
type of
you threw her to the pack
Yeah.
of wolves and said, "Here, survive."
The den of wolves and ain't say shit. He was like, fuck it, Mira. You gonna have to. You said, you know what? That was a test. He threw you in there to see if you could fucking survive, and guess what? You survived.
right, but
Um, nigga.
I would have accepted the cheat notes. If she offer you the food,
No,
take it and take a
if he
couple
would have gave you
bites.
the cheat notes, his mama would have known. His mom would have known. Puerto Rican women are like that. They know. Mamas know. She's like, no, she acted. She put it up in front because he said something. The fact that it was authentic. You caught off guard, and you really didn't mean it and didn't understand. Like I think that more initiated solid. Solidified that you were there because you wanted to be there, not because you had
That
intention. You feel me?
that
Yeah,
part.
I think
And
I'm
for
on
me,
the way in
it's not
now.
even just a Puerto Rican thing because my kids are half El Salvadorian, and I've also been with an Ecuadorian. So
It's a
when you go
I
to a
think it's an
Spanish
island thing, to be honest. Like a
when you
lot
go
of
to a
even
Spanish person's house,
Jamaicans,
just eat.
Haitians.
Just eat. That's all I gotta say. When you go to a Spanish person's house, just eat. Just don't say no to the food.
If I show up early enough, I will. That's why when I go to my Caribbean family meetings on Sunday, I go, hey, y'all need help in the kitchen? They know I can cook, so
Bro, you should have came to our wedding. We had so much food because
Yep.
my mom catered it, but she had to cater to the Hispanic side as well as my side, which is the Bahamians and the Americans plus the Jamaicans. So we had pretty much
Yeah.
mostly everything island based up there.
Like a Royal Rumble in the belly. That's all I gotta say.
Now,
hey,
because the crazy part was the Hispanic folks ate the island food, and the islander folks ate the Hispanic food.
cause they ain't had it in a while, or they was intrigued on what was on the table. They wanted to try it.
You have something new. Shit, we eat rice, beans, and pork every motherfucking day. We want to try that new shit. What's that be like? I want. It look good. Let me try that real
Tell you,
quick.
cause
Anytime my mother-in-law is coming, and my family just say the same thing. If they know she coming and she making that rice and chicken, they don't know how to call it. They just say the rice and chicken.
Arroz
And
con
that's what we
Arroz
pollo.
do.
con pollo.
Arroz con pollo.
hey, so I'm the type I'll mix up some
Man, they were over there. They were over there talking about some. Hey, this one Pollo Tropical. I said, I know you motherfucking lying.
Oh, nah, they better put some respect on that cooking. What's wrong with them?
We ain't know
I
no
said,
better.
my mama cooked this shit, bitch. Get it right.
Okay, like, don't talk about my mama cooking like that. Put some respect on them seasonings, okay?
Hey, so I'm the type that'll show up to it. Like when we have our Caribbean festival and stuff like that, I'll give me some fried chicken, some red peas and rice, some curry goat and cabbage, or all that. I mix it all up together on the same plate.
Ooh, curry goat.
Crazy.
A
It took me
royal
a
rumble. A
long
royal
time
rumble
to
in the
like.
belly.
It took me a long time to explore different foods because I'm a very picky person. Like if it doesn't smell right or if it doesn't look right, I will hesitate on eating it. Right. Once I started eating Jamaican food, bro, I was like, but the thing is, I don't like spices, like spicy food, not spices. And Jamaican food will burn your throat, your asshole, your eyeballs, your earlobes, all that shit while you eat it.
It's only,
So,
you know why? It's because there's one pepper that they put in it. I cook Jamaican food all day.
ghost
I
pepper,
just don't put that, no, Scotch bonnet
the
pepper.
Scots bonnet, yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, I cook Jamaican food all day. My only thing is I do not put the Scotch bonnet in there because I know my acid reflux and I know that shit will send me to the hospital.
Bro, that shit
Spoken
was
Yeah,
word, your
you.
son is
spicy,
really cute, by the way.
but
Sorry, y'all. I didn't know who he
yeah.
was.
But yeah, once I started eating like it when they didn't have like so much spiciness to it, when I tell you I fell in love with that shit,
I'm
it took
sorry, I
me
didn't hear what you said.
37 years to eat cabbage.
Your son is very
37 years to
handsome.
have a good liking of cabbage.
Oh, thank you.
I'm 37. Damn.
Yes, no, I'm sorry, 36 years, and it took for me to eat, Jamaican cabbage with the plating that they have, the brown stew chicken, the rice, and the cabbage, and I was like, yo, this shit
They
delicious.
put either, yeah, they either put
Then
the
one time I
coleslaw
seen
or greens.
some guy on TikTok making. When I tell you that shit looked just so fucking good, he added bacon, red and green peppers, garlic, and he, mixed it up and
Mama
seasoned
G,
it. Oh
you're
my
not
god!
helping me. You're
I'm
not
sorry,
helping me. I ain't made brown stew chicken in over 2 years, and
bro. Brown
he
stew
gonna
chicken
come
is
home
fucking delicious.
For
and he
some
gonna be
Oh
reason,
like,
my
that's the
"Babe, can
one.
I
That's
get
the
some
one
god!
brown stew
Jamaican meal that I
chicken?"
can't fucking make. I
I
cannot
I
make.
love
I
it.
can
can
make
send you the
it, but it's
recipe.
just not the same.
I can send you the recipe.
There's a
Can
Jamaican
you please? Because I
restaurant.
need to try different ways. Because I've had recipes and shit, but brown stew chicken, I can't make. I can make brown
Legendary,
stew
you put
fish.
brown sugar
I
in
can make
yours?
ackee and saltfish, oxtail recipe. I can do all that. Brown stew
Depends on who
chicken,
all eating it.
I can't get it right.
See, when I make it for hubby's a different type because I've had a lot of different brown stew chickens. Now, when my mama make it's more sweet but tangy.
Mhm.
When Bumblebee eats it, he likes it a little sweet but not too sweet. So got to figure out that balance that's in between with brown stew chicken. But your key factors is brown sugar, ketchup, and
Yep. You
what's
mix
your
them all to the
sauce?
side first.
Those
You
are
mix
your
them up and
three
blend them up on the
ingredients.
side. Then you integrate it.
And then all your herbs, make sure it's fresh. Don't be using no frozen herbs on no brown stew chicken. Ain't gonna
One, what's
taste
up?
right.
Yeah, so I had brown stew chicken a couple of weeks ago. Tomorrow we're re-bringing out we introducing tomorrow the lemon pepper jerk wings that we came up with the recipe for. Um,
Lemon pepper jerk wings.
I'm gonna need you to stop
Man, what
talking
the
about
hell do
this
you
food and
do?
figure
At
out
this
how to
point,
freeze it
you
and
just a
send it to me.
prostitute for the registry.
I'm a part of the
What do
Caribbean
you
family,
do?
so it's something that I'm a part of. I've been a part of it for some years now. We finally got it incorporated in Alabama, so we do it. Well, we're going from city to city, basically giving a festival. So yeah, I've been a part of them. Then we had the food truck, the Caribbean food trucks and stuff like that that we take out. So we got six of them in rotation nowadays.
Bro, y'all should
You know
host one
what?
over here
I'm
where I'm at.
really starting to
They've
think
never
that you
had
don't
one
really
of
fuck
those
with
over
none of
here.
us because you always talking about this motherfucking food, but I don't ever hear. I'm gonna, freeze it and send it over to y'all so y'all know what I'm talking about type shit.
Hey, I like to eat,
Air
man.
Uber Eats.
I like
Eat what? Have you ever been swallowed?
Hey, that's how. Hey, you gotta think about it. That's how I ended up with the kids I got now. I got four kids because I fed their mom. They came to the house, they ate that one good meal, and they didn't want to leave.
See,
Wow.
I have
You
stalkers
know
because
what?
I feed nigga. But
This
This
is why you
my boys, we were in the car,
overnight it to
y'all.
somebody in another state so you don't have a stalker in your hands. I'm gonna just eat your food
I'm in
and keep
Canada.
Now,
We
jumping
don't
on
Shane,
do
you.
is
that
this
shit.
you?
We Canadians don't just
Listen,
up
we
and
was
leave
in
and
the
do that shit.
car and we heading home, right? And then my kids been asking lately the true definition of what a bastard is.
Oh
So
my
we've been giving them the
god.
explanations and all of that. Now I guess Bumblebee down at the bottom got sick of hearing them ask the same explanation. And they asked me, "Well, was I mistaken?" He said, "No, I didn't mistake. I didn't pull out.
But
I stayed in, and you came."
a bastard
I
is not
was
a
like,
mistake. It's just a kid that's born with two
"Wait."
parents that ain't married.
It's just you don't tell your kid that they got here because you didn't
No, you
pull
don't.
out.
I mean, I say my dad pulled out. That's why I'm only 5 feet tall.
Hey, to my son that listening. Closer you.
Oh, I was short because I
I
drank
look.
coffee when I was little.
Oh, I did all that too. I
Grandmother
drank
gave me
coffee.
that
I
shit
did
in
all
a
that shit,
bottle.
but
Same, Mama G. My grandma would she told us
No lies. 6 months
she would
old, I
put it
had
in
light
a
and sweet
bottle.
coffee in my fucking bottle. Light and sweet coffee in my
wow.
fucking bottle. Bustelo at that, bitch.
I was about to say, Mama G, this is how you know I'm a real Puerto Rican in the heart, baby. I got Cafe Bustelo.
Fuck,
That's
have
all we
that shit in
drink
your
here.
motherfucking. Because I was going to question your husband. Like, how you ain't got no motherfucking Bustelo in your house?
Oh no, baby, that's all he. But I used to get Folgers, and then he was like, "What is this? This is not coffee." And then he brought that yellow pack in here,
Look, I've
and
got
it's been like
some.
almost
I,
15 years. I
I
don't think
think
we've
I
had
have
nothing
some of
different.
that, y'all. I'm not even gonna front you on it. But we typically use the Maxwell Colombian blend. The old man prefers Starbucks.
Mm-mm. Baby, listen, if you sleepy at work and you can't hold your head up, pop that Cafe Bustelo, make espressos.
Be honest, coffee don't
You
keep
gonna
me
be up.
awake. I was even Red
Yeah,
Bull. I
no,
was
me
drinking a
neither.
Red Bull. I was drinking a Monster. I was falling asleep while I was drinking that shit.
I can drink a whole pot of coffee and still go to sleep, and I don't care what brand it is.
I need to try that coffee.
I think he came up here to remind me that my baby got to be picked up by
Hey, I need
8.
to order me some of that coffee. I ain't never had it. They don't serve coffee when we go to these meetings. They always try to serve me
Oh
alcohol.
no.
I'm
I've only
going.
heard of Cafe Bustelo because my girl in Florida drinks it, but in Florida, obviously, there's a lot of the Hispanic race. So,
You have to find
It
it
is
at
a
the
big
supermarket
diversity in here in
because you
Florida.
probably ain't gonna find it at the regular market where you're at,
I
legendary. You gonna have
drink
to go
Tim
to a real
Hortons
market.
Canadian coffee.
Who shop at the regular market? I go to either the Korean store or the Caribbean store.
No, I drink Tim Hortons. I
Whatever.
drink my
I don't know
Canadian
what the fuck
coffee.
store you shop at, sir.
Oh,
Excuse me. If
Do
you
you
off
got
bougie and fancy as shit, sorry. I apologize
Hey,
for offending you.
I don't do those commercial shopping because of the simple fact that when I go in there and get my oxtails and stuff like that, I ain't trying to pay $20 for 3 oxtails. I go to the
listen?
Korean or the Caribbean one, and I'm going
My
to get
favorite grocery store to shop at back home is either Saldano's or Bravo's. I'm going to the Hispanic stores. I'm going
yeah.
straight to their grocery store. They got the best meat and they'll cut it for you however you want.
mm.
I'm good with a lot of butchers around here.
See, I'm in Toronto, so it's very multicultural. So we got everything in most grocery stores. And then you have your little islander stores, you have your Asian stores.
Hey, my
You know
husband
what I
used to
mean?
work in
But
Canada and then try to get us to move over there. It's a hell no, because he lived in Scatchacoochee or Scatchewana or something like that.
Saskatchewan,
Yep, them.
Saskatchewan.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about them sides, but I'm in Toronto, Ontario, and we are the probably the biggest multicultural. I believe we're the biggest multicultural city in Canada. We have
Canada
the
got a
most
lot of black people,
multiculturalism.
and I did not know that.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Why does people think that Canada ain't got black people?
They're British.
It just depends. I mean, there's places in Canada that are predominantly YT. Like I moved to a city an hour outside of Toronto, and they were everybody that lived in that city was pretty much from Newfoundland, which is all YT people. So, but in Toronto, you got everything. You got freaking Greek festivals, Jamaican festivals, Italian festivals, Chinese festivals, Islander festivals. You got it all over here.
Hey, you
Mama
go into
G,
that
I'm gonna
Canada
use
market
you
and
now
see
because the
good.
next time he come home, I'm a DM you and say, hey, I need a good Hispanic recipe.
Oh, I mean, I said my kids are half Hispanic. The only Spanish stuff I make, I'll make
You said
pupusas when
Uncle
I
G.
feel like it.
Mm-mm, I need a Puerto Rican recipe. He Puerto
But
Rican.
oh no, my kids are half El Salvadorian. They're not Puerto Rican.
Yes,
You
and
know what? I
Spanish
got a
folks will tell
question
you
because
their
my
food
old
is
man
not the
just asked
same.
this. Have any of
But
y'all ever had liver and onions?
Ew,
ew, I don't eat liver.
I hate
Nasty.
liver.
When
Ugh.
I was young, I had it.
I don't
Look,
eat
my old
liver.
man's
Liver's
like, "Can
nasty.
I cook it for you?" No, I'm
Mm-mm.
good.
Baby, you couldn't pay me to eat liver. Nope.
Mm-mm.
Now listen, I do eat this stuff, and it's called, and you can get it in South Carolina. You cannot get it here in Florida, where I'm at. I do know you can go into Alabama and get it because I've gotten it from there. But it's called liver mush.
And what
Instead
it
of that,
is, and you still saying liver. No,
yeah, no,
nasty, gross.
but this is the thing. So what it is the liver has been completely minced. So there's no chunks. There's no like you're not frying up a piece of liver. There's other things added into it. There's a lot of spices. Um, it's got
You can mess
cornmeal,
it
I
up any
believe,
way
mixed
you
in
like.
it.
That shit is nasty, and I don't
Exactly.
want
Yeah.
it.
You could
But
listen. You could
we
wrap
do
liver
is we
in
would fry it
bacon.
up.
I am not
We
eating
would
it.
make a sandwich out of it, and you would fry it up and do like an egg and cheese and liver mush sandwich or biscuit, and it doesn't taste like liver. Like wholeheartedly, it does not taste like
Miss
liver.
Molly,
You
if
could
I'm gonna
wrap
eat,
that in 5 pounds of bacon, and I am still
baby,
not
listen,
eating it.
if I'm gonna eat a sandwich from my old school, because that was the only time that I ever ate liver was when I was younger. But if I'm gonna go to an old school sandwich, baby, I'm going for bologna and cheese, like a hot one, fried bologna sandwich. Those type of.
Now we do the bologna,
Now,
egg, and
if I
cheese,
eat
but
anything close to
yes,
that, now if you would have said chicken gizzards, it would have been right down my alley.
I ain't eating chicken gizzards, and I don't do chicken livers neither. I ain't doing none of that.
I don't eat chicken liver, but I eat chicken gizzards and chicken hearts.
Deep fried
Yeah, I
chicken
ain't
gizzard.
eating none of that.
Eat chicken legs, chicken wings, chicken titties, and and chicken thighs. That's about it.
Chicken
I,
titties
I
is
almost said, what's
wild.
chicken titties?
Get you some
Breast.
get you
I
some
say it like that now only because the one time I went to the one time I decided to bring my kids to the grocery store, I said I needed chicken breast, and my son yelled out, "Chicken tits!" I was like, whatever.
hey those
Now I
chicken
will
gizzards though, if you season them
say,
up
like
right and deep
my
fry them, you get
nephew.
it.
Say that again, Shane.
I said if you get some chicken gizzard and season them up the right way and drop
No,
them deep fry them, they good.
no, no.
No,
I'm
I'm not eating
good.
it. I'm good.
I will.
I
I'm
would
not
eat.
gonna lie. I will. I've
I
never.
don't do
I will.
chicken
I've
feet.
had it.
I'm
Oh
not
no,
doing chicken
no
feet.
steppers.
I'm not
No,
doing
nope.
gizzards, livers, hearts. I will. I'm. Mm-mm.
We'll
Now,
try it. I will try it again because I know everybody makes everything different. But from the few times that I have had certain foods, nope.
I love
I
y'all
I
beautiful
do what
faces. I'm about to hit the road and I'm gonna drive 30 minutes to go get my son from the country and I'm gonna lose
so
sleep.
that means you're gonna be 7 minutes late. You said you were supposed to pick them up by 8 o'clock. Sorry. I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, I ain't hear what you said. What'd you say?
I said that means you're gonna be 7 minutes. You're gonna be seven
you're
minutes
gonna be
late.
7 minutes late.
I'm gonna be 7 minutes late? Man,
Yeah,
listen.
you said it
Yeah,
takes you
you
a
said
half hour, and you were supposed to
you
be
were
there by
supposed
eight
to be there
o'clock.
by 8.
Yeah, he can wait.
Mm.
I'm
Okay?
about to get off
Listen.
here. I've been on here 5 hours, so it's
See
time.
now.
Or five and a half
He's like,
hours.
it's time for me to get offline now.
Yeah, I gotta go
Like
get
I
my
said,
son from
Shane,
the
I thought my eyes were gonna stay open the first 2 hours, but they didn't, and I took a really great fucking nap. But
Yeah,
when I woke up to
because
still see you on here, I was like, wait, what the fuck?
I was on the computer when you first came in. I was trying to do it from the computer, and
I heard
that way
you.
I can
I
manage it.
heard you say, Debo, I'm doing this for but my eyes, my body wasn't moving. Nope, I wasn't moving. I was in one of those trances because I slept with my earbud in.
The computer wasn't acting right for me because I got to upgrade my computer. So I got my
Oh,
HP probably 2 years older. Then it lost a lot of memory taken up because I got a lot of music and stuff on it. So I got
man,
to
take
upgrade it.
all them pictures out and go put them on an external hard drive.
Yeah, but this one it's no modem. It's just a straight screen, the monitor with the everything built into it. So if I had
So
the modem,
whatever
yes, I
else
can
is
take
built
that
in.
down and put a new memory in there. I'll add an external.
Oh, okay.
So
I
Oh,
yeah,
didn't
okay.
even know you could go live from a computer.
yeah, you got to
Yeah,
download
TikTok
TikTok
Studios.
Studio, and you
Um,
got to do your time period for it to give you access. So I have the access because I'm inside the agency, and I got part of the training, so I went on that. So I do a lot of game streaming online anyway. So it works for that, but it didn't work for adding everybody, adding the counter up. So I opened it up.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm sorry, I was sleeping. I'm sorry I couldn't move. My body
Oh,
was
you good?
paralyzed.
So I brought my backup page and then tried it, and it wouldn't let me get in the box completely. So I ended up just going back to the phone.
But did you see when I did come in the live? I was like, wait, why does everybody look like a 3D ultrasound? I was
Yeah,
like, that looks weird.
Yeah, I changed it up. Plus, you seen I had the music while I was trying to get everything straight too. So I had my
So what
music.
are you on now? Your phone or your computer?
I'm on the phone. Well, it's
Oh,
both,
okay, okay.
both really. So I'm live on the phone with the access on the backstage panel on the computer because I'm doing a test run with this live. So it basically my interaction with the live, how negative, positive it was, taking comments in there and stuff like that. For other people in my agency to learn how to do their stuff the same way. Once they join in, they want to go live and have talks like this. We see what works and what don't work. So I'm basically doing a test run for them and myself because I don't.
Okay, okay, makes
Because we
sense.
had that hiccup in that one moment because of someone with their negativity, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
let that stop me. I know how to level the playing field. I just want to get an idea of
All
saying,
you gotta do is have Jada up in there and be like, yo, shut up.
yeah, hey, I got triggered for a minute, but like I said, a lot of people stepped up and said some things and came in. But I was mostly reading the comments, and one in particular person kept saying a lot of negativity and kept talking about how she was gonna take away from her baby dad. And I'm like, I'm not feeling it.
Oh, yeah, that okay, yeah. No, I know who you're talking
Oh,
about,
if
yeah.
Earl's in the panel, you're gonna get a whole lot of them.
Oh yeah, we know, we know. I ain't gonna lie, I got a lot of followers off of Earl too. But when he got up here and he got to saying what he was saying, I just seen a lot of people start following me. And I was like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
they trying to get
But
up
yeah,
here.
no, I know who you're
Oh yeah,
and you
you'll
handled
get a
that
lot
They
from
Ali.
Earl. Face
you
too.
handled
Like I
that
love Face
so
to death.
well. I'm not even talking about the Earl situation. Him, I've been in his life, and you know what I mean. It is what it is. But the one from the comments, you handled that so well.
Yeah.
You handled that amazing.
And that's why I said ahead of time. For I've been planning this for about a month now, and I did a couple of test runs, and I got a lot of positive test runs. Then we did this today, and the little troll came out of nowhere with they talking and stuff like that, and I'm like, yeah.
I feel like
You'll get a
anytime
few
you
of
have
them.
these type of lives, if it's something that's um wait, how do I say this? Okay, so
People
any
that are
there's
not
always
emotionally
panels, there's always
mature.
the discussions, but anytime there's a type of live where it perceives to men roles, women roles, whether it's cheating, whether it's stay-at-home moms, whether it's like Yellow says, men are always right, or you know what I mean, whether it's the gender-based type of topics, it's always gonna get loud. It's always gonna get loud, and there's no doubt about it.
I can tell you one that will turn this page upside down.
What is it? So I know not to go in that live. So I know when I get in that live, I can just leave.
When somebody says that a woman wearing certain clothes when she goes out can
Oh
cause
yeah,
her to
okay.
be
Don't do that.
more.
Don't do that. That gives nobody the right to do
He,
anything. But we'll not talk about that.
he posted that on his live. He posted that in his
Earl did it yesterday.
yeah. But this is not the first time he done it. He done it earlier this week. He did it yesterday.
Yeah, on Velvet's.
He
Velvet
did
had
that
another one.
yesterday, and guess what? I popped in his live and I heard what they were talking about. I dipped out real quick.
So all my topics are basically you talking about yourself. That's what I plan on. So I got about a list of 30 topics on it, and identify with yourself like I was trying to explain to him. I had to identify with myself on the issue. I caused some of it. So that what led to my situation being in the hinder that it was. Yes, at first I was blaming the other person. Then I got to a lost point in life. So I had to sit down and think with myself on how to better myself. And it was like, oh, I played a part in that whole situation. I can admit to it. Can you admit to it? So yeah, having that ownership and stuff like that, knowing what you played in. Yes, that part of what they did to me was worse than that, but I kind of caused that void to where they had to react in a certain manner that they reacted in.
But
So
legendary, that takes a grown person to do, and most of the people that come into these panels are grown children, not grown adults. There's a difference.
yeah. And that's why I try and pick a live like that. That's why I didn't want all that finger pointing and stuff like that. And what happened? If he or if she, and I'm like, no, man, this
Oh
not that.
look, Earl, if you want tables flip, invite table flipping, just send it. Just send the invite to Earl. He'll flip it for you real quick.
Yeah.
I was in here earlier when him and Face started, and then I actually had some work stuff, so I had to dip back out. And
And it's all on the wording that he used. He said a particular word. When he said it, I already knew that it was going sideways. it wasn't really what he meant. He was using it as an example, but some examples that you use can flip tables. So you got to read
He
for
actually had a lady that was she lives in Africa, and she was calling women oh, what did she call? Let me see if I can figure out how to say it because I had never heard it. Concubines is
Oh,
and there was two women went straight left saying that this woman had called them that, and I'm sitting there. I had to go Google what the word means.
That's crazy.
and it came up with 4 different meanings of it.
Look, I was sitting here. I was sitting there, and I couldn't do nothing but laugh. And then I told Earl, I said, this live was brought to you by concubines. and but it winded up making it where it was people then could laugh. It wasn't so serious. People weren't so attacked that, being ready to attack. It kind of brought it back around.
That part.
But some people, it could be just the slightest word or the way that the word is used or said,
Mm-hmm.
the tone.
Yep.
It could be any of that.
That
Like
and it really can, and that's the me personally. I try not to yell on this app. To me, TikTok. Fuck you, TikTok. Whatever. I say what I gotta say. I don't yell on here because there's no even it doesn't matter what panel I get into. I will not yell on here. I'll say my piece. I might raise my voice for half a second, but then just come back and realize, like, what am I yelling for? This is TikTok, and everybody has their own opinions. Your opinion is yours, and I get it. But the thing is, when certain people have their opinions, they try to push it so strong and so hard on other people that it's like, no, don't push your beliefs on me. Don't do that. Don't push your opinion on me. Everybody has an asshole. Everybody has an opinion. Say what you gotta say, but you don't gotta yell about it.
My thing is, you don't. It honestly isn't just the yelling. It's you don't have to be condescending
That part
about
too.
it. You don't have to have yourself on a pedestal. Another topic that will turn your whole life upside down. Go ahead and talk biblics.
Mm-hmm. It's the
You want to
condescending
see
part because
something go
also people will not
completely
take
awry? Oh, talk biblics. Talk
I
politics, and your whole life
yeah.
will be shut down in 5.5 seconds.
that's why I say like the
The
thing.
only political thing I ever have to say is tell the Cheeto man to stop buying my country. That's it. I ain't got fuck all else to say. Tell the Cheeto man to stop buying my country.
Man, we just trying
Other
to
than that, everybody can argue about it.
get y'all citizenship, man. Come on.
I don't want it. I got a passport. I'm good. I got a passport. I can travel back and forth. I don't care.
But hey, one of the main problems on this app, like I mentioned earlier, man, people listen to respond. They don't listen to understand. You
Mm-hmm.
know, if they listen to understand, maybe they can reach out and touch somebody and stuff like that. You know, I started to put some. I started to make a post. Next time I go live, I think I'm gonna use it with that hashtag on it. I got a hashtag I want to use to bring back up something that from one of
Now
the
I can say
paragraphs.
I've been on a
Yeah, put at the
few.
bottom in the fine print. Listen to
Yeah.
understand. Don't listen to respond.
Yeah.
So you can even put it so whenever people come in the live, where you put your name, you can literally put it right there too. As people come in, it's everyone gets the same greeting.
That part, or even like, even if you do decide to put it in like smaller, like
You can
like you
even
said,
put a
fine
pin.
print. Make sure, put listen to learn or understand as your pin, and then have your thing, and then have your prompt as your background.
And another thing, legendary, you probably need a referee too.
Oh, it was plenty of
Believe
them.
that Jada and
Mama
can
G.
be a referee.
Yeah, I definitely say make sure you have the right
Yeah.
mods.
I
Yeah,
mean, when I seen official Mama G, the other Mama G, I seen her put her hand up like 4 or 5 times, and I was like, and that's when I said, official Mama G got something to say. She put her hand up 3 times. That's when the live got Cool, calm, and collected. I think there was one more minor outburst,
Yeah.
but after that, it was cool, calm, and collected when she said what she had to say, and then after that, everything was smooth sailing.
Oh, a fish still has a
But
way
it
of
shouldn't get to
eloquently
that.
saying something.
Pinky,
But
what's
the
going
thing is,
on?
it shouldn't get to that. But again, with those topics, men versus women type of topics, it's always gonna get loud no matter what.
The
Yeah.
thing is figuring out how to have the panel split the right way so that you have an equal amount
So
and
today,
I say,
of complete diversity. Like it's not that an equal amount, like these many people believe this and these believe that. You got to have it to where all four sides of it can be covered so you can actually have a discussion and get somewhere with it, because you're going to have people that are in between this way or this way. And then another in between that don't believe with that one. So you got to break it up.
or you can start from the top. Somebody says something, right? They answer the thing. If somebody has something to rebuttal, you give everybody 60 seconds to rebuttal that. That's it. And then on to the next person to make their point about what the thing is. And then again, 60 seconds for everybody to rebuttal. Just
You will
go
get
in order. There's
lost.
no top box, middle box, bottom box. Because even putting your hand up in the comment, not everybody sees the hand up in the comment because the comments might scroll through too fast.
Yeah, but that's why you have one mod that you call on who is literally just checking the comments to get an order of who goes next by who puts their
See,
hands in
I
the
want to
comments.
say
I had
that
three of them.
Jada is awesome at that, and I'm good at that when I'm actually looking at my phone.
So
I got undiagnosed ADHD, so sometimes my mind wanders a lot,
that's what I was
Oh,
gonna
if
say.
a
I'm in a
lot.
I
panel,
had
I
three
don't be
mods in
looking
here.
at the
So
chats.
Face was a mod, Jada was a mod, Mama G was a mod, and my sister, she was in the chats, but she fell asleep in the chat. So she's a mod also. So I had four mods really. So
Okay,
but it got to the point to where so when they started over talking and stuff like that, you really couldn't see the hand because as soon as I see the hand, like as soon as they put some, my comments start floating all the way up. So I kind of got lost in the whole situation.
that part, yeah, and
Yeah,
I get that.
let me go in it live for the game finna start. This All Star Rookie game finna start.
Go
I need to go get
sports.
something to eat.
Is that the sport where they slap black thing across ice, or the sport where they hit ball with bat? No,
No,
I'm just
going
kidding. I'm fucking with you. I know sports, but
on.
go sports. Have a blast. Enjoy. It's been awesome.
All right, we'll try and do this again another day. Hopefully, I might try it tomorrow. Depend on how everything go with me tomorrow. But it was a good test.
Okay, just send me the lives that or just DM me. Let me know what time you're gonna go live, and you know me. Nap time, no nap time. I'll be in here at some point.
I got you. All right,
All
thank
right.
you for coming through, spoken. I'm finna
All
end
right.
it at the 6 hour.
Have a good night. Bye, Molly. Have a good
All
night.
right. Good night.
All right,
Night spoken. Good night, legendary.
good
Good
night.
night.